Chapter 4985. The Great Devil Emperor's attack had exceeded many people's imaginations. His ferocious power was enough to tear apart a planet. The four identical phantoms actually possessed the same amount of power. This was the Great Devil Emperor's full-strength attack. In other words, the mace this time was equivalent to 4 times the power of the previous attack. However, Ling Xiao didn't choose to evade. He activated his divine origin, and a frenzied power surged from his body. He had to get stronger. He had to continue getting stronger. It wasn't enough yet. It was far from enough. If the Great Devil Emperor was so strong and difficult to defeat, then what about Lotus Flower and the other experts of Eternal Divine Nation? Boom! 4 maces landed on Ling Xiao's body at the same time. Terrifying ripples exploded in the sky. However, Ling Xiao didn't retreat at all. His body was bent almost 90 degrees. However, he quickly returned to normal. In that moment, the Great Devil Emperor's expression was extremely ugly. His full-strength attack had only left a small bruise on Ling Xiao's body. This might be very painful for an ordinary person, but for a cultivator of Ling Xiao's level, it was no problem at all. Moreover, the most frightening thing was that Ling Xiao hadn't met the attack with attack. He hadn't even taken the initiative to defend. He'd blocked the attack purely with his physical strength. The Great Devil Emperor couldn't believe this. He almost fell into a state of insanity. Impossible. This is impossible. I don't believe this is real. Go to hell. He unleashed another frenzied attack. It wasn't any different from the previous one. At the same time, 4 shadows of the Great Devil Emperor appeared next to Ling Xiao. He didn't give Ling Xiao any chance to defend himself. I don't want to take your trash attack a second time. It's meaningless. Ling Xiao chose to dodge this time. He used earth-piercing golden light to dodge the Great Devil Emperor's attack. At the same time, Ling Xiao attacked with the Void God's sword in his right hand. 6 sword lights shot towards the Great Devil Emperor at the same time. The Great Devil Emperor had just punched out, so he had no time to defend himself. His body was once again torn apart by the sword. Another 100,000 undead died. Take your time to recover. To be honest, I don't want to kill you so soon. Ling Xiao sneered and took advantage of the Great Devil Emperor's recovery to rush towards the rest of the undead. The first to suffer was the early-stage 7th-level Divine Physique Echelon Martial Artist who was fighting the Gold Saint Martial Artist Anbai Yi. With just one sword, the Aries Constellation's opponent was smashed into pieces. It was completely killed by Ling Xiao's sword chi. They weren't the Great Devil Emperor. They didn't have the Great Devil Emperor's divine abilities. The Void God's sword could completely shatter their necromancy essence. In the next moment, Ling Xiao appeared in front of Leo Constellation again. Leo Constellation was currently facing a situation where he was surrounded and attacked. Luckily, he was strong enough and fast enough, so he did not lose. However, if this went on for a long time, he would definitely be at a disadvantage. Just as Leo Constellation was feeling anxious, the 3 6th-level Divine Physique Echelon Martial Artist and the early-stage 7th-level Divine Physique Echelon Martial Artist died instantly. Leo Constellation was dumbfounded. Don't just stand there. Go help others. Ling Xiao didn't help these Gold Saint Martial Artists to let them rest. At the moment, there were still a large number of martial artists facing the threat of the undead army. They had to rescue them. No, this guy is too scary. Faced with Ling Xiao's terrifying strength, the remaining 8 early-stage 7th-level Divine Physique Echelon Martial Artists were scared stiff. They even abandoned their opponents and gathered together. If they didn't do that, they believed that they would be killed by Ling Xiao soon. Conquer the 4 regions and 9 worlds? Kill Ling Xiao? From the looks of it, this was simply a ridiculous joke. Is this the rumored master of the 4 regions and 9 worlds? It seems like he wasn't lying. With such terrifying strength, he can definitely turn the tide of the battle with his own strength. Sagittarius Constellation didn't believe in Ling Xiao previously. Even if he followed Ling Xiao to fight, he was still extremely fearful and uneasy. However, at this moment, he realized that he wasn't afraid anymore. Because even if he died now, it would be worth it. Previously, he was most afraid that the Heaven's sacred land would be invaded by the undead after he died. That way of dying would be too cowardly. Now, The 4 regions and 9 worlds didn't need many martial artists. What they needed was a top-notch martial artist who could turn the tide of the battle. Only then could they bring confidence to the humans. Only then could they turn the delusion of defeating Lotus Flower into reality. And Ling Xiao was such an existence. With Ling Xiao, how could they lose this battle? Damn it, let's team up and deal with that brat. At this moment, the great Devil Emperor finally succeeded in condensing his body again. He already knew that he couldn't kill Ling Xiao with his own strength. However, with the addition of 8 Divine Body 7th-level martial artists, it would be a different story. However, just as he was roaring, Ling Xiao suddenly appeared in front of him. 6 streaks of sword light shot out again. Bastard brat, do you think you can succeed with the same move? Bone shield. A huge shield blocked in front of him. It blocked Ling Xiao's sword light. However, before the great Devil Emperor could rejoice, he suddenly realized something. The 72 primordial blood jade talismans in the sky had already covered him. *T. I've been tricked. That's right. Ling Xiao's previous attack was just a pretense. What he really wanted to do was to use the primordial blood jade talismans to suppress this fellow. Since he couldn't kill him, he would suppress him first. He would deal with these bastards after killing the other undead martial artists. The great Devil Emperor had been tricked. Ling Xiao's plan was carried out smoothly. Next, it's your turn. After subduing the giant Devil Emperor, Ling Xiao turned to look at the remaining 8 7th-level Divine Physique Echelon undead experts. We can't retreat anymore. Kill him. Kill. The 8 Divine Body 7th-level martial artists joined forces and attacked Ling Xiao at the same time. The Gold Sage martial artist and Bai Yu wanted to help, but Ling Xiao stopped them. While I'm holding them back, try to reduce the number of the undead army. Use whatever moves you have. There's no need to hide them anymore. After Ling Xiao finished speaking, he instantly used the Holy Ground Demonic Shadow. The entire universe of Tyrant was covered by his demonic shadows. There were hundreds of millions of them. Just this number alone was enough to scare the 8 fellows silly. Illusions. They're all illusions. Don't be afraid. One of them shouted. Unfortunately, just as he finished speaking, his head was pierced through. It was an illusionary shadow that looked like a giant elephant nearby. It used its tusks to kill him. Run. It was only now that they realized how terrifying Ling Xiao was. Even if they were all illusions, they couldn't discover Ling Xiao's real body. Anyone could become a target. They were instantly killed by Ling Xiao. However, escaping wouldn't change anything. In the void, 7 rays of sword light were released. The 7-word style of the god-defying art was released. In an instant, 5 of the 7 escaping undead martial artists were killed. Only 2 of the stronger ones were still alive. Chapter 4986. The 2 stronger undead experts weren't killed. However, Ling Xiao didn't chase after them. He stopped just like that. The 2 undead experts thought that they had escaped with their lives. However, in the next moment, their bodies suddenly exploded. It didn't seem to hit any vital parts, but the sword energy had already entered their bodies. How could they not die? In the blink of an eye, the battle situation changed completely. The great Devil Emperor was imprisoned. Other than the 3 Ghost Emperors, all the 7th-level Divine Body Echelon martial artists were killed. The Gold Sage martial artists were sent to other battlefields. The humans were gaining more and more advantages. If this continued, the humans would end this war with the least casualties. He's invincible. Everyone was exclaiming. The humans and undead actually had the same thought. Ling Xiao's strength was simply unparalleled. The undead felt fear. The humans saw hope. And Ling Xiao's madness had just begun. Wandering among the undead army, Ling Xiao's target was the powerful undead above the Divine Body Echelon realm. No one was able to stop the frenzied slaughter. The undead experts even thought of retreating, because they really couldn't think of a way to win against this terrifying fellow. Even the undead would be afraid. They would also lose their will to fight. After all, although their souls weren't complete, they still existed. As long as their souls existed, they would definitely be fearful and afraid. They would lose their will to fight because of fear. Giant demon, let's retreat. We've lost. When the Ghost Emperor of Heaven saw this, he knew that they had lost this battle, because whether it was him, the great Devil Emperor, or the evil Fire Ghost Emperor, none of them could defeat Ling Xiao. In fact, the two of them couldn't even defeat Little Gold and Yu Fenghua now. If this continued, they would only die one by one. The undead army would be completely wiped out. Since you're here, don't go back. You can't escape from my universe of tyrants. Ling Xiao didn't want to let the tiger return to the mountain. If he didn't get rid of Lotus Flower's undead subordinates this time, when he went to the necropolis of the gods, he would encounter all sorts of unimaginable troubles. Ling Xiao, don't go too far. Although the great Devil Emperor was sealed, he still had no problem speaking. We don't want to fight anymore. Letting us go is a good thing for both of us. If you refuse to do so, then don't blame me for using my last resort. You still have a last resort? Ling Xiao frowned. He really couldn't tell if the great Devil Emperor was lying. According to his judgment, the great Devil Emperor definitely had another treasure in his hands. It could turn the situation around. However, the problem was that it might have a huge impact on Lotus Flower's overall plan after it was used. That was why the great Devil Emperor didn't use it. Should I let them go? Or should I risk it all? The hesitation in Ling Xiao's mind only lasted for a moment. He said, use whatever means you have. In this battle, he already had the upper hand. If he could use this advantage to weaken Lotus Flower's means as much as possible, it would definitely be worth it. Therefore, Ling Xiao was willing to take a gamble. You asked for it. The great Devil Emperor took out something. It looked like a fruit. This thing looked extremely strange. However, Ling Xiao felt an aura that belonged to the heart of an expert fruit. However, it was much stronger than that. It's the Dead Spirit Tree King. Someone exclaimed. This came from the Dead Spirit Army's cheers. It's really the Dead Spirit Tree King. Why didn't you summon it earlier? The Dead Spirit Tree King is the root of the Dead Spirit Fruit Tree, and it has extremely powerful combat abilities. Not to mention one Ling Xiao. Even if there were 3 Ling Xiaos, they probably wouldn't be a match for the Dead Spirit Tree King. Ha ha ha, the human race is finished. The Heaven Holy Land is finished. Once the Dead Spirit Tree King grows, all of our cultivation will increase greatly. The highest it can reach is the peak of the 7th level Divine Body Realm. Furthermore, it will provide an endless supply of death energy. We will definitely win. Ling Xiao, your end is here. So what if you have a breakthrough in your cultivation? The Dead Spirit Tree King can not only increase our strength, it also has powerful combat abilities. Very soon, all of you will be defeated. The Dead Spirit Warriors were originally in despair, but when they saw the fruit rapidly growing, their confidence seemed to have returned. All of their eyes were filled with terrifying killing intent. They wanted revenge. They wanted revenge. They wanted to kill all the humans in front of them. Although we have lost close to 100 million undead, it is nothing. Very soon, the Dead Spirit Tree King will revive them. Ha ha ha, I am so excited. The great Devil Emperor laughed wildly, feeling the powerful energy of the Dead Spirit Tree King. How could he not be excited? Golden Emperor, quickly stop him. Once the Dead Spirit Tree King grows, it will be over. The Aries constellation Golden Saint martial artist seemed to have heard of the Dead Spirit Tree King and anxiously shouted. The rest of the humans did not know about the Dead Spirit Tree King. However, if the great Devil Emperor was right, then it would be too terrifying. The advantage that they had just regained might be gone again. No, if the Dead Spirit Tree King is so powerful, why didn't the great Devil Emperor take it out earlier? Why did he only use it now? There must be a problem. Ling Xiao believed that everything had a weakness. There was no perfect person in this world, and there was no perfect item. However, the Aries constellation Golden Saint martial artist wanted him to kill the great Devil Emperor as soon as possible. This point, he agreed. He no longer targeted the rest of the Dead Spirit Warriors. Ling Xiao directly rushed towards the great Devil Emperor. The rest of the human martial artists did not stop. If they were unable to stop him, then when the Dead Spirit Tree King descended, they would kill as many undead as possible. If the Dead Spirit Tree King wanted to revive the undead, it would definitely consume energy. This could be considered as a precaution. Don't even think of getting close to the great Devil Emperor. A large group of dead spirit warriors blocked Ling Xiao's path. It was obvious that these guys wanted to delay Ling Xiao until the dead spirit Tree King was born. Scram! A furious Ling Xiao was not someone that anyone could afford to offend. Crazy flames engulfed the entire area in front of him. In an instant, hundreds of thousands of undead were set ablaze. In a short period of time, they were burned to ashes. Ling Xiao guessed that the dead spirit Tree King would have a weakness. However, he could not just wait and do nothing. Before finding the dead spirit Tree King's weakness, he had to do his best. Even if he could not kill the great devil emperor, he had to prevent misfortune from descending. Xiao Jin and Yu Fenghua also intensified their attacks. Finally, at the most crucial moment, Xiao Jin killed the evil phoenix. Furthermore, it absorbed the evil phoenix's energy. Xiao Jin's cultivation instantly broke through to the late-stage 7th-level divine physique echelon. "Boss, let me help you." Xiao Jin directly pounced towards the great devil emperor. A terrifying ray of light directly pierced through the seal, pierced through the great devil emperor's body, and pierced through the plant in the great devil emperor's hand. Mobile version update website, M. Chapter 4987. The crazy flames burned. The great devil emperor was in great pain. He once again absorbed the dead spirit essence of 100,000 departed souls and started to repair his body. As for the dead spirit Tree King, it looked like its survival ability was even more terrifying than the great devil emperor's. The roots had been completely destroyed. Many of the newly grown branches were also shattered. However, this guy was still growing crazily. The branches even extended out of the seal and pierced into the bodies of many departed souls to absorb nutrients. The speed of its growth became even more terrifying. In an instant, it grew into a towering tree. Its branches swayed between heaven and earth. "Everyone, retreat." Ling Xiao sensed that the situation was not good and hurriedly shouted. Countless human martial artists gave up on chasing, but a portion of them still rushed over. In the end, they became the dead spirit Tree King's nutrients. In just an instant, the dead spirit Tree King killed all the divine physique echelon martial artists. This tree was at least 1,000 meters tall. It was incomparably huge. It constantly emitted a terrifying aura of death, making people feel very uncomfortable. The huge tree crown blocked the sunlight, causing the battlefield to become dark. Ha 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 ha. Success. Success. The dead spirit Tree King has finally grown. Foolish humans, you are completely finished. The dead spirit Tree King's rise greatly boosted the morale of the departed souls army. It was even somewhat crazy. Although they were once in despair, from this moment onwards, everything was about to end. The final victor would be the departed souls army, not the humans. How dangerous. The dead spirit Tree King has finally risen. The Heaven Ghost Emperor survived Yu Fenghua's attack and looked at the dead spirit Tree King in the distance with indescribable excitement. "Xiehua, oh Xiehua, you used to look down on me. Now you are dead, but I am still alive. Ha ha ha. Don't worry, I will avenge you." "Ling Xiao, I told you not to force me, but you didn't listen. Now you regret it, right? However, it is meaningless. With the dead spirit Tree King's protection, your seal is nothing." Looking at the seal that was forcefully broken, the great devil emperor also laughed wildly. Ling Xiao had no choice but to take back the 72 primordial blood jade talismans. These 72 streaks of light were no longer enough to suppress the terrifying undead spirit Tree King. What are we going to do? It's all over. Were the sacrifices of so many people in vain? Countless humans knelt on the ground and looked at the huge undead spirit Tree King in horror. Fear and unease. Universe of tyrants, shrink. At that moment, Ling Xiao did not panic. He had always believed that the undead Tree King had its fatal flaw. Therefore, the moment the dead spirit Tree King appeared, he began to observe it with the Tai Chi eye. If it was the Tai Chi eye before it evolved, it might be useless. But now, the Tai Chi eye was too useful. It only took him 3 to 5 minutes to confirm the secret of the undead spirit Tree King. This guy could only be effective within the radiation range of his tree crown. Therefore, The only thing Ling Xiao had to do was to minimize the area that the Tree King could control. Although the outside world might lose the help of Universe Tyrant's power, but what does that matter? On the battlefield outside, there were Gold Saint martial artists and Bai Yi. The humans could win. What he had to do was to destroy the undead spirit Tree King and kill the great Devil Emperor. That was all. In an instant, Universe of Tyrants had shrunk to less than 100 meters. Within this 100 meters, other than Ling Xiao, there were only two people. One was Xiao Jin, and the other was the great Devil Emperor. Of course, the undead spirit Tree King could be counted as well. Everyone, this is the opportunity that the Golden Emperor created for us. Don't waste it. Before he controls the terrifying undead spirit Tree King, we have to completely destroy these undead. Leo Constellation Gold Saint martial artist roared. The crowd was excited, and the undead were like riding a roller coaster, falling heavily from the clouds. They thought that they could win. In the end, it was the same situation again. Damn you, Ling Xiao. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have died. To the undead, there was another piece of bad news. Yu Fanghua had killed the Heaven Ghost Emperor. The pitiful Heaven Ghost Emperor still wanted to borrow the power of the undead spirit Tree King to strengthen himself. But in the end, he did not succeed. Before that, he was killed by Yu Fanghua. Yu Fanghua looked at the black space. She could not see what was happening inside, but she could only pray that nothing happened to Ling Xiao at this time. What she needed to do now was to help the humans outside and end this tragic war as soon as possible. With her participation, the humans' advantage became even more obvious. Inside Universe of Tyrants, Ling Xiao stabbed his reverse god sword into the trunk of the undead spirit Tree King. It frantically absorbed the power of the undead spirit Tree King. Although this guy was strong, it was still just a tree. What it was most afraid of was having its power absorbed. But Ling Xiao's reverse god sword could do this. But to do this, Ling Xiao had to do it wholeheartedly. Unable to fight. Fortunately, Xiao Jin was there. Facing the joint attack of the undead spirit Tree King and the great Devil Emperor, Xiao Jin swore not to retreat. He knew very well that this war was nearing its end. As long as he could hold on here, they would win. As long as Ling Xiao could survive, they would win. Although Xiao Jin was not a match for the undead spirit Tree King and the great Devil Emperor alone. But to block these two guys, it was not a problem. After more than 10 minutes, Xiao Jin was covered in wounds and his condition was greatly reduced. He was a little dizzy. But at this time, at least half of the undead spirit Tree King's energy had been absorbed. The potential that Ling Xiao had lost was completely replenished by this energy. Seeing this, the great Devil Emperor panicked. Ling Xiao, I will not let you succeed. Undead spirit Tree King, fuse with me. At the last moment, the great Devil Emperor chose to fuse with the undead spirit Tree King. The energy vibration produced in that instant directly sent Ling Xiao and Xiao Jin flying. Even the Universe of Tyrant had a crack. This situation had never happened before. Xiao Jin, you rest first. Xiao Jin was already severely injured from the previous beating. After this attack, his injuries were even more serious, and he could no longer fight. Ling Xiao put him into the Dongshang Emperor Ring and let him recuperate, and repaired the Universe of Tyrant. In the end, the battle would be between him and the giant Devil Emperor. But fortunately, as long as the great Devil Emperor was defeated, the undead spirit Tree King would be finished. Other than the undead spirit Tree King that had already been released, the Lotus Flower could no longer create a new undead spirit Tree King. This was definitely something worth rejoicing over. At this time, the undead spirit Tree King on the opposite side had actually turned into the great Devil Emperor. Not only that, but its strength had also increased greatly. Although it was still at the peak of the 7th level Divine Body Realm, its defense, speed, and attack had all increased greatly. The most terrifying thing was that this guy had combined the power of the undead spirit Tree King and the great Devil Emperor. It had become even more difficult to deal with. Mobile version update website, M. Chapter 4988. Ling Xiao, what other tricks do you have to deal with me now? The great Devil Emperor merged with the remaining half of the dead spirit Tree King's strength and became extremely powerful. In the universe of Tyrants, he launched a terrifying attack on Ling Xiao. Countless branches like the tentacles of an octopus attacked Ling Xiao crazily. Some were extremely domineering. Some were vicious and cunning. Some had a terrifying corrosive power. Some had extremely strong penetrative power. These tree vines turned into terrifying weapons at this time, wanting to kill Ling Xiao. The great Devil Emperor also saw that the current situation was extremely disadvantageous for the undead army. However, the root of all this was Ling Xiao's strength. As long as they defeated Ling Xiao, then they could still turn defeat into victory. You're much stronger, but as long as your cultivation doesn't exceed the 8th level of the divine body realm, do you think I'll be afraid? Ling Xiao held the reverse god sword in one hand and the crimson blood demon sword in the other. The frenzied sword chi enveloped his entire body. All the tree vines would shatter after flying over. He had to thank the 2 treasured swords in his hands. Without them, this battle would really be dangerous. Ghostly shadows. The tree vines' attack stopped. Perhaps the great Devil Emperor knew that there was no point in continuing to attack like this, so he decided to just stop. He changed to the martial technique he used before. He waved his mace. In the blink of an eye, 4 giant Devil Emperors appeared around Ling Xiao. It was the same move, but because the great Devil Emperor's strength became much stronger, the power of the move also increased a lot. Do you think the same move is meaningful to me? Ling Xiao sneered, and his body suddenly spun. Like a blade wind wheel, he completely destroyed the 4 great Devil Emperor's figures. However, at this moment, he noticed a hint of a smile in the great Devil Emperor's eyes. Immediately after, Ling Xiao discovered that there were actually 2 more illusions above and below his feet. At this moment, Ling Xiao lost control of his body because of the rotation. The great Devil Emperor's attack just so happened to be launched at this moment, and the timing was impeccable. Although it was still slightly inferior to Ling Xiao's Tai Chi, it still highlighted the great Devil Emperor's superb combat skills. You didn't expect this, did you, Ling Xiao? After I fused with the Dead Spirit Tree King, this move naturally became stronger. The great Devil Emperor sneered. Die. So what if I've become stronger? It's still useless. Ling Xiao's expression did not change in the slightest. It was as if all of this was within his expectations. 2 beast phantoms appeared behind him. The golden Vajra ape swung its 1,000-pound cudgel towards the sky. The other was the powerful blood lightning bull demon. It blasted towards the phantom below. Boom, boom. With 2 consecutive booms, the 2 phantoms were directly shattered. However, Ling Xiao also suffered some minor injuries. Not only did these minor injuries not cause him any pain, but he also gained some benefits. The energy in his cultivation sea had increased by another 10%. The speed of improvement between each level seemed to be faster. Ling Xiao could also clearly feel it. At this rate, it was not impossible for his cultivation to reach the peak of the 4th level of the divine physique echelon when he went to the graveyard of the gods. Damn it, he actually blocked it. The great Devil Emperor revealed a shocked expression. This was because he really did not understand that after fusing with the Dead Spirit Tree King, his combat power was now extremely strong. However, he still could not injure Ling Xiao severely, let alone defeat Ling Xiao. This was really too strange. Damn it! As the great Devil Emperor roared, his body started to expand. After fusing with the Dead Spirit Tree King's power, he could still become gigantic even without absorbing the other spirits of the dead. Strength was directly proportional to one's body size. He believed that only with a gigantic body could he truly unleash his strength. In the blink of an eye, his body grew to 1,000 meters tall again. The 9-dragon pattern emperor weapon mace in his hand also grew bigger. When he swung it, it was as if a mountain was smashing down. Whether it was the power or the range, it became even more terrifying. Only you can grow bigger? Ling Xiao sneered. This time, he did not use his divine beast form. Instead, he directly chose the divine ox body. The tall and mighty body was like a bull demon descending into the world. The void god sword and crimson blood demon sword in his hands also grew bigger. They also grew to 1,000 meters tall. The 2 incomparably huge humanoid monsters fought together again. Boom, boom, boom. The battle in the sky was unusually intense. However, Because they were trapped in the universe of tyrants, it did not affect the people outside at all. Even so, people could still feel the terrifying aura. Both humans and spirits of the dead were very nervous now. This was because they knew very well that the outcome of this battle would affect the life and death of both parties. In the battle, Ling Xiao was always at a disadvantage, although he could basically block the Great Devil Emperor's fatal attack. But the wounds on his body were still increasing. After all, in his current state, there was still a big gap between his strength and the Great Devil Emperor's. But Ling Xiao was not discouraged because he could feel that he was constantly getting stronger in the battle. The energy in his cultivation sea was constantly increasing. The speed of this increase was not fast, so even the Great Devil Emperor did not notice it. Ling Xiao, how long can you last? 3 days and 3 nights? Or 10 days and 10 nights? Or a month? The Great Devil Emperor sneered. I fused with the Death Spirit Tree King, so my energy can be continuously replenished. But you can't. So, this time, you are destined to die. Don't worry, it won't take that long. Soon, you will die under my sword. Ling Xiao said lightly. Still bluffing? Then let's ride a donkey and read a songbook. Let's wait and see. Although the Great Devil Emperor was somewhat worried, he really could not think of any way that Ling Xiao could turn the situation around. After continuing to attack for a while, the Great Devil Emperor discovered something inconceivable. Previously, his attacks were still able to cause damage to Ling Xiao, although the damage each time wasn't too serious. But during this time, although he could still suppress Ling Xiao, he could not cause any damage to Ling Xiao. It was as if his opponent was constantly getting stronger, and he was constantly weakening. What's going on? The Great Devil Emperor's worry became more and more serious, and he even panicked. Damn it, I have to end this quickly. I can't drag it out any longer, or else it will be troublesome. Die, you bastard. The panicked Great Devil Emperor raised his strength to the limit. The mace in his hand fiercely smashed out. You came at the right time. I need this attack of yours. Facing the Great Devil Emperor's attack, Ling Xiao did not retreat or dodge at all. Instead, he chose to meet force with force. He put away the Crimson Blood Demon Sword, held the Void God's sword with both hands, and swung it out fiercely. Boom! The Void God's sword and the mace collided fiercely. The terrifying power sent Ling Xiao flying. However, at this moment, Ling Xiao's cultivation increased again, from the early stage to the mid-stage of the 4th level Divine Body Realm. Chapter 4989. Ling Xiao, whose cultivation had increased once again, had increased his combat power by more than 10 times. R A N W N W W W R A N W E N A C O M. Oh no, this guy's strength has increased again. It turns out that I wasn't hallucinating. The Great Devil Emperor's pupils suddenly shrank. He was inexplicably terrified. Ling Xiao was able to block all his attacks just now. Now that his cultivation had broken through again, his strength would only become more terrifying. Moreover, there was another point, which was that the bloodthirsty plague was constantly weakening his opponent. The current situation was that Ling Xiao had become stronger, and the Great Devil Emperor had become weaker. The gap between the two was almost completely closed. In terms of combat skills, Ling Xiao believed that with the help of the Tai Chi Eye, no one in this world would be his opponent. It's time to end this. Ling Xiao had been waiting for this opportunity. His opponent was no longer of any help to his strength. Finally, this battle could be brought to an end. You seem to be very confident, but this kind of blind confidence has no meaning. Even if you can tie with me, you won't be able to kill me. The Great Devil Emperor sneered. How do you know if you don't try? Ling Xiao smiled and condensed the demon ox fist in his left hand. The violent fist energy surged wildly. It shot out explosively. Child's play. The Great Devil Emperor took a deep breath and swung his mace fiercely. He didn't believe that he would lose to Ling Xiao in terms of strength. Boom! A terrifying blast of energy exploded. The Great Devil Emperor suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. His huge body was actually blasted away. Fortunately, this was the tyrannical universe. Otherwise, Who knew how many warriors the great Devil Emperor's huge body would have smashed to death? In terms of strength, Ling Xiao would never lose to anyone. The powerful ox god's strength, coupled with the dragon god's blood flowing in his body. In terms of pure strength, he could suppress anyone. For the great Devil Emperor to compete with him in terms of strength was simply foolish. Ling Xiao didn't stop after sending the great Devil Emperor flying. He continued to charge forward. The Void God's sword in his right hand unleashed 7 streaks of sword chi, slashing towards the great Devil Emperor's huge body. The great Devil Emperor's body had become incomparably large. Although his strength had increased, he had also become a target. Pucci. The 7 streaks of sword chi hit the great Devil Emperor without any suspense. It tore at the Devil Emperor's body in a frenzy. Ling Xiao looked at his shattered opponent, but there was no joy in his eyes. He knew that the great Devil Emperor wouldn't die so easily. As expected, in the next moment, the great Devil Emperor's body returned to normal. It was only about 5 meters. The smaller the size, the less energy it would consume. Ling Xiao also returned to his normal height. He also needed to conserve his energy, concentrating it all on his attacks. Is it useful? This sword strike of yours only consumed less than 1/100th of my strength. It still can't kill me. The great Devil Emperor laughed. His powerful vitality was the source of his confidence. He believed that he wouldn't die, so no matter how strong Ling Xiao was, he wasn't afraid. You won't die? Haha. Ling Xiao sneered. A black lotus appeared above his head. It shot out a black light. Black Lotus Treasure Light. In the blink of an eye, the treasured light struck the giant Devil Emperor. No matter where the undead essence of the great Devil Emperor was, the Black Lotus Treasure Light could accurately hit it. This was its advantage. In that instant, the great Devil Emperor was stunned. His soul was heavily injured. Although the soul secret technique was powerful, it had to be used at the most appropriate time. Otherwise, with the great Devil Emperor's powerful soul strength, it wouldn't be easy to succeed. It's useless. You want to use this soul secret technique to defeat me? You're dreaming. The great Devil Emperor resisted. The Black Lotus Treasure Light couldn't succeed. Yeah, I know. Smiling faintly, Ling Xiao appeared in front of the giant Devil Emperor in the blink of an eye. The Void God's sword stabbed down. But I didn't expect the Black Lotus Treasure Light to kill you. I only used it to lock onto the location of your undead essence. Now, you still won't die? The Void God's sword's effect was activated. It began to absorb the great Devil Emperor's power. Ling Xiao had used the Black Lotus Treasure Light twice to deal with the great Devil Emperor. It was because of the first time that he realized the miraculous effect of the Black Lotus Treasure Light. But in order to increase his chances of success, he had resisted using it. Until just now, he thought that his chance had come. Success in one strike. Otherwise, if he used it recklessly and failed, the great Devil Emperor would definitely be on guard. At that time, he might have to use 100 times more effort to defeat this monster. 10 minutes later, the energy of the undead Tree King and the great Devil Emperor was completely absorbed. The Void God Taoya's strength rose to mid-stage 7th level Divine Body Realm, and Ling Xiao's cultivation sea was filled to the brim with energy again. It was just that he hadn't broken through yet. If he wanted to reach late-stage 4th level Divine Body Realm, he would need an opportunity. Ling Xiao deactivated the universe of tyrants. The battle outside was nearing its end. The undead army was completely suppressed. After seeing Ling Xiao kill the great Devil Emperor, the humans' fighting spirit rose even higher. On the other hand, the undead army completely lost their fighting spirit. They all tried to escape, but Ling Xiao didn't give them the chance. He used the universe of tyrants to seal the entire space, leaving only one exit. This exit was to prevent the undead warriors from fighting to the death. It didn't matter if they were humans or undead. As long as there was hope to escape, they wouldn't choose to fight to the death. In the end, they were annihilated. The moment the battle ended, almost everyone fell to the ground. Everyone was too tired. Previously, they relied on their strong willpower to fight. But the moment they won, exhaustion swept over them. But in addition to exhaustion, they were incomparably excited. Because they won, this difficult war finally came to an end at this moment. Who is it? An uninvited guest appeared on the battlefield. This caused everyone to become nervous. "You, Chun?" Ling Xiao frowned. Although he was very tired, he still stood up. After Yu Chen appeared, she quickly escaped. Ling Xiao chased after her alone. He could understand Yu Chen's thoughts, because no one could guarantee that there weren't lotus flower spies among these humans. So, this was a very reasonable move. In a place where there was no one, Ling Xiao opened the martial soul barrier. "Is there any news?" Ling Xiao asked. Yu Chen nodded. "I'm sorry to tell you a little late. Actually, I came early in the morning, but I doubt whether you can survive this battle. So, I'm a little hesitant." "Don't talk nonsense. What news is it?" Ling Xiao waved his hand. He knew Yu Chen's thoughts too well. This guy was a fence-sitter. Only the strong side. If he couldn't do it, Yu Chen would immediately abandon him. "Do you still remember Tu Yao?" Yu Chen asked. "Of course I remember. When Ling Xiao went to participate in the heroes' gathering, he saved this woman but was framed by this woman. Although Ling Xiao later killed Tu Hongtian, his hatred for this woman didn't lessen." Chapter 4990. Ling Xiao didn't kill Tu Yao at that time because he felt bored. However, he didn't expect this information to be related to Tu Yao. What happened to Tu Yao? Ling Xiao stared at Yu Chen and asked. "This woman is like a poisonous snake. Once she hates someone, she'll do it even if she has to turn into a demon." Yu Chen shook her head and said, "This woman sold her soul to Lotus Flower. The Eternal Emperor region is in imminent danger. Although you've eliminated the Death Spirit Tree King, there are still 10 seeds of the Death Spirit Tree. All of them have been placed in the Eternal Palace by Tu Yao. Tu Hongtian's loyal subordinates have already swallowed the hearts of experts and cooperated with Tu Yao. Also, the Beast Emperor that you couldn't kill previously has also gone to help. This is the reason why he didn't show up in this battle. Alright, that's all I want to say. Although I know you're tired, this is an urgent matter. You have to send someone over to deal with it as soon as possible. Otherwise, it's all over. It's just a last-ditch struggle." Ling Xiao's victory in today's battle basically declared the death of 90% of Lotus Flower's subordinates. The matter with the Eternal Life Palace should have started before the Great Battle. This should be Lotus Flower's backup plan. If they lost the battle, he would use a surprise attack to delay Ling Xiao. However, even so, he couldn't help but worry. After all, most of the cultivators in the Eternal Emperor region had already submitted to him. He couldn't leave them in the lurch. "Oh no, I should leave. That old man seems to have discovered me." Yu Chen's expression suddenly changed while she was speaking. Just as she was about to leave, a ghostly claw suddenly stretched out from her body. It directly grabbed her head. "Ah!" Yu Chen let out a shrill scream. She was terrified. Bastard! Although Ling Xiao didn't like Yu Chen, she had provided him with important information several times. If not for Yu Chen's information, he wouldn't have been able to destroy Lotus Flower's perfect plan. The moment the ghostly claw appeared, Ling Xiao made his move. The sword technique, which was as precise as a scalpel, instantly tore the ghost claw apart. Damn it, I didn't expect that I would still die despite being so careful. Yu Chen lay there with tears in her eyes. He didn't want to die, but there was nothing he could do. The ghost claw just now had basically destroyed his bodily functions. Right now, he was just struggling at death's door. "Eat this." Ling Xiao fed Yu Chen a healing pill. "It's useless. Everything is useless. Damn it, I really want to see how you kill that guy." Yu Chen's life force had been severely depleted, so the healing pill had no effect at all. From the looks of it, it wasn't just an injury. It was a terrifying curse. Ling Xiao gritted his teeth, pulled out the Void God Sword, and stabbed Yu Chen. A black energy was forcibly extracted and entered the Void God Sword. A figure escaped from the black energy. It turned into a skeleton in the sky. I didn't think that the Void God Sword would be so effective against my curse. But so what if he did? He was already a cripple. Don't even think about cultivating in the future. Lotus Flower's voice came from the skeleton's mouth. Ling Xiao's eyes were filled with cold killing intent as he looked at the terrifying skeleton face. "Old thing, it's time to settle the grudges between us." "Hee hee, you don't need to say that. I'm already prepared to welcome you. Come, come to the necropolis of the gods. I'll give you 3 days. If you don't come, I'll crush your friend Emojiao's soul." Lotus Flower's laughter was still cold and indifferent, revealing an unquestionable tone. I'll be there. You old thing, just wash your neck and wait. Everything will end in the necropolis of the gods." Ling Xiao gradually calmed down. He had already decided to go to the necropolis of the gods to settle this matter after this battle. Otherwise, Lotus Flower would continue to stir up trouble. However, he was now thinking about another matter. Why did Lotus Flower appear at the moment when Yu Chan told him about the accident in the Immortal Palace? Was it just a coincidence? No, it definitely wasn't a coincidence. Perhaps the matter in the Immortal Palace was also very important. Lotus Flower didn't want him to go, so he limited him to 3 days. "Do you dare to kill Emojiao? If you do that, you'll never be able to obtain your sovereign physique." Ling Xiao probed. You can try." Lotus Flower sneered. "Child, do you think that a person forced into a desperate situation won't make a crazy choice? You're too powerful. You've completely disrupted my plans and even killed the 3 ghost emperors that I had high hopes for." "That's right, you're right. The Immortal Palace is indeed very important to me. But so what? You only have 3 days, just enough to reach the necropolis of the gods. You have to make a choice. Do you choose the Immortal Palace or the Emojiao?" What a crafty old ghost. Ling Xiao obtained a lot of useful information from the other party's words. This battle had really hurt Lotus Flower, so much so that Lotus Flower had no choice but to stake it all. But this choice was something that Ling Xiao had to make. He thought for a while and said, "Let me see the Emojiao's soul." Of course. In the sky, a black ring appeared. Within the black ring, a scene was actually displayed. In the scene, the Emojiao's soul was trapped in a container. "Ling Xiao, don't worry about me. I'm just a cheap life." The Emojiao roared, but the scene suddenly disappeared. "I have to say that your friend is really great." At this time, he actually thought of sacrificing himself for the sake of the 4 regions and 9 worlds. "But will you be so decisive?" Lotus Flower asked. "Don't worry, I'll go to the necropolis of the gods. I'll definitely reach there within 3 days." Ling Xiao said indifferently. "Smart choice." Lotus Flower smiled. The skeleton in the sky completely dissipated. At this time, Yu Chan had already fainted. Ling Xiao sighed and put him into the Dongshang Emperor ring. Perhaps after killing Emperor Lianhua, he would be able to cure this guy. But now, he had no source of information. Everything had to be speculated by himself. Ling Xiao dragged his tired body and found the remaining 9 gold saints. He also called for an emergency meeting with Bai Yi, Yu Fenghua, Little Gold, Sheng Yu, and Lang Qingqing. He briefly recounted the events that had just transpired. "I know that everyone is very tired, but I can't ignore the matter of the Eternal Palace. I can't ignore the matter of the Emojiao either. So I've decided to split into 2 groups. Fenghua, Little Gold, you took 9 golden sage martial artists to the Immortal Palace and almost destroyed Emperor Lianhua's plans. Also, Long Chun and Cold Plum should have already gone there. The situation isn't as difficult as you think. Supreme Emperor Bai Yi and I will go to the necropolis of the gods to fight Lotus Flower." Ling Xiao made his decision. Chapter 4991. "No way. I want to go with you." Yu Fenghua rejected directly. "Boss, I want to go with you too," Little Gold said. "Fenghua, don't forget that bitch Tu Yao might have already planted the departed spirit fruit tree. You are the only one who can save those people. And Little Gold, I want you to protect Fenghua for me. Are you going to reject me?" Ling Xiao said coldly, "Don't think that I'm just randomly assigning people. My decision is made after careful consideration. Lotus Flower is probably betting everything on the Eternal Palace's plan. Your side is the most troublesome. As for Lotus Flower, just leave it to me. Or do you not trust me?" Yu Fenghua and Little Gold fell silent. They hoped to stay with Ling Xiao from the bottom of their hearts. No matter how dangerous it was, they did not care. However, logic told them that the Eternal Palace's situation was equally complicated. Only by following Ling Xiao's arrangements would they have a chance of winning this battle. "Xiao, you must win. Yu Fenghua took a deep breath. You must remember that I'll always be waiting for you. Boss, me too. You must win. Little Gold clenched her fists and said, You guys have to be careful too. Even though the 3 Ghost Emperors have been killed, the 3 Ghost Emperors have all been killed. Although the 3 Great Emperors have been killed, the Beast Emperor's current strength is still unknown. In addition, the Dragon Shaman's whereabouts are still unknown. This is also a problem. If Lotus Flower really wants to stake it all, he will definitely send all his forces to the Eternal Palace. Don't underestimate the enemy. After the discussion, everyone rested for a while and used the elixir pills that Ling Xiao gave them to recover while hurrying towards the Eternal Palace. No one knew the current situation of the Eternal Palace, so they had to hurry. As the saying goes, it's easier to dodge a spear in the open than an arrow in the dark. A conspiracy in the dark was really impossible to guard against. Ever since the Eternal Emperor region joined Ling Xiao's command, the border defense was strong and reliable. The departed spirit race could not find a chance to invade. However, a traitor was born at this time, and it had an extremely important effect. At a certain defensive line at the border, inside a very sturdy checkpoint, a general was having his meal. In recent days, although the undead race had tried to pass through the line of defense, they had been unable to do so because of the formation. This allowed the cultivators of the Eternal Emperor region to relax a little. At this moment, someone came to report that the Eternal Life Palace had sent an envoy to inspect the defensive situation. The general hurriedly put down his bowl and chopsticks and walked out. Many people knew the young woman. She was Tu Yao'er, the daughter of Tu Hongtian, one of the 4 great paragons of the Eternal Emperor region. After that incident, Yu Qiushui, who was in charge of the Eternal Emperor region, didn't make things difficult for Tu Yao'er. Instead, he gave Tu Yao'er a position so that the people of the Tu clan could stay in the Eternal Life Palace with peace of mind. There was no need to worry about getting even with him later. However, Yu Qiushui's actions did not make Tu Yao'er give up the hatred in her heart. This woman had chosen to work with Lotus Flower. There was no doubt in the checkpoint. After all, the token in Tu Yao'er's hand was not fake. The change happened in an instant. The experts following Tu Yao'er suddenly attacked. The general was killed before he could even react. They instantly occupied the control room of the formation and activated the defensive formation of the checkpoint. They let in a large number of undead experts led by the Beast Emperor. In the end, there were countless casualties in the checkpoint. The pitiful martial artists were turned into walking corpses as they screamed. There was only hatred in Tu Yao'er's heart. She didn't care about such a tragedy. Let your men stand guard here in case the higher-ups notice anything amiss. We will head straight for the Eternal Life Palace. This time, Lotus Flower wasn't satisfied with planting the undead fruit tree in a remote place. He ordered the Beast Emperor and Tu Yao'er to plant the fruit tree in the Eternal Life Palace and turn all the martial artists there into undead. The Beast Emperor informed Tu Yao'er and hurried on his way. Tu Yao'er followed after making arrangements for the checkpoint. With her around, the Beast Emperor and the other undead experts had a smooth journey. They didn't encounter any obstructions. A few days later, they arrived at the Eternal Life Palace. At the same time, the war in the heavenly sacred grounds was still ongoing. After arriving at the Eternal Life Palace, Tu Yao'er asked the Beast Emperor to plant all the fruit trees in the Tu clan's residence. There was a barrier array here that could block the aura of the undead fruit tree. This way, Yu Qiushui wouldn't be able to detect it easily. When the undead fruit tree bloomed, the barrier array would be removed. Even if Yu Qiushui discovered it, it would be useless. Yu Fenghua, Little Gold, and the 9 gold sage martial artists from the heavenly sacred grounds had already set off for the Eternal Life Palace. Shang Yu didn't leave. Under Ling Xiao's arrangements, he was seizing the time to set up defenses at the borders of the heavenly sacred grounds. On the other side, Long Chun and Cold Plum had also received Ling Xiao's notice and set off a day later. As for Ling Xiao and Bai Yi, they were rushing to the graveyard of the gods. Bringing Bai Yi along was to fulfill Bai Ye's wish. Bai Yi didn't have much longer to live. He should have died long ago, but the matter with Lotus Flower made him insist on living. His purpose of living was to get rid of Lotus Flower. If Ling Xiao couldn't defeat Lotus Flower, Bai Yi would help him with all his strength. Until he died in battle, Everyone was very busy and had their own things to do. They were all working hard for the peace of the 4 regions and 9 worlds. Perhaps the road ahead was filled with danger, and there was the danger of losing their lives. But no one gave up halfway. No one gave up. Are you worried? Bai Yi asked when he saw the worry in Ling Xiao's eyes. Ling Xiao didn't hide it. He nodded and said, "How can I not be worried? My woman and my brothers are all there. If anything happens to any of them, I won't be able to accept it. Although I trust them and believe in their strength, I can't help but be worried. I hope Long Chun and Cold Plum can make it in time. With the 4 of them there, the success rate will greatly increase. Although I can't say 100%, I'm 90% sure." "Definitely," Bai Yi said. Although it didn't make much sense, he still believed in it. Moreover, they had their own missions now, which might be even more difficult. They didn't have time to worry about the other side of the battlefield. The 2 of them were extremely fast. 2 streaks of light, one black and one white, glided across the sky like meteors. "Hey, Ling Xiao, are you crazy?" Yu Chen woke up in the Dongshang Emperor Ring. When he found out that Ling Xiao was heading towards the graveyard of the gods, he couldn't help but shout. "Don't you know that what Emperor Lianhua wants the most right now is his sovereign physique? If you go now, you'll just be walking into a trap. Once that guy obtains the sovereign physique, he'll be in his strongest state. The 4 regions and 9 worlds will lose all hope. Are you saying that I should give up on Emo Jiao?" Ling Xiao said coldly. "I know that he's your good brother and friend, but don't lose sight of the big picture. Can Emo Jiao compare to the 4 regions and 9 worlds?" Yu Chen said. Chapter 4992. Normal people might think that Yu Chen's words made sense. The most sensible thing for Ling Xiao to do now was to stay away from Lotus Flower and not throw his life away. But Ling Xiao was a madman. He wasn't normal. "Your statement is based on the premise that I have failed. In my opinion, Emo Jiao is as important as the 4 regions and 9 worlds. If I can't even save Emo Jiao, how can I save the 4 regions and 9 worlds? If I choose Emo Jiao, the 4 regions and 9 worlds might fall into a calamity. But that's just a possibility. If I abandon Emo Jiao, he will definitely die. It's not up to you to tell me what to do." Ling Xiao's will was very firm. Once he had decided on something, no one could change his mind no matter who tried to persuade him. "You're a madman." Yu Chen shook his head helplessly. He didn't have any strength left. Even if he wanted to stop Ling Xiao, he couldn't do it. But even if he had the strength, he might not necessarily stop him, because he realized that he was very envious of Emo Jiao. Emo Jiao had Ling Xiao as a friend. It was really worth it. Don't worry. Even if the worst-case scenario is that he obtains the body of the sovereign, so what? I'll still kill him. Ling Xiao smiled. That's because you don't understand how terrifying that guy is. Forget it. There's no point in telling you this. Yu Chen gave up. He stopped talking and closed his eyes to sleep. Ling Xiao and Bai Yi quickly arrived at the camp of the Beast Deities Alliance in the chaotic desert. What he didn't expect was that the Beast Deities Alliance's Alliance Master had actually reclaimed this place. Qin Huang and Qin Qin were also here. "Ling Xiao, why are you here?" Seeing Ling Xiao appear in front of the graveyard of the gods, the 3 of them were very shocked. This was Lotus Flower's nest. Although Lotus Flower hadn't done anything in the chaotic desert recently, this place was still very dangerous. "Of course I'm here to deal with Emperor Lianhua," Ling Xiao said. "It's time to put an end to this. Otherwise, who knows how much trouble this guy will cause. Alright, the 2 of you should eat this expert advancement pill." Ling Xiao needed help now. Whether it was the Beast Deities Alliance Master, Qin Huang, or Qin Qin, all of them had the potential to become powerful combatants. This was especially true for Qin Huang, who was a genius from Heaven's Wall City. The expert advancement pill should have a better effect on him. "There's no hurry, but if you listen to me, you'd better not go in now. Since Lotus Flower dared to let you come, it means that he has already set up an inescapable net. I'm just waiting for you to enter. You said that you would lead the 4 regions and 9 realms out of the shackles of this small place and into a stronger and greater place. Could it be that this was all bullshit? If you die, there will be nothing left." Although the Alliance Master of the Beast Deities Alliance had submitted to Ling Xiao, he was still a senior after all. He was extremely displeased with Ling Xiao's reckless actions. Supreme Emperor White Knight, why don't you persuade him? After all, he's just a child. He doesn't consider many aspects. Why should I persuade him? White Knight said indifferently, before everyone makes a choice, they won't know what the outcome of the choice will be. Do you dare to say that your choice is right? Although I don't know if Ling Xiao will succeed. But right now, there's no other way. But, even if he wants to fight with Lotus Flower, it should be outside. The graveyard of the gods has already become Lotus Flower's nest. If we force our way in, I'm afraid it's not good. The Beast Deity's Alliance Master still couldn't figure out why White Knight, who was such an intelligent person, would allow Ling Xiao to do as he pleased. So what? Ling Xiao's voice gradually turned cold. He took out his dignity as the supreme of the 4 regions and 9 realms. The Beast Deity's Alliance Master was a little scared, but he still gritted his teeth and said, Imo Jiao is my son. I'll go save him. But you can't go. You'll go? Ling Xiao shook his head and said, I'm a straightforward person. Don't blame me. With your strength, you won't even be able to see Lotus Flower. Forget it. Although these words were very hurtful, they were the truth. The Beast Deity's Alliance Master's current strength couldn't be compared to Ling Xiao's. Ling Xiao could kill him with just one finger. You're telling the truth, and I admit it. But you need cannon fodder, right? In order to save Imo Jiao, I'm willing to be the cannon fodder and step into the trap. This way, you'll have a higher chance of seeing Lotus Flower. You'll have a higher chance of killing him. After a moment of silence, the Beast Deity's Alliance Master suddenly clenched his fists and said, Let me be a hero for once. Moreover, it's for my son. I once stood by and watched you die because of my cowardice, causing my relationship with Imo Jiao to deteriorate. Also, I'm old. Before I die, I have to do something. I can't watch you risk your life alone. Looking at this old man, Ling Xiao's eyes were a little moist. No matter if it was White Knight or the Beast Deity's Alliance Master, they were all prepared to sacrifice their lives at any moment to save the 4 regions and 9 worlds. Compared to them, the Eternal Emperor, the Beast Emperor, and the Dragon Shaman were too weak. Let him go. Before Ling Xiao could make a decision, Bai Yi said, We're willing to sacrifice our lives because we trust you. We're willing to bet everything on you. Whether we die in vain or die a worthy death, it's all up to you. If we can help you kill Lotus Flower, then our deaths will be worth it. Without waiting for Ling Xiao to say anything, the Beast Deity's Alliance Master swallowed a powerhouse advancement pill and entered the graveyard of the gods. Ling Xiao couldn't stop him even if he wanted to. Don't waste his good intentions. Let's wait patiently. If he doesn't come out, then we'll go in. Bai Yi grabbed Ling Xiao's shoulder, and one could see that his eyes were also glistening with tears. I know. Ling Xiao gritted his teeth and sat down cross-legged. They had rushed here rather quickly, and it had only been 2 days. Therefore, they had 1 more day to wait. If the Beast Deity's Alliance Master still didn't come out by then, he would still go in. He couldn't let the Beast Deity's Alliance Master's sacrifice be in vain. Qin Huang and Qin Qin swallowed 3 powerhouse advancement pills and started to cultivate at the side. They both hoped to increase their cultivation before Ling Xiao entered the graveyard of the gods. That way, they would be able to help Ling Xiao even more. At the same time, in the 2 family of the Eternal Palace, the seeds of the 10 departed spirit fruit trees had already sprouted and were growing rapidly. There wasn't much time left before they bloomed. Looking at these fruit trees, Tu Yao Er's eyes were filled with intense hatred and killing intent. Just you wait, Ling Xiao. I'm going to destroy everything around you. I'm going to completely destroy everything you cherish. Your woman should be coming. But it's okay. I've already sent people to wait for her. When you come back, you'll find her corpse hanging on the walls of the Eternal Palace. Tu Yao said fiercely. She hated Ling Xiao, but it wasn't because Ling Xiao had killed her father. It was because Ling Xiao had humiliated her and made her an idiot in everyone's eyes. This was something she couldn't accept. Chapter 49-93. The departed spirit fruit tree was about to bloom. Horan? 1? W? 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 R? A? W? E? Na? C? OM? M? An excited smile appeared on the Beast Emperor's face. Tu Yaoer, did you see that? We're about to succeed. The moment it blooms, the entire Eternal Palace will become a living hell. You did well. If it wasn't for you, we wouldn't have been able to sneak into the Eternal Palace so easily. We wouldn't have planted the departed spirit fruit tree here either. It would have aroused the suspicion of the Eternal Palace experts. Ha ha ha, looks like we're going to make a huge contribution this time. The Eternal Palace owes me and my family. Serves them right. Tu Yaoer's face revealed a sinister expression. Blame that idiot Yu Qiushui. She actually trusted me. How long more until it blooms? Half an hour at most. The Beast Emperor replied. You're worried that Ling Xiao and his group will come and cause trouble, right? Don't worry. We've already formed the tightest blockade. Even if they come, it's useless. They're just a few 6th-level divine physique echelon trash. I'll just kill them for you. Tu Yaoer didn't say anything, but she felt that things might not be that simple. Underestimating Ling Xiao would have to pay a heavy price. This wasn't the first time. After another quarter of an hour, the undead fruit tree had already sprouted buds. The current aura was so strong that even the 2 residences barrier couldn't block this terrifying aura. Yu Qiushui and the rest of the Eternal Palace's higher-ups finally arrived. Seeing this scene, they were all shocked beyond words. Tu Yaoer, are you crazy? When did the people of the Eternal Palace ever let you down? How could you do such a thing? Yu Qiushui ordered people to attack the 2 residents as she rebuked. They're just some lowly people. I turned them into departed spirits just to help them. Tu Yaoer sneered, not looking guilty at all. If I knew this would happen, I would have killed you. Ling Xiao is right. People like you are hopeless. Yu Qiushui soared into the sky and charged toward the 2 residents. She wanted to destroy all 10 departed spirit fruit trees as soon as possible. Otherwise, once these departed spirit fruit trees grew, it would bring a devastating blow to the Eternal Palace. Stop her. Tu Yaoer lightly waved her hand, and 5 6th-level divine physique echelon experts actually scuttled out from the crowd. These people were originally martial artists around the early stage of the 5th level of the divine physique echelon and belonged to the Tu clan. After consuming the heart of a powerhouse, his strength rose to the early stage of the 6th-level divine physique stage. Although it was not as good as the current Yu Qiushui, blocking Yu Qiushui was not a problem at all. Yu Qiushui had consumed the expert advancement pill before, and it was sent over by Long Chen. Therefore, her cultivation had already advanced to the peak of the 6th level of the divine physique echelon. However, even so, she couldn't break free from the 5 6th-level divine physique echelon necromancers. It would take at least 10 minutes for the Eternal Palace's army to arrive. There was no way they could make it in time. The strength of the dozen or so warriors she had brought with her was not bad, but the other side had more undead powerhouses. For a moment, they couldn't even enter the 2 families' residence. Ha 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 ha, Yu Qiushui, just watch as the Eternal Life Palace turns into a living hell. You can only blame yourself for following Ling Xiao. This is the biggest mistake of your life. Tu Yaoer laughed maniacally. At that moment, she also swallowed the heart of a powerhouse. She didn't eat it previously because she didn't want to be discovered. However, since they were already public enemies now, it didn't matter anymore. You're crazy. Yu Qiushui killed a powerhouse blocking her way. As she cursed, she launched a frenzied attack. However, she still couldn't get close to the 2 families' residence in a short period of time. After all, there was still the Beast Emperor holding the fort there. Just as Yu Qiushui was in utter despair, 2 figures tore through the void and arrived at an extremely terrifying speed. A beam of golden light was extremely scorching. A beam of blue light was extremely cold. Who is it? When the Beast Emperor saw the 2 beams of light shooting over, he only had time to raise his head to take a look. The 2 beams of light suddenly landed. The golden light burned an entire undead fruit tree. The blue light froze the other undead fruit tree and exploded it. Seeing this, the Beast Emperor and Tu Yaoer were infuriated. However, Yu Qiushui was pleasantly surprised. The reinforcements had finally arrived. The 2 beams of light that landed disappeared, and 2 people appeared. One was as beautiful as a fairy from the heavens. The other was energetic and filled with a ferocious aura like a wild beast. They were Yufanghua and Xiaojin. Originally, they had rushed over with the 9 gold sage martial artists to provide reinforcements. However, they encountered trouble along the way. The 9 gold sage martial artists blocked the undead martial artists for them, and the 2 of them were able to rush over. Impossible. How could you be here? I received Lotus Flower's instructions early in the morning and deployed a large number of troops along the way, just to stop you. When Tu Yaoer saw the 2 of them appear, she couldn't believe her eyes. Could it be that the 2 of them had eliminated all the troops that she deployed? However, Xiaojin and Yufanghua weren't in the mood to talk to her. After destroying 2 undead fruit trees, they headed toward the rest of the undead fruit trees. In order to better control the aura of these undead fruit trees, Tu Yaoer chose to plant 10 of them in the 2 residents. This also allowed them to complete the mission given by Ling Xiao in the shortest time possible. Crack. Boom. Another 2 undead fruit trees were destroyed. Damn it. You want to ruin our plans? The Beast Emperor was furious. He stopped Xiaojin from attacking. The current Beast Emperor was perhaps even stronger than the evil Fire Ghost Emperor. Moreover, he knew Xiaojin very well. It wouldn't be easy for Xiaojin to defeat him. Scram. Xiaojin suddenly attacked the Beast Emperor. As the master of the Beast Palace, you're willing to become someone else's puppet. You even used your own people as experiments. How despicable. Today, I will rid the savage beast region of this evil. You? The 2 of them began to fight wildly. At the same time, Yufanghua destroyed another undead fruit tree. At this point, half of the undead fruit trees had been destroyed. However, as long as a single one of them remained, it would be a serious threat. Moreover, it seemed that they didn't have enough time. The undead fruit trees had already bloomed. The dense fragrance began to infect the nearby martial artists. The 2 family members were the first to suffer. Apart from the experts who'd consumed the heart of the strong, everyone else had become mindless walking corpses. Aunt Xiushui, the pouch? Ling Xiao gave you the pouch. If you don't use it now, when are you going to use it? Yufanghua shouted when she saw that they couldn't destroy all the undead fruit trees. Yu Qiushui instantly came to her senses. She hurriedly took out the pouch she kept close to her body. Ling Xiao had given it to her before he left. He'd said that she was to use it when the undead fruit trees appeared. She'd been so nervous just now that she'd forgotten about it. Fortunately, Yufanghua had reminded her. She opened the brocade pouch and found an exquisite array refining stone. She tossed it out. The next moment, the undead fruit tree's fragrance was completely sealed off by the formation. The smaller the formation, the better it was. The harder it was to break through. Currently, the undead fruit tree's fragrance was only spreading within the 2 family residents. The range was very small. Therefore, the effect of this array formation was extremely good. Chapter 4994. With the barrier of the array, the flower fragrance couldn't spread. Otherwise, if the flower fragrance spread, they would fall into a huge tragedy like the Wind Wolf Nation. Those living in the Wind Wolf Nation could naturally recover. However, a large number of martial artists were killed by the infected martial artists and fell into an eternal slumber. No one wanted to see such a tragedy happen. Bastard! How dare you ruin our good deed? Tu Yaoer's expression became even more ferocious. However, even though she had swallowed the heart of a powerhouse, she wasn't very strong. Therefore, she couldn't stop Yufanghua from destroying the departed spirit fruit tree. At this moment, she made a crazy choice. She fused with one of the departed spirit fruit trees. This was a secret technique she had learned from the Beast Emperor. After the fusion, she had the power of the departed spirit fruit tree. Countless tree vines shot toward Yufanghua, trying to kill Yufanghua. Yufanghua instantly felt troubled. Although the current Tu Yaoer might not be her match, it wasn't a problem for her to stop her. If the departed spirit fruit tree was allowed to continue growing, Ling Xiao's array might not be able to withstand it. Moreover, a large number of departed spirits had appeared from underground. Although the number couldn't be compared to the heaven-sacred ground, there were close to 10 million of them. These fellows fearlessly crashed into the formation and then chose to self-destruct. Every time the terrifying energy exploded, the array formation would be weakened. Oh no, Aunt Xiushui, just in case, get the martial artists of the Eternal Palace to leave the Eternal Palace. Just leave the Divine Body Realm martial artists behind. Everyone else leave. Yu Fenghua shouted as she fought with Tu Yaoer. Yu Qiushui nodded and immediately gave the order. After all, martial artists below the Divine Body Realm couldn't withstand the flower fragrance of the departed spirit fruit tree. Chaos spread in the Eternal Life Palace. However, since the departed spirit fruit tree was controlled in advance, the situation was already considered good. A bunch of idiots. Why did you resist the lotus flower's gift? Don't you practice martial arts for the sake of immortality? Now that the Emperor has given you the chance to live forever, what are you dissatisfied with? You actually chose to resist? All right, since that's the case, you can wait to be destroyed. Ling Xiao can't save you. He might not even be able to protect himself now. Tu Yaoer laughed maniacally. Although the situation wasn't as smooth as they had imagined, it wasn't out of control. As long as they killed Yu Fenghua, Yu Qiushui, and Yu Qiushui, the Eternal Palace's people, Yu Qiushui led the Divine Body Realm martial artists from the Eternal Life Palace to attack the departed spirits that were trying to destroy the formation. It was a race against time. The more time he could buy, the more people from the Eternal Life Palace could escape. Lightless Sun and Moon, you should go and help as well. Destroying the formation will be our victory. There was another person behind Heavenly King. It was Luna Wuguang. He too came from Heavenly King City. Yu Fenghua didn't have time to think about why Heavenly King was still alive. She could sense that Heavenly King's aura was stronger than when he was in Wind Wolf Country. But there were many unfamiliar auras in this guy's body. He didn't look like a human at all. He had turned into a monster. His mouth was wide open like a beast's. His eyes were red. His body was 5 meters tall. There were even 18 neatly symmetrical strange bones on its back. These bones were pure white like jade, but they gave off a terrifying aura of death. It was very uncomfortable. Are you really Heavenly King? Yu Fenghua was stunned. She didn't remember Heavenly King's aura being like this. She also believed that Ling Xiao had killed this guy. Is it important whether I'm Heavenly King or not? The monster smiled faintly. You're smart. My body's foundation comes from Heavenly King, but the essence of death is made up of 100,000 souls. I'm much stronger than that trash Heavenly King. You can call me Ghost Emperor Tianming. Ghost Emperor Tianming. Yu Fenghua frowned. Previously, he had defeated the 3 Ghost Emperors under Lotus Flower. She didn't expect Ghost Emperor Tianming and the Beast Emperor to be as strong as the Ghost Emperor. However, that should be all. No wonder Ling Xiao said that the Eternal Palace was very important. It was clear from how important Lotus Flower was. Xiao, don't worry. I won't embarrass you. Yu Fenghua looked at Ghost Emperor Tianming. So what if he was strong? She still wanted to win. Hee, looks like you're very brave. But courage isn't enough to win on the battlefield. You have to be strong. Without Ling Xiao's protection, how long can you last? Ghost Emperor Tianming laughed maniacally. I think you've misunderstood. I'll show my weak side in front of my man, but I won't do that in front of the enemy. Yu Fenghua said calmly. If Ling Xiao was here, he would definitely pray for Ghost Emperor Tianming. In fact, Ling Xiao knew that Yu Fenghua had awakened part of the Moon Lady's power. This girl's growth speed wasn't any weaker than his. In fact, it was much faster than his. After all, the Moon Lady was the only one who had survived from 100,000 years ago. Even the kings of sovereigns were troubled by her strength. At this moment, the second batch of reinforcements from the Eternal Palace arrived. They were reinforcements from the Golden Sky region. As they were the closest to the Eternal Palace, they were the first to arrive. The Fire Emperor, Flower Emperor, Thunder Emperor, Yang Shuyi, and many other divine physique echelon experts joined the battle. Their priority now was to protect the array and prevent the undead warriors from destroying it. With their help, the situation was much better. But their numbers were still too small. After all, only divine physique echelon experts could help. If only Cold Plum was here. Yu Fenghua muttered to herself. She knew from Ling Xiao that Cold Plum's ancient war tree could release an aura that was completely different from the departed spirit fruit tree to fight against infection. This way, Even divine physique echelon experts could participate in the battle. Their chances of winning would be higher. Unfortunately, the Savage Beast region was too far away from the Eternal Emperor region, so Cold Plum couldn't arrive so quickly. They could only wait for reinforcements from the other forces. Yu Fanghua cast aside the distracting thoughts in her mind and looked at Ghost Emperor Tianming opposite her. She should deal with the problem in front of her first. Thinking of this, a bright moon appeared behind Yu Fanghua. Even her eyes were filled with the holy moonlight. Yu Fanghua wasn't angry. After being with Ling Xiao for a long time, she could control her emotions. Anger was the most useless emotion in the world. It would only make people lose their rationality and neglect details, causing them to make huge mistakes. Even though she hated these bastards for turning the Eternal Palace into a purgatory, killing intent was enough. There was no need for unnecessary anger. Chapter 4995. Yu Fanghua's eyes were filled with cold killing intent. A treasure appeared in her hand. It was a palace. It looked like the Eternal Life Temple, which was the place where only the Eternal Emperor was qualified to live in. This was one of the Eternal Life Temple's 2 Emperor weapons with 10 dragon patterns. The other one was the Hand of Eternal Life, which was now in Ling Xiao's hands. The Eternal Life Temple looked very small in Yu Fanghua's hands. However, it was emitting a terrifying aura. This made Ghost Emperor Tianyong's face turn ugly. Imph. It's a waste for you to have such a treasure with your strength. It's better for you to hand it over to me. Ghost Emperor Tianyong snorted, and his eyes were filled with endless greed. A pair of scarlet eyes stared unwaveringly at the magic treasure. You're just a lowly dog under lotus flower. What right do you have to compete with me? Yu Fanghua said coldly as she accumulated her divine energy. Hee, I like to see arrogant women being stepped on. The more arrogant you are, the better. The moment you're defeated, I'll feel a greater sense of accomplishment. I really want to see what kind of expression Ling Xiao will have when he sees your corpse. Ha 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 ha. I'm really looking forward to it. Ghost Emperor Tianyong laughed maniacally. He was afraid of Ling Xiao, but that didn't mean he was afraid of Yu Fanghua. You have to have the ability first. Otherwise, you'll fall into hell forever. Yu Fanghua said indifferently and wasn't afraid of the other party's threats. On one hand, it was because she was determined. On the other hand, it was because she was strong enough. If she wasn't strong enough, she definitely wouldn't make a move recklessly. That would only cause trouble for others. What laughable confidence. Soon, you won't say that anymore. Kill. Ghost Emperor Tianyong didn't waste any more words with Yu Fanghua. This was because he realized that no matter how he threatened or wavered, it wouldn't work. Rather than wasting his breath, he might as well make a move. He had to kill Yu Fanghua as soon as possible. Otherwise, the departed spirit fruit tree would not be able to release its fragrance for a long time. Once it bore fruit, it would lose its effect. Its sharp claws mercilessly clawed at Yu Fanghua. Yu Fanghua could see that the pair of claws made of metal material was clearly a treasure of the Emperor artifact level with 9 dragon patterns. Even though it wasn't as powerful as the Shrine of Eternal Life, it wouldn't be easy to destroy it. Tianyong Ghost Emperor didn't have the slightest intention of going easy on her with his sharp claws and powerful aura. In his eyes, no matter how beautiful a woman was, she was still an enemy. Although he was no longer a pure Sky Sage, he was still using Sky Sage's body. Therefore, his resentment towards Ling Xiao was ingrained in his bones. Yu Fanghua was Ling Xiao's woman. If he wanted Ling Xiao to suffer, the best way was to kill this woman. Or he could turn this woman into a mindless undead. You'll find out soon enough who's the laughable one. Yu Fanghua's eyes flashed with a scornful sneer. The Shrine of Eternal Life in her hand suddenly expanded. It blasted towards Tianyong Ghost Emperor's claws with terrifying power. At this moment, the Shrine of Eternal Life was enveloped in a ball of moonlight that exuded an extremely powerful chilling power. Yu Fanghua called this move Moon Palace. It's useless. You can't unleash the full power of the Shrine of Eternal Life. Tianyong Ghost Emperor sneered as if he could already see Yu Fanghua being torn apart by the claws. At that moment, he was filled with joy. Ling Xiao, just you wait. After I deal with your woman, it'll be your turn soon. When that time comes, don't run away. However, just as this thought formed in his mind, his face was filled with extreme shock. A terrifying power was released from the shrine of eternal life. He felt as if he had collided with a mountain, and his entire body was suddenly sent flying. He even spat out a mouthful of blood. His arms were frozen by the terrifying coldness. What? Tianyong, Ghost Emperor, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Although the blood was pitch black, it was indeed blood. He was injured. He was injured by his opponent in one move. Although his opponent's shrine of eternal life was of a higher level than his nether ghost claw, but it shouldn't be to this extent. You're not at the 6th level of the divine physique echelon. Tianyong, Ghost Emperor, suddenly thought of this question. The information on Yu Fenghua's cultivation was from 10 days ago. After all, Yu Fenghua had been by Ling Zhao's side during this period of time. It wasn't easy to investigate her information. He couldn't rule out the possibility that Yu Fenghua's cultivation had broken through within 10 days. Congratulations, you're right. Yu Fenghua looked at Tianyong, Ghost Emperor, indifferently. From the moment you underestimated my existence, you were destined to lose this battle. Arrogant. So what if you broke through? I didn't use my full strength just now. Moreover, I have an immortal body. I've been in an undefeatable position since the beginning. What do you have to fight me with? Tianyong, Ghost Emperor, roared. Amidst his furious roar, a black gas suddenly flashed around Tianyong, Ghost Emperor. A ball of black light completely enveloped this guy. A violent aura shrouded the entire Tu family. It was as if a gust of wind had blown. Everything around him was flung away. Those who were fighting nearby had no choice but to temporarily avoid it. Yu Fenghua looked coldly at Tianyong, Ghost Emperor's transformation but didn't make a move. Only by defeating the other party in his strongest state would he be able to completely destroy the other party's confidence. Finally, Tianyong, Ghost Emperor, completed his transformation. His body became taller. His entire body was covered with a thick layer of scales. These scales were like a sturdy shield. Most of the attacks were ineffective. Moreover, not only did his defense increase, but his speed and strength also improved significantly. Transformation completed? Yu Fenghua said indifferently, then die. This time, Yu Fenghua attacked first without waiting for Tianyong, Ghost Emperor, to attack. Both parties exchanged blows again. Yu Fenghua could clearly feel that Tianyong, Ghost Emperor, had become stronger. But so what? She could still suppress him. In the next 10 minutes of battle, it was basically Yu Fenghua attacking Tianyong, Ghost Emperor. Tianyong, Ghost Emperor, didn't even have a chance to retaliate. He could only defend with all his might. During this time, the reinforcements from the 4 regions and 9 worlds arrived one after another. A large number of Divine Body Realm experts came to help, greatly reducing the speed of the formation's destruction. This gave the Eternal Palace a chance. It gave the 4 regions and 9 worlds a chance. The only reinforcements that hadn't arrived yet were the Gold Sage martial artists who were in the middle of a fierce battle, as well as the Savage Beast region experts led by Long Chun and Cold Plum. However, this situation was already very good. With Ling Zhao's hard work, the 4 regions and 9 worlds had completed their unification. Now, they were united against external enemies. This was something unimaginable in the past. The battle here was in full swing. The Eternal Palace wouldn't be in any danger for the time being. On the other side, outside the Graveyard of the Gods, Ling Xiao, Bai Yi, Qin Huang, and Qin Qin were still waiting for the Beast Deity's Alliance's leader to return. After Qin Huang consumed the Expert Advancement Elixir, his cultivation rose to the late-stage 7th level Divine Body Realm. This person was indeed a genius from Tianyong City. In terms of talent, he was probably much more outstanding than the deceased Eternal Emperor. Chapter 4996. After Qin Qin consumed the Expert Advancement Elixir, her cultivation only rose to the early stage of the 7th level of the Divine Body Realm. However, this was already very outstanding. As expected of someone from the Heaven's Wall City, Ling Xiao realized that there was a lot of energy in their bodies, and the Expert Advancement Elixir was equivalent to releasing this energy. It allowed them to improve much more than the martial artists in the 4 regions and 9 worlds. Even so, everyone was a little happy. Half an hour had passed, and the leader of the beast deities alliance only sent a message after 10 minutes. There was only one word, trap. After that, there was no more news. Ling Xiao stood up with a gloomy face. It's time to go in. I'm afraid the leader of the beast deities alliance has met with misfortune. He shouldn't be dead. Even if he was discovered, I believe with Lotus Flower's vile personality, he would only turn him into his subordinate. Bai Yi analyzed. It would be great if that was the case. Ling Xiao said, What does that mean? The others didn't understand. If he was turned into a dead spirit, wouldn't he have to kill each other? That was fine. Ling Xiao was about to explain when he suddenly stopped. There's movement. Be prepared. The leader of the Beast Deities Alliance might not be the one coming out. Ling Xiao called out, and everyone immediately went into battle mode. Although they didn't want to believe it, the possibility of the leader of the Beast Deities Alliance meeting with misfortune was very high. The few of them were very nervous. They were even imagining that the leader of the Beast Deities Alliance had completed the scouting mission and returned unscathed. Even if he was slightly injured, it wouldn't be fatal. Finally, a figure dashed out from the darkness. What they saw was a man covered in cuts and bruises. Both his arms were gone, and his body was covered in wounds. His legs were probably injured as well, but they were treated locally. He was probably trying to escape. It's him, the leader of the Beast Deities Alliance. Qin Qin rushed forward to treat his injuries. However, Qin Huang stopped her at that moment. Ling Xiao even took action and suppressed the leader of the Beast Deities Alliance with the ancient blood jade talisman. What are you doing? Qin Qin was kind-hearted, but sometimes she was too naive. Until now, she still didn't understand what her brother and Ling Xiao were doing. Bai Yi sighed. He's already infected. Only now did Qin Qin realize that the Alliance Master of Beast Deities' eyes revealed a ferocity that did not belong to humans. Although this was the only anomaly, with her intelligence, she was able to associate it with an unfortunate disaster. Your reaction is quite fast. As expected of my enemies. Lotus Flower's voice suddenly rang out from the Alliance Master of Beast God's mouth. But Ling Xiao, aren't you a bit too cowardly and selfish? You clearly know that this idiot is no match for me, but you still sent him to his death. That's right. This guy was very hard-working, very desperate. But reality was cruel. Sometimes, even if one tried their best and risked their lives, there was still no value. In order to comfort you, I deliberately sent his body out. You can do as you see fit. Kill him, or be killed by him. Bastard! I'll kill you. Qin Huang roared furiously. To be honest, ever since he came to the 4 regions and 9 worlds, he had never hated a person so much. Lotus Flower, this executioner, this madman, treated human lives as a game. If it were not for Ling Xiao's existence, perhaps everyone in the 4 regions and 9 worlds would have become this scoundrel's sacrificial lambs. Even after conquering the 4 regions and 9 worlds, Lotus Flower would not stop. He would set his sights on Heaven's Wall City. That place would also become a purgatory. Ha 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 ha, ha 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 ha, be angry. I like to see your angry expressions. Lotus Flower laughed maniacally. Ha 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 ha. Ling Xiao suddenly laughed as well. This caused everyone to be stunned. This included Great Emperor Lianhua. He had seen many enemies, especially young ones. Those little idiots had always been toyed around by him. They only knew how to be angry and roar. They were completely useless. Only Ling Xiao, this fellow, was someone he still couldn't figure out. He even had an unprecedented fear of Ling Xiao. Every time this guy attacked, he would suffer heavy losses. What are you laughing at? Lotus Flower roared furiously. What am I laughing at? Do you know what I like to see the most? Ling Xiao did not answer the other party's question. Instead, he asked a question. You want to see me die? Lotus Flower answered tentatively. That's only one thing. Actually, I like to see your shocked expression even more. I like to see the fear on your face when you make a mistake in your calculations. You think you're the boss behind the scenes. You think you can calculate everything. Unfortunately, you underestimate the people in this world. Ling Xiao looked at the Alliance Master of the Beast Deities indifferently. You filthy thing. It's time for you to get out of his body. He suddenly had a thought. The Alliance Master of the Beast Deity's body shone with a blinding light. The next moment, a scream came from the void. Lotus Flower's distorted face appeared in the sky. Why? This is impossible. You knew he would fail, so you made preparations? Lotus Flower roared. You can say that. Ling Xiao said indifferently. If you had killed him, I wouldn't have been able to reverse the situation. But you arrogant guy, you tried to turn him into a dead spirit to make us lose our minds. You made us suffer. You fulfilled the conditions for me to activate my secret technique. As the light continued to flicker, the black gas in the Alliance Master of the Beast Deity's body was completely destroyed. The Alliance Master of the Beast Deity's eyes regained clarity, but his injuries were still very serious. Qin, save him. Ling Xiao called out to Qin. Then, he looked at the distorted face in the sky and said, even so, I'll still take revenge on you. I should have hurt your soul just now. Don't worry, next time, I'll definitely take your life. Ling Xiao, I'll definitely grind your bones to dust. Do you think you're so smart? Don't forget, I still have the demonic flood dragon soul. No matter how smart you are, you still have to make a deal with me and give me the Dizun physique. Lotus Flower laughed maniacally and disappeared. Let's go in. Qin, you stay outside and take care of the Alliance Master of the Beast Deities. Ling Xiao's face was expressionless. He was as cold as a block of ice. However, those who were familiar with him knew that he was extremely furious at this moment. But he was someone who was good at controlling his emotions. He would never show his anger on his face, because it was easy to lose his mind. Wait. After Qin's treatment, the Alliance Master of the Beast Deities could finally speak, but his voice was very soft, because he was still too weak. Don't go in. It's really a trap inside. The Alliance Master of the Beast Deities had gone in once, so his words were absolutely trustworthy. But Ling Xiao shook his head. Some things can't be avoided. Mobile version update website, M. Chapter 4997. In this world, there were some things that couldn't be avoided. Moreover, Ling Xiao's personality didn't allow him to escape. Moreover, he felt that he was very rational now. Previously, he had been suppressing his desire to fight and didn't come here. It was because he felt that his combat power wasn't enough. Now, he felt that it was time. The problems that needed to be solved had to be solved. He couldn't delay any longer. Heaven's Wall City, Eternal Divine Kingdom, and Ancient Race were still waiting for him. He couldn't stay in the 4 regions and 9 worlds forever. Have you really thought it through? Bai Yi looked at Ling Xiao and asked. I have. For this kind of thing, no matter how well prepared I am, there are still many variables. Perhaps this is what they mean by man proposes, God disposes. However, it's definitely not my personality to be afraid because of this. I've already promised so much. If I don't do it, who will I be worthy of? So many people sacrificed their lives because they believed in me. I don't want to be a person who doesn't keep his word. Moreover, I'm very confident. That's right. Bai Yi nodded. We've been through so many difficulties. This time, we'll definitely be able to get through it. Although we're all in different battlefields now, we're all trying our best. But we are all trying our best to survive. He made a decision in the depths of his heart. No matter what, he had to let Ling Xiao live. Anyway, he was already prepared to sacrifice himself. He believed that Ling Xiao wouldn't let him die in vain. Let's go in together. Ling Xiao stepped into the graveyard of the gods. At the same time, the battle at Eternal Palace was also in a stalemate. The battle was very intense. From time to time, people would be sacrificed. Every dead human martial artist was hoping for one thing in their hearts. That was that the person they had high hopes for could successfully kill Lotus Flower. This way, the 4 regions and 9 worlds would welcome true peace. Although the scale of the battle was much smaller than the one at Heaven Holy Land. However, the degree of danger wasn't bad at all. Blood dyed the ground red. The air was filled with the thick smell of blood. 2 Yao emerged with the departed spirit fruit tree and attacked the array madly. Dim Sun and Moon was also attacking the array. Countless departed spirits were attacking the array. because this array was the key to stopping the departed spirit fruit tree from infecting the Eternal Palace warriors. It had to be destroyed. Otherwise, Lotus Flower's plan would fail. On the human side, Yu Qiushue, the Fire King, and the other Divine Body Realm martial practitioners from the 4 regions and 9 worlds were guarding the formation fearlessly. The two sides engaged in the most tragic battle. Within the formation, Little Gold was battling the Beast Emperor, although the Beast Emperor was no longer as strong as him. However, this old fellow had already fused with the departed spirit fruit tree. Their battle prowess was not to be underestimated, and they were very difficult to kill. Xiao Jin had to do everything he could to destroy him. The battle between Yu Fanghua and Ghost Emperor Tianming was also in full swing. In this battle, Yu Fanghua had displayed her powerful combat prowess. Even though Tianyong Ghost Emperor was incomparably strong, he was still suppressed by Yu Fanghua. The reason why Ghost Emperor Tianyong was still alive was because of the special physique of the undead race. It was almost impossible to die. Yu Fanghua had already destroyed Ghost Emperor Tianming's body twice. However, she had only used up a mere 1% of Ghost Emperor Tianming's divine energy twice. She was still far from killing him. The problem now was that Yu Fanghua did not have much divine energy left. Following the continuous depletion, her combat prowess had decreased. On the other hand, Ghost Emperor Tianyong, as he still had 3 departed spirit fruit trees to provide him with energy, he could continue fighting for a long time. Yu Fanghua knew this very well. Hence, she had to end the battle quickly. Hence, her attacks became even more ferocious and swift. Ghost Emperor Tianyong complained incessantly. His body was destroyed again. Even his departed spirit essence was almost crushed. Ghost Emperor Tianyong was truly afraid now. No, if this continues, I will definitely be killed by this B*T. Ghost Emperor Tianming still had a final move. He had wanted to save it to deal with Ling Xiao. Since Ling Xiao had already gone to the graveyard of the gods, he would definitely die. Now, he could use it. This time, when he reformed his body, he chose to fuse with the last 3 departed spirit fruit trees. He had no choice but to do so. Otherwise, he would definitely not be a match for Yu Fanghua. Boom. The moment they fused, a terrifying energy exploded. It caused Yu Fanghua to be sent flying. The 2 families' houses collapsed continuously. Many departed spirits were implicated and died tragically on the spot. When the dust settled, Ghost Emperor Tianyong appeared again. At this moment, his height had actually grown to about 15 meters. His huge body produced an extremely strong pressure. This caused Yu Fanghua to frown. The most terrifying thing was that this guy's strength had advanced to the peak of the 7th level Divine Body Realm at that moment. He had reached the level of the Great Devil Emperor. See, Yu Fanghua? You have no hope. The current me is an invincible existence in the 4 regions and 9 worlds. Not only can you not defeat me, but even Ling Xiao cannot defeat me. I said that I would kill you, so I will definitely kill you. I said that I would hang your corpse on the city wall. I will not go back on my words. I will make Ling Xiao suffer. I will make you suffer. Ghost Emperor Tianyong laughed maniacally. In order to make you feel even more despair, I have something good to show you. Come out, Black Fiend Evil Dragon. Following his wild roar, a huge black-boned dragon tore through the void and crawled out. Just its head alone was enough to shock everyone. When its body completely emerged from the void, it was so huge that it could blot out the sky. Because of its appearance, the array that blocked the fragrance of the flowers had to be expanded a little. This way, the thickness of the barrier would be even thinner. It would also be more dangerous. This Black Fiend Evil Dragon was at least 1,000 meters long. Its huge body produced a huge deterrent. It was even more deterrent than Ghost Emperor Tianyong. Although its strength was not as strong as Ghost Emperor Tianyong, its body was still shocking. At that moment, many people felt a little hopeless and discouraged. Why did such a monster suddenly appear when they were about to win? What should they do now? Ha 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 ha, see, Yu Fanghua, you have no hope at all. Today, all of you will become the Black Fiend Evil Dragon's delicacies. Ghost Emperor Tianyong laughed maniacally. The Black Fiend Evil Dragon made him even more confident. Now that they had suddenly gained such a powerful combat force, they should at least be happy about it. The people of the 4 regions and 9 worlds will be punished for their support of Ling Xiao. All of you will die. Ghost Emperor Tianyang's declaration caused the eyes of countless martial artists to lose their luster. They even lost their fighting spirit. It was as if they could already see the outcome of this battle. Death. Moreover, death became meaningless. They were not afraid of death, but they were really afraid that their deaths would be meaningless. The result of letting their thoughts run wild was a severe decrease in their fighting strength. Chapter 4998. Why hasn't Ling Xiao appeared? Didn't he say he would protect us? Is he going to lead us to defeat Lotus Flower? Why hasn't he appeared in such a crucial battle? That liar. He lied to us. We're fighting hard here, and he's probably hiding somewhere like a coward. Shut up. What nonsense are you talking about? Ling Xiao went to deal with Lotus Flower. Are you all 3 years old? Do you have to rely on others' protection to survive? Ling Xiao has already stalled the strongest enemy for us. Are you still asking for more? A bunch of cowards. That's right. Our deaths aren't worthless. As long as we stall these people, they won't have any hope when Ling Xiao kills Lotus Flower. We're not fighting for Ling Xiao. We're fighting for ourselves, for our families. Put away your crying and sobbing. We haven't lost yet. Look, Ling Xiao's woman, Yu Fenghua, is still fighting. Had she ever flinched at all? Look, Ling Xiao's brother, Prince Jin, is also fighting with all his might. Did he have the slightest hesitation? How can we behave like this? In the end, the voice of perseverance prevailed. Everyone's morale recovered a little, and so did their fighting spirit. However, if this continued, once Yu Fenghua was defeated, the same thing would happen again. Yu Fenghua desperately defended against Ghost Emperor Tianming and the Black Fiend Evil Dragon's attacks. There was no fear on her face. Even though she was covered in wounds, there was only determination in her eyes. Although she felt her consciousness fading, she still didn't retreat. Die. Your struggle is futile. Ghost Emperor Tianming and the Black Fiend Evil Dragon suddenly attacked Yu Fenghua from different directions. This attack was meant to kill Yu Fenghua. Yu Fenghua was different from him. She didn't have an immortal body. Once she died, she couldn't be revived. This made him very excited. Everyone looked at this scene in despair. Was it really going to be over? Roar. Suddenly, a thunderous roar resounded in the sky. A golden dragon suddenly descended, grabbed the Dark Fiend Evil Dragon's neck with its claws, and lifted it up. There was another person standing on the golden colossal dragon. This person also acted instantly and placed a large number of vines in front of Yu Fenghua. He had blocked Ghost Emperor Tianho's killing blow. The sudden appearance of the two powerhouses caused the battle situation to change instantly. Everyone looked at the two figures. They were too familiar with each other. The golden dragon was Ling Xiao's brother, Long Chun. The other person was the Saintess of the Saintess Palace, Cold Plum, who called Ling Xiao Master. They were definitely the two most powerful reinforcements. You two are finally here. If you came any later, Boss wouldn't have been able to see sister-in-law. Xiao Jin shouted excitedly. There's nothing we can do about it. The Savage Beast region is too far from here. Even if we rush, we'll still be the last to arrive. Fortunately, I arrived in time. The Golden Dragon said as he fought the Dark Fiend Evil Dragon. It's good that you're here. Yu Fenghua smiled and swallowed a healing elixir. While Cold Plum blocked Ghost Emperor Tianho for her, she began to make use of the time to recover. The healing elixir that Ling Xiao gave her was amazingly effective. In just 2 to 3 minutes, she had basically recovered. Now, it's time to end this battle. Yu Fenghua and Cold Plum looked at each other and prepared to join forces to deal with Ghost Emperor Tianho. As long as they could kill this most powerful enemy, this battle would come to an end. The martial artists around them, who were originally lifeless, were now filled with vigor and excitement. At this moment, their morale was high. Their fighting spirit was high. They had heard the names of Long Chun and Cold Plum too many times. In addition, there was Prince Jin and Yu Fenghua. Among these powerful people, only Ling Xiao was not present. They believed that these 4 people would definitely be able to guide them to victory on behalf of Ling Xiao. Kill. It's time to counterattack. Kill all these bastards. Kill. 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 Sometimes, people were like this. When they lost hope, they would lose their fighting spirit. However, once they found a glimmer of hope, their fighting spirit would increase exponentially. After all, no one wanted to lose. Lung Mei and Long Qin's arrival could be said to be a great surprise. Ghost Emperor Tian Ho did not expect them to arrive so quickly. So early. Cold Plum and Yu Fenghua began to close in on Ghost Emperor Tian Ho. Both of their targets were the guy who had merged with the 3 departed spirit fruit trees. None of them were a match for Ghost Emperor Tian Ho individually. However, if they joined forces, the situation would be different. After the initial panic, Ghost Emperor Tian Ho quickly regained his composure. She's just a little girl. Do you really think that there's hope? With just the 2 of you, what can you do to me? I, Ghost Emperor Tian Ho, am the most outstanding being created by my master other than the great Devil Emperor. Can the 2 of you kill me? Ghost Emperor Tian Ho sneered and activated his god energy again. He wanted to kill the 2 women in front of him. He wanted to show those idiots who were trying to usher in hope that the end of the world would still be the end of the world. Those idiots still did not have any hope. Cold Plum and Yu Fenghua did not make a sound. They only attacked silently. Cold Plum's ancient war tree and Ghost Emperor Tian Ho's departed spirit fruit trees were entangled. A terrifying force was absorbing the energy in Ghost Emperor Tian Ho's body. At this moment, Ghost Emperor Tian Ho finally felt fear. However, he thought that Cold Plum alone could not restrain him. He could still escape. However, he forgot that he was not only facing Cold Plum, but also another opponent. Yu Fenghua rose into the sky. She released her eternal shrine. The huge shrine came crashing down again and again. The pitiful Ghost Emperor Tian Ming would grow weaker every time he was smashed. He even felt his body slowly freezing. Ah! At this moment, a scream came from afar. The Beast Emperor was killed. After trying many different methods, Xiao Jin finally killed the Beast Emperor. The terrifying 9 Underworld Yellow Springs Golden Light completely destroyed the Beast Emperor's departed spirit essence. The Beast Emperor could no longer be revived. After killing the Beast Emperor, Xiao Jin did not stop. He immediately pounced on Ghost Emperor Tian Ho. This guy was the most dangerous. If he could not kill him in time, it would be very troublesome. His 9 Underworld Yellow Springs Golden Light could restrain all departed spirits. The poor Ghost Emperor Tian Ho could not free himself from Cold Plum and Yu Fenghua's attacks. He could not even dodge. He could only become Xiao Jin's target. It was completely destroyed by the golden light of the 9 Underworld's Yellow Springs. The essence of death was completely shattered by the golden light. The death of Ghost Emperor Tian Ho and the Beast Emperor basically announced the failure of the departed spirit's invasion of the Eternal Palace. What happened next was just the finishing touches. Xiao Jin, Yu Fenghua, and Cold Plum all joined the battle to kill the departed spirit army. With the addition of these 3 forces, the first thing they wanted was Lightless Sun and Moon's life. Chapter 4999. I don't want to die yet. I can't die yet. Lunisolar Lightless looked at the sky helplessly. He was a genius from Heaven's Wall City, but he ended up like this. It was a tragedy. Tu Yao was very close to Lunisolar Lightless. When she saw his dead face, an unprecedented fear rose in her heart. She thought she would definitely win before. So, she didn't consider the consequences of failure. Now that she realized that she might die, she began to feel fear. Spare me, Aunt Xiaoshui. I know I was wrong. I know I was wrong. They forced me. I didn't mean it. Tu Yao shouted desperately. But even if Yu Xiaoshui was soft-hearted, but Little Gold wouldn't be soft-hearted. Blazing flames engulfed Tu Yao, burning her alive. Little Gold had followed Ling Xiao for so many years, so she knew Ling Xiao's temper very well. A woman as vicious and merciless as Tu Yao must be killed. One must know that this woman wanted to destroy the entire Eternal Emperor domain. At that time, hundreds of millions of cultivators would be affected. Although they didn't succeed, This war took away tens of thousands of brave cultivators' lives. This was a heavy debt of blood that had to be repaid by Tu Yao'er. When Tu Yao'er was killed, Long Chen's battle was also over. He transformed into a golden dragon and bit the Black Fiend Evil Dragon to death. He also absorbed the dragon crystal of the Black Fiend Evil Dragon, which allowed his cultivation to rise again in a short period of time. These experts were all annihilated. They were all thrown into the process of killing the ghoul army. Every single one of them was capable of unleashing large-scale destructive skills. Numbers were not a problem for them at all. In just half an hour, the ghoul army of tens of millions was completely destroyed. The battle was over. A dangerous conspiracy was resolved just like that. Speaking of which, they had to thank Yu Chun for the information. If it wasn't for Yu Chin's timely information, the Eternal Palace would have become a purgatory. At that time, it would probably take 10 times more effort to defeat the ghoul army. There would definitely be 10 times more losses. Now that the matter here is settled, we should hurry to the graveyard of the gods to help boss, right? Little Gold suggested. It will take at least 3 days to reach the graveyard of the gods from here. I'm afraid we won't make it. Yu Fenghua was a little worried. No matter what, we have to try. What if Master needs us? Cold Plum said. That's true. Now that the matters in the 4 realms and 9 realms have been settled, only the graveyard of the gods and the world of souls are under the control of that lotus flower. This would be the final battle. Even if it's over by the time we get there, we still have to go. Yu Fenghua nodded. Long Chun, what are you thinking about? Why are you not saying anything? Xiao Jin asked. I'm thinking about that dark fiend evil dragon. That thing is clearly an undead colossal dragon created from dragon crystals. As far as I know, there is only one person who has mastered this technique, and that is the dragon shaman. Long Chen frowned and said, it's very likely that the dragon priest has already joined forces with the lotus flower. He even took away the dragon crystals of the 9 dragons. It was the Black Fiend Evil Dragon that had been killed. There should be 8 more of these dragons. They are the War Dragon, the Berserk Dragon, the Armor Dragon, the Mega Dragon, the Taotai Dragon, the Flame Dragon, the Great Earth Dragon, and the Pishio Dragon. Of these 9 dragons, the Black Fiend Evil Dragon's dragon crystal was the first to be found. That's why it was the first to be created. I don't know if the other 8 dragons have been created. However, I'm worried that the dragon shaman and the lotus flower have joined forces, and there's a very high chance that they've created these 8 dragons. Long Chen's explanation was very detailed. This was the first time many people had heard this shocking news. It turned out that the Divine Dragon Temple of the Savage Beast region had this kind of technology. It was too shocking. If that's the case, then all the more reason we should hurry over and help. If the Black Fiend Evil Dragon is already so powerful, the other 8 dragons definitely won't be weak. Xiao Jin said, there's no time to lose. Let's set off immediately. However, the 4 realms and 9 realms defensive line cannot fall into chaos. Aunt Xiushui, Fire Emperor, please take charge of the situation. You are Ling Zhao's most trusted people. Yu Fenghua looked at the Fire Emperor and Yu Xiushui. The two of them nodded at the same time. Don't worry and go. Sai, if we were a bit stronger, we'd want to help too. Unfortunately, with our current strength, we'd only be a burden if we went. However, we'll take good care of the 4 realms and 9 realms defensive line. We definitely won't let anything happen. Yu Fenghua didn't hesitate any longer. She shot into the air and left. Xiao Jin, Cold Plum, and Long Chun followed closely behind her. Looking at the 4 young experts leaving, Yi Zichen sighed. The experts couldn't help but sigh with emotion. As expected, the new generation excels the old. Each generation is stronger than the last. They hadn't expected that the 4 realms and 9 realms would have to rely on these youngsters to save them. They could only play support. Ling Xiao didn't know what was happening here. He'd already stepped into the necropolis of the gods without hesitation. This was his 2nd time here. Last time, he'd obtained the Crimson Blood Demon Sword and inherited the Massacre Emperor's legacy. Only a few days had passed since then. He didn't expect to revisit this place. But this time, things had become more complicated. Trouble is here. Get ready. Although I knew this path wouldn't be easy, I didn't expect Lotus Flower to be so impatient. Not long after Ling Xiao entered the necropolis of the gods, he felt a strong, murderous aura coming toward him. Although the other party had taken great care to hide the murderous aura, it was still too strong. It still couldn't escape from his Tai Chi eye. What level are they at? Ling Xiao asked. Middle stage, 7th level divine body realm. Ling Xiao's Tai Chi eye was very useful. Not only could he feel the other party's murderous aura, but he could also see through their cultivation. Thank goodness. How many people are there? Bai Yi heaved a sigh of relief and asked. 3 people, but they don't feel like dead souls. They probably haven't eaten the heart of an expert. Ling Xiao said, it's strange. They haven't eaten the heart of an expert and haven't become dead souls. Why would they work for Lotus Flower? Could it be for money? While they were talking, in the dark necropolis of the gods, there were 3 people standing in the shadows. They were all wearing masks, which had the appearance of ferocious beasts drawn on them. One was a tiger, one was a lion, and one was a scorpion. The tiger looked at the 3 people who had stopped in the distance and couldn't help but frown. We've already hidden our auras, but he still found us. This kid is really like what Lotus Flower said. He's really not easy to deal with. Us 3 brothers can't fall. No matter what, since he's already found us, we have to take action. There's no point in hiding anymore. If they escape, then we won't be able to get the benefits that Lotus Flower promised. The lion mask said. The tiger-masked man became excited at the thought of the benefits Emperor Lianhua had promised him. Although this was a taboo for assassins, he couldn't control himself. Chapter 5000. Boss, the 3 of us are assassins that make countless people tremble in fear. Savage Bloodsword, Black Blood Saber, and Heart-Piercing Stab. In the past, we carried out our missions alone, but we have never failed. This time, with the 3 of us working together, how can we be afraid of this kid? Let's go. Scorpion Mask seemed to be somewhat disdainful of Ling Xiao. Okay, let's do it immediately. Leave that kid to 3rd brother. 2nd brother, you deal with that old man. As for the other expert from Heaven's Wall City, I'll deal with him. Tiger Mask ordered. Yes. In an instant, the 3 of them attacked at the same time. The 3 brothers belonged to the top assassin organization of the 4 regions and 9 worlds, Dark God Palace. Ling Xiao was not unfamiliar with Dark God Palace at all. When he was in Divine Phoenix Continent, he had encountered assassins from Dark God Palace's branch. However, not only did the other party fail, but they were also killed by him. Even the branch was destroyed. It was likely that the Dark God Hall hated Ling Xiao to the core. This was also the reason why Ling Xiao did not dare to use his previous martial skills when he reincarnated to the Black Tortoise Continent. Once he was discovered by Dark God Palace, his life would be gone. Speaking of which, he did not only offend Dark God Palace. There was also Water God Palace and Ghost God Palace. In the past, the Sacred Dynasty's state religion had 12 temples. Ever since the Sacred Dynasty was destroyed, these forces had all gone their own way. However, they were all terrifyingly powerful. It could be said that their forces covered the entire mystic world. If Ling Xiao wanted to reincarnate in the future, he would have to be careful. Let's get back to the topic. Savage Bloodsword, Black Blood Saber, and Heart-Piercing Stab could be said to be the top assassins of Dark God Palace in the 4 regions and 9 worlds. They were paid to do things and never cared about the fate of the 4 regions and 9 worlds. Even if they knew that the 4 regions and 9 worlds might be destroyed by Lotus Flower, they really did not care at all. Because to them, money and missions were the most important. This was why they chose to help Lotus Flower. However, from this point, it could be seen that Lotus Flower really did not have anyone he could use. Otherwise, why would he contact people from Dark God Palace to attack? The moment the 3 of them made their moves, one could see how powerful they were. The incomplete blood sword was relatively thin, but its movements were extremely nimble. His swordsmanship was also extremely outstanding. With a thrust of his sword, the entire sky was filled with sword light. The most terrifying thing was that this sword light actually contained an extremely powerful explosive force. Wherever the sword light landed, everything exploded. Even if it couldn't stab the enemy to death, it could still blast the enemy to death. This was his famous ultimate skill, 10,000 miles thunderclap sword. The black blood saber was slightly weaker than the incomplete blood sword, but his strength was not to be underestimated. This fellow was using a saber, but it wasn't the kind that was wide open. He was using a pair of sabers, and the sabers were only a foot long. As he brandished his saber, his powerful saber technique could form black saber chi. It permeated the entire space, blinding everyone's vision. He could only suffer the laceration of his saber chi. This saber technique was his famous consummate skill, the black sand saber technique. The last person was ranked last among the three brothers. However, he was ranked second on the Dark God Palace's assassin leaderboard. His martial soul was a scorpion, but it was a very special scorpion called Ice Spike. In fact, their masks were carved from their martial souls. The heart-piercing spear's weapon was a dagger. The two daggers were like ice crystals. Combined with the Ice Spike martial soul, it could actually completely freeze an area of 1 kilometer. However, this was definitely not a simple freeze. The ice released by his Ice Spike was extremely corrosive. A light touch would cause the body to rot. Only those who had experienced it personally would understand how terrifying it was. And this move was not an ordinary martial skill, but a martial soul array. Ice Tooth of Annihilation. Ling Xiao naturally couldn't tell what this was. Although his Tai Chi was very powerful, he was still young and had seen limited things. On the other hand, Bai Yi, who had lived in the 4 regions and 9 worlds for a long time, was extremely familiar with the heart-piercing spear. Oh no, this is the Dark God Palace's top assassin, the heart-piercing spear's martial soul array, Ice Tooth of Annihilation. Quick! Ling Xiao, quickly make a move and shatter those ice fangs. Once they form an area of effect. Once they're formed, the 3 of us will have to pay a heavy price even if we win. The reason why Bai Yi didn't attack was that he knew his attack wasn't as good as Ling Xiao's. Moreover, he had to preserve his strength and prepare to die together with the lotus flower. Alright, you deal with the black sand saber technique. Qin Huang, you block the 1,000-mile thunderbolt sword. I'll break this so-called Ice Tooth of Annihilation. After receiving Bai Ye's reminder, Ling Xiao quickly gave the order. At the same time, he didn't dare to be negligent. He immediately entered the Beast God's body state. With his current cultivation, he had to enter the Beast God's body state to be able to defeat the 3 of them. After all, the 3 of them were mid-stage 7th-level Divine Physique Echelon. Moreover, they weren't ordinary mid-stage 7th-level Divine Physique Echelon. They were all terrifying killers who had experienced hundreds of battles. They killed people like flies and were very experienced. At the same time, Ling Xiao took out the Reverse God Sword. He suddenly released the most powerful Reverse God Arts 7-word style. A huge sword ray slashed towards the ice teeth. At the same time, Qin Huang and Bai Yi also attacked. Both of them had their own way of fighting. Although they weren't as strong as Ling Xiao, they had the ability to fight against the 3 top killers. A 5-clawed golden dragon appeared behind Qin Huang. The golden dragon rolled. The weapon in his hand also turned golden. The violent attack directly blasted towards the 1,000-mile thunderbolt sword. This was a completely head-on battle. There was no hesitation. It was a battle of strength. Whoever was stronger would win this battle. Bai Ye's attack was also very simple. To him, the best way to attack was to simplify the complexity of the attack. Ling Xiao had always thought that the Great Emperor Palace was his Dharma treasure. Only today did he realize that the Great Emperor Palace was actually Bai Ye's martial soul. The Great Emperor Palace appeared behind Bai Yi. Every Rubik's Cube opened a crack. Dense rays of light shot towards the Black Blood Saber's Black Sand Saber technique. It filled the entire space. It was Ling Xiao's first time seeing such an attack from Bai Yi. He felt that Bai Yi had increased the power of his clone to 90%. Only 10% was left in the Great Emperor Palace. Therefore, the power of this attack was much greater than before. Qin Huang and Bai Ye's attacks were all effective. The Thunderbolt Sword and Black Sand Saber technique were both broken. Ling Xiao's Reverse God Art certainly didn't disappoint. 7 sword lights cut 7 cracks in the heart-piercing Thorn's Ice Tooth diagram. As a result, the power couldn't close in. It became unable to hurt the 3 of them. They are actually much stronger than what was mentioned in the information. We can't hold back. Attack with all our strength. After the three top killers attacked, they all realized that Ling Xiao, Qin Huang, and Bai Yi were much stronger than what was mentioned in the information. But they were only slightly surprised, and they had already made up their minds. For the sake of the Emperor weapon with 10 dragon patterns that Lotus Flower promised them, they didn't hesitate to be seriously injured. Chapter 5001. The three top assassins activated 100% of their divine essence at the same time and attacked again. Ling Xiao smiled coldly and directly pounced at the strongest of the three, Heart-Piercing Spike. It was the guy wearing the scorpion mask. Although Heart-Piercing Spike was the strongest and most dangerous of the three, his overall strength was still inferior to him. Therefore, this battle would end after getting rid of this person first. Ling Xiao's choice in battle was basically made according to the situation at the time. Sometimes, he would deal with the weaker target first. Sometimes, he would directly kill the strongest target. In short, he would try his best to unleash his combat strength to the greatest effect. Stinking brat, you're courting death. Heart-Piercing Spike snorted coldly, feeling angry at Ling Xiao's barbaric attack, because he felt that he was being underestimated. Although he was the third brother of the three brothers, he was ranked second in the Assassin Hall. However, he was ranked second on the Dark God Palace's Assassin Leaderboard. He was even stronger than his eldest brother and second brother. Amidst the angry roar, Ice Spike attacked again. The terrifying ice fong of destruction bloomed again. It turned into countless ice spikes and covered Ling Xiao. Dark God Hall's number 2 assassin, Heart-Piercing Spike, is only SOSO. Facing Heart-Piercing Spike's attack, Ling Xiao had long been prepared for it. When the ice fong of destruction completely covered him, in that instant, he used Time Stop. With a punch, the surroundings completely fell into Time Stop. Although the range was not more than 3 meters, it was enough for him to get close to Heart-Piercing Spike. The sharp edge of the sword shot towards the Heart-Piercing Spike while time was still. The moment Time Stop disappeared, Ling Xiao's sword light had already pierced through Heart-Piercing Spike's protective divine essence. However, at this moment, Heart-Piercing Spike was wrapped in a ball of golden light. When the sword light hit the golden light, it was actually unable to pierce through. When looking closely, one could see that there was a gem on Heart-Piercing Spike's forehead. The golden light just now came from this gem. It was a rare Emperor weapon with 9 dragon patterns. It was used for defense. It could be said that an ordinary Emperor weapon with 10 dragon patterns might not be able to pierce through it. However, Ling Xiao had more than one Emperor weapon with dragon patterns. Moreover, his Emperor weapons were extremely rare. The Void God Sword was blocked. Ling Xiao instantly summoned the Crimson Blood Demon Sword and stabbed it again. Cracks had appeared on the golden light, and it looked like it would collapse at any moment. This scene terrified the Heart-Piercing Thorn. It had been a long time since he had met such a terrifying opponent. Only now did he realize that it was foolish of him to underestimate this enemy. Bloodstain Technique, Escape. The moment the golden light shattered, Ling Xiao's sword light pierced through the Heart-Piercing Thorn's head. The Heart-Piercing Stinger had no choice but to use his ultimate escape skill. Even if an assassin's combat prowess was not as good as the other parties, their escape methods were still better than the other parties. That way, he could ensure that he could escape if he couldn't win. In this way, he could repeatedly harass the enemy and tire them out before finally killing them. Let's go to Broken Blood Sword and Black Blood Saber saw that their third brother had left and knew that they couldn't win this battle. Left with no choice, he turned around and fled. Ling Xiao was unable to stop the Heart-Piercing Thorn, so how could he let the two of them escape? Of course, he had to vent his anger on the two of them. Universe of Tyrants. Darkness enveloped the entire space. Broken Blood Sword and Black Blood Saber instantly lost their way. What? The two assassins didn't expect to be so frightened and instantly lost their composure. Ling Xiao used the 7-word style of the god-defying art to instantly kill Broken Blood Sword. Qin Huang and Bai Yi worked together to kill Black Blood Saber at the same time. The 3 top-notch assassins worked together, but unfortunately, one escaped and the other 2 were killed in the end. This was the fate of going against Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao dared to barge into this place because he thought that he had enough strength. He could even defeat the great Devil Emperor, who was at the peak of the 7th level of the divine physique echelon. So why would he be afraid of 3 assassins? As expected of assassins, they have a lot of good stuff on them. Ling Xiao took the broken blood sword and black blood saber storage rings. There were also their treasures. The two of them had emperor weapons with 9 dragon patterns on them because they were ranked 3rd and 4th among the assassins of the Dark God Palace. There were also close to 1,000 supreme-grade spirit stones. There were also many rare medicinal herbs and formation materials. These were all urgently needed by Ling Xiao. Recently, his cultivation had been breaking through consecutively, and each time, he needed supreme-grade spirit stones. Formations also needed supreme-grade spirit stones to unleash the full power of the formations. It wasn't that he wanted to make a fortune, but that other people insisted on giving him money. It seemed like he had no choice but to spend it. It was a pity that heart-piercing thorn ran away. Otherwise, there would probably be more good stuff in that guy's storage ring. Let's go. I believe that heart-piercing thorn won't dare to attack again. Let's hurry and find lotus flower. Ling Xiao called out to Bai Yi and Qin Huang, and the 3 of them continued forward. They thought that the road ahead would be very difficult. However, they realized that many of the traps and enemies along the way had been killed. Judging from the wounds on their bodies, it should have been done by the leader of the Beast Deities Alliance. Although that senior was turned into an undead spirit by lotus flower in the end, he had completed most of his scouting mission. They didn't come in vain. This was naturally an extremely lucky thing for Ling Xiao. In the necropolis of the gods, the most famous was the tomb of the Divine King. It was rumored that a divine king of eternal divine nation was buried here. The majestic tomb was like an enormous palace. Emperor Lianhua, on the other hand, treated this place as his stronghold. Ling Xiao discovered the existence of this mausoleum from a very far place. The people of this world were truly unfair. Some people had to sleep on the streets while they were alive. Some people, on the other hand, could live in such magnificent palaces after they died. It was truly a moving sight. Although the necropolis of the gods was filled with tombs, there was no feeling of death here. It was still a scene of prosperity. Even Emperor Lianhua looked a lot more sacred when he stood there. Little fellow, we finally meet again. It's only been a few months. You actually have the ability to challenge me now. I can't help but admire your talent and cultivation speed. You flatter me. Lotus flower is the real deal. In just a few short months, you've caused chaos in the 4 realms and 9 worlds. I really do admire you. You're quite capable. Ling Xiao mocked. Little brother, you really don't give this old man face. Speaking of which, it's all thanks to this old man that you're so strong today. Great Emperor Lianhua laughed. I really do have to thank you. Your stupidity and arrogance made you such a strong enemy long ago. Don't you think that's very interesting? Ling Xiao smiled. That mouth of yours is unforgiving. But no matter, I'll make him shut up soon. Lotus Flower sneered. You killed 2 people when you came in just now, didn't you? Their brothers want to settle the score with you. So before you kill me, you should take care of the matter at hand. Chapter 5002. Ling Xiao frowned. The heart-piercing thorn didn't escape and actually returned to Lotus Flower. It seemed that this person's hatred for him wasn't small. He probably became an undead. His thoughts were quickly confirmed. Someone walked out from behind Lotus Flower. It was indeed the heart-piercing thorn, but the current one was obviously much stronger than before. He probably ate the heart of a powerhouse. Luckily, it didn't surpass the peak of the 7th level divine body realm. Ling Xiao breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the heart-piercing thorn. This heart-piercing thorn's strength was on par with the great Devil Emperor. No, to be exact, it should be slightly stronger. Because he was an assassin, he had more experience in killing people than the great Devil Emperor. His combat skills were also more exquisite. He had to use all his strength to kill this person. Luckily, he was about to break through. His cultivation C was about to enter the next stage. Perhaps this battle would help him achieve his goal. You really have a wicked sense of humor, turning others into your puppets to fight for you. How abominable. I really hate you more and more. Ling Xiao's expression was calm, but his eyes revealed endless killing intent. He had met many people who deserved to die. Without a doubt, this lotus flower was definitely at the top of the list. He had to kill him. Haha, I, lotus flower, have never been afraid of being hated by others. Because I'm a genius, what I want to do is to make others hate me. Alright, even if you want to hate me, you have to wait until you survive. Heart-piercing thorn. Kill him and take revenge for your brother. Lotus flower smiled and waved his hand lightly. He let the heart-piercing thorn kill Ling Xiao, but Lotus flower didn't have the intention to leave. It was obvious that this guy didn't have enough confidence in killing Ling Xiao. Therefore, he planned to let the strengthened heart-piercing thorn test Ling Xiao on the spot, so that he could be prepared for battle. Just as Lotus flower finished speaking, the heart-piercing thorn already moved. The ice-tooth diagram of annihilation was much more powerful and terrifying than before. In that instant, Ling Xiao was actually unable to completely block it. Nearly 10 ice fangs pierced into his body. Fortunately, his physical body was strong enough. It forcefully blocked the ice teeth, preventing them from penetrating too deeply. Of course, this injury was also part of Ling Xiao's plan. He could feel how powerful the lotus flower was, so he had to become even more powerful, and the only way to speed up his cultivation was to risk his life. It was fine as long as he didn't die. It was because of the heart-piercing stab that Ling Xiao successfully opened the door to a breakthrough. He advanced from the mid-4th level of the Divine Body Realm to the late 4th level of the Divine Body Realm. His battle prowess had once again increased by more than 10 times. His confidence in killing the lotus flower had also increased. Ling Xiao, you'd best be serious. Else, if I am displeased, I will immediately kill the demonic flood dragon. In any case, you've already walked right into the trap and came here. I can take my D-Zune physique out of your body anytime. Lotus flower threatened coldly. Save it, old man. You want to threaten me? If you have the ability, you can try and see if you can take back your D-Zune physique. Don't worry, I won't destroy it. I will merge it into my body. I will make your soul lose the chance to control it completely. Ling Xiao sneered. You'd better not threaten me again. I don't like being threatened. If you piss me off, I can really do anything. Lotus flower's face was gloomy. Once again, he felt that it was troublesome. Ling Xiao was simply unmoved by force or persuasion. Moreover, he was so smart that it was a little crazy. He could instantly grasp his weakness and counterattack. Although he was furious, he had to admit that he had lost this bickering. He had lost completely. Humph. Defeat the heart-piercing thorn first. Lotus flower snorted coldly and didn't say anything else. Ling Xiao didn't bother with him anymore. In order to not expose his trump card, the battle between him and the heart-piercing thorn was really difficult. It was also very dangerous. However, after an hour of fierce battle, he still won despite being covered in injuries. During this process, he didn't use time stop or time reversal. He didn't even use the Sky Tyrant martial soul. He relied completely on a head-on battle and his exquisite skills to win. A look of disdain flashed across Lotus Flower's eyes. You actually want to challenge me with such strength? Am I overthinking things? In his opinion, Ling Xiao wasn't worth paying too much attention to. Although Ling Xiao had defeated the heart-piercing thorn, the gap between them was still very big. It seemed that it was time to carry out the final plan. Come in. Lotus Flower didn't stop them anymore. Instead, he waved his hand and let Ling Xiao enter the Divine King's mausoleum. The Divine King's mausoleum had been completely transformed by Lotus Flower into his palace. The coffins in the mausoleum still existed. It looked gloomy and eerie. However, the other party was Lotus Flower and the Death Spirit Emperor. It was very suitable for them to live here. The current Lotus Flower looked like a handsome young man from the outside. Ling Xiao could feel that he had already fused the Demon Sovereign's body and the Divine Sovereign's body. Only the Sovereign's body was left. His strength had increased a lot. Ling Xiao's Tai Chi couldn't see through it. Qin Huang and Bai Yi felt a huge pressure. Bai Yi even suspected that his delusional wish to perish together with this terrifying enemy was just a dream. I've always wanted to kill you. But no matter how hard I try, I can't kill you. Perhaps fate will let the two of us meet again. I'm still willing to give you a chance. I hope you can cherish it. Lotus Flower said indifferently. Until now, he hadn't completely given up on recruiting Ling Xiao. Because in the repeated confrontations, Lotus Flower realized that Ling Xiao might be his best successor. This kid's talent was too outstanding. If he could become his disciple, what were eternal divine nations' enemies to them if they worked together? I'm not interested in listening to your nonsense. Where's the serpent's soul? Ling Xiao went straight to the point. You should know why I'm here. Give me the serpent's soul, and I'll give you the sovereign's body. Qin Huang and Bai Yi both looked shocked when they heard this. However, they didn't say anything. They believed that Ling Xiao would take care of everything. You really surprise me. You want to trade the serpent's soul for my sovereign's body? I'm not dreaming, am I? Sometimes, things were too easy for people to be suspicious. Especially smart people. They were bound to be suspicious when faced with this kind of situation. Lotus Flower was no exception. He didn't believe that Ling Xiao would trade his sovereign's body for the serpent's soul. The serpent's soul was nothing to him. It was completely useless. If he really wanted to trade, he wouldn't have hesitated. However, he was wondering if Ling Xiao had some sort of scheme. Otherwise, how could he have one so easily? Chapter 5003. What? Even the all-powerful and arrogant Emperor Lianhua knows fear? Aren't you afraid of being laughed at? Isn't this what you've always wanted? Ling Xiao mocked. Now that I've given it all to you, you're afraid to accept it? Are you afraid? Lotus Flower chuckled softly. I'm just being cautious. Let's not talk about that. I hope you'll consider my offer. I'm sure you already know who I am, don't you? I come from eternal divine nation and am one of its great emperors. As long as you follow me, I can spare the people of the 4 regions and 9 worlds. I'll take you to eternal divine nation. We'll be able to develop even more there. A cultivator there can obtain the same amount of energy as tens of millions of cultivators in the 4 regions and 9 worlds. What do you think? It's a good deal for you, isn't it? Your family and friends won't die, and neither will the people of the 4 regions and 9 worlds. The ones who will die will be those cultivators who have nothing to do with you, right? Emperor Lianhua's sudden words took Bai Yi by surprise. As the former Golden Emperor, Bei was a little tempted. Wasn't it his greatest wish to bring peace to the 4 regions and 9 worlds? If he were Ling Xiao, he would have chosen to sacrifice himself. Unfortunately, he wasn't. Ling Xiao wouldn't risk his life for no good reason. Are you done? Ling Xiao looked at Lotus Flower. Then I'll tell you my choice. And it'll solve the problem once and for all. I'll kill you. Kill? Ha ha ha, don't joke around. So many experts couldn't kill me. They could only seal me away. Do you think you can kill me? Great Emperor Lianhua laughed. That's right. I know your weakness very well. Others can't kill you, but I can. Ling Xiao said coldly, Aren't all of you from eternal divine nation afraid of the ancient race? The ancient race. Emperor Lianhua's expression turned extremely ugly when he heard this. How do you know about the ancient race? You don't need to know that. In short, you need to know that I have the ability to kill you. Now, it's up to you. Are you going to leave the 4 realms and return to your eternal divine nation? Or do you want to fight to the death here? Ling Xiao said with an indifferent expression. You are lying. I was almost fooled by you. Perhaps you have only heard of the existence of the ancient race. You haven't even seen a cultivator from eternal divine nation. How dare you try to deceive me? Lotus Flower suddenly laughed and said loudly. Ling Xiao was still expressionless. It's up to you to believe it or not. Lotus Flower's expression was a little ugly. This Ling Xiao was really too difficult to deal with. He didn't even know if he was the evil leader or if Ling Xiao was the evil leader. Logically speaking, this kind of hot-blooded youth should only be shouting hot-bloodedly. Logically speaking, this kind of hot-blooded youth should only be fooled by him. But what was going on now? Sometimes, he wondered if there was a powerful old monster residing in Ling Xiao's body. That was why he had such a calm reaction. He didn't understand. Ling Xiao was hot-blooded, but not brainless. Only a brainless idiot would recklessly attack a powerful enemy without any strategy at all. Only a brainless idiot would be infuriated by a few words. Ling Xiao, if you don't agree to my request, I'll give you my word. The beings of the 4 realms and 9 worlds will become the source of my energy. I will use them to recover my cultivation until I reach my peak. Why do you care about them? To the strong, feelings were a luxury. As for the beings of the 4 realms and 9 worlds, they are lowly ants and livestock to begin with. You may not know this, but the people here choose to sacrifice the living to the gods of eternal divine nation. If you follow me, you will become their god. Why do you care about the position of ruler of the 4 realms and 9 worlds? God. Huh? Haha. Aren't you all as lowly as ants under the threat of the ancient races? Being weak isn't a sin. Not having the heart to become strong is a great sin. One day, even an ant will grow into a beast that can devour the gods. All right, let's not talk about other things. Are you going to make the deal or not? Ling Xiao couldn't be bothered to talk to this guy full of twisted logic. Lotus Flower had lost his patience as well. He discovered that Ling Xiao wasn't going to listen to him. The two of them had completely different values. They couldn't possibly share the same pot. There was no point in saying more. All right, we'll make the deal. Lotus Flower seemed to have made up his mind. He was ready to take a gamble. Haha, aren't you afraid that I'll do something to your sovereign body now? Ling Xiao mocked. It doesn't matter. So what if you've done something to it? Give it to me. Give it to me, and I'll release the serpent's soul immediately. Lotus Flower said, Why don't you give me the serpent's soul first? I don't trust your character. Ling Xiao said calmly. All right. Lotus Flower nodded. His attitude could be considered to have checkmated Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao was a little surprised. However, he realized something in an instant. Previously, when he'd entered the mausoleum of the Divine Kings, he'd felt that something wasn't right. At this moment, he'd suddenly realized something. Lotus Flower had said so much nonsense to him just now. He was simply stalling for time to carry out a plan. This plan could prevent him, Qin Huang, and Bai Yi from leaving. However, when it came to stalling for time, wasn't he doing the same? A few days ago, the undying King Ing Hai had successfully infiltrated the graveyard of the gods and laid low. As his cultivation method was exactly the same as the aura of the dead spirits, he wasn't suspected. Of course, even so, it was still a very dangerous thing to do. Fortunately, the battle at the Heaven Sanctuary and the incident at the Palace of Eternal Life happened. This caused Lotus Flower's attention to be elsewhere. This gave the Undying King an excellent opportunity. The Undying King had found the soul of the Mo Jiao long ago. However, he'd never had the chance to seize it. However, today, the opportunity had come. He'd secretly contacted Ling Xiao long ago and asked Ling Xiao to stall for time as much as possible. Otherwise, Ling Xiao wouldn't have said so much nonsense to Lotus Flower. Both sides wanted to stall for time. This matter had become interesting. Until this moment, Lotus Flower had completed his plan. Ling Xiao had also received a message from the Undying King. The soul of the Mo Jiao had been obtained. At that moment, both of them laughed. Of course, the meaning of their laughter was different. Sorry, this deal is off. The same words came from different people. Ling Xiao and Lotus Flower actually said the same thing at the same time. However, after speaking, their expressions were slightly different. Ling Xiao had long guessed that Lotus Flower had some plan. Hence, he wasn't surprised. Emperor Lianhua, on the other hand, was extremely shocked. Chapter 5004. How could Lotus Flower have known that the Undying King Ing Hai existed in the 4 regions and 9 realms? He wasn't a dead spirit, but his aura was exactly the same as one. No matter how smart he was, he had miscalculated. Ling Xiao, what do you mean? Don't you want the demonic flood dragon soul anymore? You keep saying that you are hypocritical, but when it comes to it, you cower. What a cowardly piece of trash. Lotus Flower's state of mind was clearly out of balance. Once again, just as he was feeling confident about his plan, Ling Xiao gave him a new shock. There is no need for that. I have already obtained the demonic flood dragon soul. Ling Xiao chuckled. A ball of white light flew over at an extremely fast speed. It entered Ling Xiao's Dongsheng Emperor ring in an instant. It entered the demonic flood dragon's body. However, because it had been separated from its body for a long time, it would probably take some time for the demonic flood dragon to recover. This was already enough. Why? How could this be? Lotus Flower recognized that it was the demonic flood dragon soul. However, that soul had already been imprisoned by him. In order to prevent Ling Xiao from snatching it away, he hadn't even dared to bring it with him. However, why? This was really too inconceivable. Don't you know? The demonic flood dragon soul is a little special. He is a beast god martialist with a high-level beast god position. Therefore, when his soul sensed the aura of his body, it would take the initiative to return. Of course, this was nonsense. The Undying King Ing Hai had ultimately decided to stay and continue undercover. After all, no one knew whether Lotus Flower still had any trump cards. In case Ling Xiao couldn't kill Lotus Flower here, Ing Hai could still be of great use as a spy. Ling Xiao's nonsense was naturally to protect Ing Hai. Impossible. Its soul is imprisoned in the boundary. Even if it sensed its body, it wouldn't be able to escape. Lotus Flower wasn't that easy to fool. However, Ling Xiao still had a way to explain. Come back, master. Ling Xiao chose to reveal that his master was a Yuan Venerate. In any case, he was already at the peak of the 4 regions and 9 worlds. No one could harm a Yuan Venerate. So what if he knew? A powerful spiritual energy form appeared, which shocked Lotus Flower even more. I'm not afraid to tell you that although Master doesn't have a physical body, he's extremely skilled in formations. Furthermore, even in the form of spiritual energy, he could still break the formation. That barrier of yours is completely useless. Ling Xiao said indifferently. As if to illustrate this point, the Yuan Venerate set up an array formation on the spot. It was a simple fire serpent array, but its might was 100 times stronger than the fire serpent array that Lotus Flower had seen before. Then, the Yuan Venerate returned to Ling Xiao's body. Seeing Lotus Flower's shocked expression, Ling Xiao knew that his strategy had worked. The Undying King Ing Hai was hidden as a trump card that could affect the outcome of the battle. I'm starting to like you more and more. I'm starting to think that you'll be the key to my conquest of eternal divine nation. Are you sure you don't want to join? Lotus Flower's slightly terrified expression gradually returned to normal. After all, he was the big boss behind the scenes. Although this matter had caught him off guard, he was still a little surprised. Although the situation had caught him off guard, he hadn't lost yet. I'm not joining. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. All right, then I'll just have to kill all of you. Lotus Flower smiled coldly. Since you've already guessed what I've just set up, why don't you guess? You probably can't guess what I've done, can you? What's so difficult about that? If I'm not mistaken, you've already sealed off the Divine King's tomb. Although I don't know how you did it. What you're going to do next is kill all of us. We can't get out anyway, right? Ling Xiao smiled. That's too scary. You're really too scary. I'd better not take you as my disciple. If you do, I'm afraid I won't even know if you sell me off one day. Lotus Flower was clearly shocked. This Ling Xiao was as quick-witted as a demon. That's right. I've already completely sealed off this place. In fact, the Divine King's tomb has been under my control from the very beginning. Every mechanism and every array here is under my control. From the moment I finished setting up, all of you no longer had the chance to leave. So what if I stole the soul of the demonic flood dragon? All I need to do is kill all of you. As he spoke, the entire Divine King's tomb suddenly began to shake violently. Those originally still coffins suddenly opened by themselves. Warriors in armor walked out from the coffins one after another. However, their eyes were lifeless, as if they were ghosts. Do you still remember where this place is? The Divine King's tomb. Why do you think I've chosen to stay here? Lotus Flower's confidence returned, filled with killing intent and madness. You've taken control of the Divine King? Ling Xiao could only guess at this result. There must be the corpse of a powerful expert in the Divine King's tomb. If Lotus Flower had taken control of him, then everything in the Divine King's tomb would be under Lotus Flower's control. That's a good guess. You're very smart. However, what's the point of that? So what if you've guessed everything? Once you're dead, there's nothing left. Lotus Flower sneered. You're so confident that you can keep us here? Ling Xiao still had an indifferent expression. I really hate that expression of yours. It's like you're always confident no matter what. Today, I'm going to completely destroy your confidence and make you understand. Everything you've done is just a futile struggle. Lotus Flower roared. Since that's the case, why don't you tell me how you've sealed off the Divine King's tomb? Ling Xiao asked. You think we're dead for sure anyway. Don't tell me you don't even have this bit of confidence? What's the harm in telling you? Lotus Flower said disdainfully. Do you still remember the dragon shaman? The dragon shaman of the Divine Dragon Palace of the Savage Beast region sent me some good stuff. The thing that sealed the Divine King's tomb was a huge dragon that the dragon shaman and I created together. It's called the Paishio dragon. What the Paishio dragon swallows can never be released. Even if you don't die, you'll be tortured in the Paishio dragon's body forever. Don't worry, you won't be alone. There are many undead here to play with you. The Paishio dragon. Ling Xiao's expression was as indifferent as ever. There was no trace of nervousness or panic. Emperor Lianhua couldn't help but feel annoyed. What he wanted to see the most was Ling Xiao's terrified and helpless expression. Not like this. Thank you for telling me. Ling Xiao even laughed this time. Although I don't know how powerful the Paishio dragon is, why do we need to find the exit? As long as we kill it, won't we be able to leave? Why should I be afraid of such a simple thing? Bai Yi, Qin Huang, prepare for battle. Let's kill Lotus Flower first. As long as we kill him, the 4 regions and 9 worlds won't have so many tribulations. Chapter 5005. The battle was finally about to begin. Although he was very clear that this battle would be the most difficult battle he had encountered since coming to the 4 regions and 9 realms. But he could not avoid it, and he had to win. The aura of death began to spread throughout the Divine King's mausoleum. At this moment, the creatures swallowed by the Paishio dragon seemed to have become the source of Lotus Flower's energy. That feeling made one have to be cautious. Previously, when facing the Great Devil Emperor, Ling Xiao did not have the slightest bit of worry. But this time, facing Lotus Flower, Ling Xiao really did not feel confident. I really shouldn't have wasted time on you. Although you have great talent, you have intelligence that even I am jealous of. But since you can't be used by me, then you can go to hell. Why don't you hand over my D-Zune body, and I will refine your body together. I believe that there must be some secret in your body. Otherwise, it would be impossible for your cultivation to become so fast. Lotus Flower floated in mid-air. Black and white light shone behind him. This strange fellow had a pair of wings on his back. However, one of them was white in color. One of them was a pair of black wings. It was like a combination of an angel and a demon. Ling Xiao stared at Lotus Flower. He thought that this should be the effect of Lotus Flower's Divine Zune body and Demon Zune body. The power of Divine Zune and Demon fused into one body. The current Lotus Flower was even more powerful than when he had met him in the world of souls. Perhaps you think that I can't kill you because I haven't taken back the D-Zune body. You are simply too naive. Having the body of a Divine Zune and Demon Zune combined is enough to crush you. Lotus Flower's power continued to rise, and the Divine King guards who had crawled out of the coffin had already attacked Ling Xiao and the other 2. Ling Xiao did not make a move. Qin Huang and Bai Yi blocked the attacks of these powerful fellows for him. Although these guards' strength was far inferior to Qin Huang and Bai Yi's, there were too many of them. If it weren't for these 2 blocking for Ling Xiao would really be in trouble today. After all, he could not afford to be distracted when facing such a powerful opponent like Lotus Flower. Perhaps after you recover your former cultivation, I really won't be your match. However, even if you fused with the 3 of them, you probably wouldn't be able to reach even half of your former strength. After being sealed for so many years, it was impossible for it to recover in such a short time. I stopped your undead fruit tree plan and reduced your recovery speed to the lowest. Isn't that so? Ling Xiao chuckled. He was glad that he hadn't been able to stop Lotus Flower's actions. Perhaps the current Emperor Lianhua had already regained the strength of his former glory. His previous efforts had not been in vain. Today, he finally saw results. Of course, even so, this opponent was still not to be underestimated. He was still much stronger than him. If the Great Devil Emperor was like a great river in front of him, then the Lotus Flower was like a bottomless ocean. It was impossible to find out what this guy's upper limit was. However, even so, he had to dive into the water to find out. Without waiting for Lotus Flower to attack, Ling Xiao made the first move. He held the god-reversing sword in one hand and the hand of eternal life in the other. He pounced toward Emperor Lianhua at an astonishing speed. This attack was just a test, so it wasn't too powerful. After all, they had just come into contact. If he used his most powerful attack right away, there would be no room for maneuvering and he might even die. Void-shattering finger, transcending the void. God-reversing art, 6-word style. Ling Xiao attacked with both hands. He didn't choose his most powerful moves. One was extremely fast, and the other was not weak. They were all to test his opponent. Not bad, but it's useless. Emperor Lianhua stood there motionlessly. Dozens of monarch armaments with 9 dragon patterns appeared around him. There were sabers, spears, swords, halberds, and even golden bricks, jade rui, and other strange offensive and defensive treasures. Ding! Although the void-shattering finger was extremely fast, it was still deflected. Lotus Flower used a strange defensive treasure. His entire body released green light, forming a cocoon-like light shield. However, although the void-shattering finger didn't work, the god-reversing art was extremely domineering. It tore the light shield apart. Unfortunately, after the light shield was torn apart, the power of the god-reversing art became much weaker. It couldn't even break Lotus Flower's protective divine energy. Black Lotus Treasure Light. Ling Xiao's attack didn't stop. The attacks from both hands were neutralized. However, there was still the soul secret technique. Ling Xiao knew that his opponent was not to be trifled with. He didn't expect to defeat his opponent in 1 or 2 moves. Therefore, he released 3 attacks at the same time. On one hand, it was to test his opponent's reaction. On the other hand, it was to test which attack would cause the most damage to this guy. Soul Secret Technique Attack? I didn't expect you to be so proficient in the move I taught you. No wonder so many stronger cultivators died at your hands. However, do you think my move can hurt me? Lotus Flower smiled faintly. A large bell appeared above his head and suddenly sounded. It actually broke the Black Lotus Treasure Light. Furthermore, it was so effortless. Use whatever other means you have. You keep saying that you want to kill me. It can't be just this bit of ability, right? If it's just this, I'm afraid you won't even have the chance to run into me today. Lotus Flower easily neutralized Ling Xiao's 3 attacks without taking any damage. He couldn't help feeling pleased with himself. Is that so? Ling Xiao smiled and suddenly snapped his fingers. The sword energy fragments that were originally attached to Lotus Flower's protective divine energy suddenly exploded. A terrifying shockwave sent Great Emperor Lianhua flying. A look of horror appeared in Lotus Flower's eyes. At that moment, he really felt like he was going to die. His body was completely blown apart. Although it healed in a short time, that kind of pain was unprecedented. The most terrifying thing was that this attack really dealt a serious blow to his confidence. This is the Dark God Palace's lightning sand. Lotus Flower's expression was incomparably ferocious. He completely lost his previous calmness. His face was slapped painfully enough. He just said that Ling Xiao couldn't even touch him. In the end, his body was blown apart. It was really too humiliating. Not bad. At least you're knowledgeable. I found this lightning sand on Black Blood Knife's body. It can be hidden in all attacks. It detonates with soul force. The stronger the soul force, the greater the power. Speaking of which, I still have to thank you. If you didn't send those 3 trash to kill me, I also wouldn't have been able to obtain this treasure. Ling Xiao said sarcastically, you just said that I couldn't touch you. What about now? Bastard. I gave you face just now and didn't really make a move. You really think you're so powerful. Die for me. Lotus Flower was really thoroughly infuriated by Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao, this guy, caused him to lose so much face and still mocked him like this. How could he endure it? Waving his hands, 2 more books appeared in his hands. Of these 2 books, one was black, the other was white. It contained incomparably powerful dark force and divine force. The fastest mobile version of the website. Chapter 5006. Darkness Destruction Array. In that instant, the black book in his right hand opened, releasing a black light. It turned into a huge array. Although the range was the same as Ling Xiao's, its power was much stronger than Ling Xiao's array. In this darkness destruction array, it almost condensed all the dark destructive power. The black vortex seemed to be burning with black flames. Everything that was sucked in would be completely destroyed. Let's try it. I can't just admit defeat like this. Top-grade Spirit Stone, Strengthen Array, Divine Ox Lightning Earthen Fire Array. Ling Xiao knew that it was simply impossible for him to forcefully resist this formation with his own strength alone. So he chose to use the top-grade Spirit Stone to strengthen it. Strengthening an array was something that ordinary warriors couldn't do. But for Ling Xiao, who was proficient in arrays, it was relatively easy. Lightning, Earth and Fire against Darkness Destruction. The moment the two arrays collided, it was as if the sky was falling and the earth was splitting. The scene was extremely shocking. The power of the Darkness Destruction array was not weak. Even if Ling Xiao chose the top-grade Spirit Stone to strengthen the Divine Ox Lightning Earth and Fire array, but it was still destroyed. But on the other hand, the Darkness Destruction array was also greatly weakened. When it hit Ling Xiao's body, it didn't have much effect. But even so, Ling Xiao was still smashed to the ground and sank deep into it. The only thing that made him happy was that the energy in his cultivation began to increase at that moment. You can actually block my Darkness Destruction array? But how many times can you block it? Take my Divine Judgment array. The Book of Divine in Lotus Flower's hand released a dazzling light. Countless light pillars as bright as day suddenly smashed towards Ling Xiao's head. At that moment, Ling Xiao felt a different threat. In the past, when he faced Lotus Flower, he felt the evil aura of Lotus Flower, the aura of death. But at this moment, the enemy in front of him was like a god, descending the power of judgment. The power of judgment purified everything. Within the range of the Divine Judgment array, all living things would be destroyed. This was not at all inferior to the Darkness Destruction array diagram. Seeing this scene, Ling Xiao was really glad that he was the one facing the Lotus Flower and not anyone else. Otherwise, who could withstand such a powerful attack? This kind of power was enough to tear apart an eternal emperor who had consumed the heart of an expert. Strengthen the Mao God Nether diagram. It could be said that Ling Xiao could not avoid such a powerful force. Moreover, he could not avoid it. Qin Huang and Bai Yi were fighting the God King guards nearby. The only thing Ling Xiao could do right now was block the Divine Judgment formation. Otherwise, they would all be finished. More and more top-grade Spirit Stones were thrown in. The Mao God Nether formation diagram became even more powerful. A force from the Nether Hell rushed out and crashed into the Divine Judgment array diagram. The two formations collided again, but this time, Ling Xiao's attack had the upper hand. This was because Ling Xiao had spent even more top-grade Spirit Stones. The Divine Judgment array diagram was devoured by the Netherworld and then shattered. Hell Shadow Strike. Within the Mao God Nether diagram, the Hell Shadow Strike's power would be greatly increased. Moreover, it would take more time to form the attack, and the attack would be faster. In the blink of an eye, Ling Xiao had already blasted the Hell Shadow Strike onto the Lotus Flower's head. Boom! One of the 9 dragon-patterned Emperor armaments around the Lotus Flower's body shattered. It was shattered by Ling Xiao's Void God Sword. Unfortunately, it was also because of this that he was unable to hurt his opponent. Ling Xiao did not linger and used the Earth Elemental Golden Light technique to move far away. Not a bad idea. You grasped the opportunity well. Unfortunately, your attack power is too weak. You want to rely on this kind of strength to defeat me? Dream on. Lotus Flower looked at Ling Xiao with contempt. After a few exchanges, he realized that although Ling Xiao's strength was difficult to deal with, compared to this kid's brain, it was much easier to deal with. No matter how smart a person was, if their strength was not enough, they could forget about killing him. Haha, you're only relying on those 9 dragon-patterned Emperor armaments. However, Lotus Flower, it seems like from the start of the battle until now, you haven't had any advantage. Your injuries seem to be more serious than mine. Ling Xiao knew that his opponent's mockery was to attack his confidence and weaken his fighting spirit. However, he also knew that his opponent's method was useless. You really don't know what's good for you. Then I'll let you see the power of the fusion of divine and darkness. Divine Judgment diagram. Darkness Destruction Diagram. Fusion Attack. Hearing Ling Xiao's words, Lotus Flower was somewhat annoyed. He did not waste any more words. The two books merged together. Black and white energy fused into one. Divine and darkness joined forces. It produced an extremely terrifying power. That power vibrated in the space, causing the void to constantly tremble. Diagrams can be fused too? That's a good idea. Although Ling Xiao had used many diagrams at the same time in the past, it was because diagrams consumed more divine essence. Hence, he did not think of fusing diagrams. However, Emperor Lianhua's battle today had given him a wake-up call. Perhaps he could give it a try. You used the fusion of light and darkness. I'll choose the fusion of ice and fire. Dragon God Frost Diagram. Uniting Gods Raging Fire Diagram. Fuse. The fusion of two opposing attributes could produce explosive power, greatly increasing the power of the fused diagrams. As it was his first time fusing, Ling Xiao did not dare to use many diagrams at the same time. He could only try to fuse two diagrams first. Ling Xiao's ice and fire diagram and Lotus Flower's light and darkness diagram clashed together again. This time, although Ling Xiao still blocked the opponent's crazy attack. However, that was not all. The remaining power of the light and darkness diagram blasted his body, sending him flying hundreds of meters away. He crashed into several stone pillars before coming to a stop. However, it was also because of that his cultivation level directly increased to 30% of the late-stage 4th-level Divine Body Realm. Bah! Ling Xiao spat out a mouthful of blood with the smell of soil. He got up again and looked at Lotus Flower. You don't seem to be as strong as I thought. As expected, it's because I ruined your plans a few times that your recovery process was disrupted. Serves you right. Although he was injured, Ling Xiao's probing had basically ended here. He realized that Lotus Flower's ability seemed to be only at the peak of the 7th-level Divine Body Realm. However, he was a top-notch existence. He was 10 times stronger than the Great Devil Emperor after he fused with the Dead Spirit Tree King. However, he still did not break through this range. In other words, although the opponent was strong, he still had a chance of winning. Lotus Flower did not say anything. However, judging from his expression, Ling Xiao seemed to have hit his sore spot. I'm sorry, Lotus Flower. You can only die here with your ambition. This battle is not only for me, but also for my friends and family. It is also for the common people in the 4 regions and 9 worlds. With their support, I am invincible. Therefore, it's impossible for you to defeat me. The fastest mobile version of the website. Chapter 5007. Ling Xiao's words were not a simple declaration. The support of the common people of the 4 regions and 9 worlds was not just verbal either. Due to the profound world body that Ling Xiao cultivated. This profound world body was not a body-tempering cultivation method, but a kind of secret method. In the profound world, the more support Ling Xiao received, the stronger the strength that he could unleash. Although Ling Xiao could not see people's support, he could feel the profound world power in his body constantly rising. Perhaps more than 90% of the people in the 4 regions and 9 worlds pinned this hope on him. They treated him as their only savior. Therefore, he could use these people's strength. Strange. Why is this kid's strength constantly increasing? Lotus Flower also discovered this strange phenomenon, which made him very uneasy. With no other choice, he urged his divine essence again, preparing to use an even more powerful attack. Both the Bible of Darkness and the Bible of Divinity contained more than just 2 arrays. The martial arts that contained myriad transformations were also extremely many. It was all his life's work. He was condensing divine essence. Ling Xiao was also condensing divine essence. The Berserk Beast God aura, the powerful profound world power, all made the surrounding undead tremble incessantly. During this period of time, Qin Huang and Bai Yi became much more relaxed. They discovered that Ling Xiao actually did not completely fall into a disadvantage when facing Lotus Flower. At this moment, they truly realized they could win. This battle could be won. Boom. In the next instant, the 2 mighty experts collided together again. A frenzied exchange of blows came and went in the void. Terrifying explosive sounds constantly came from inside the Divine King's mausoleum. The place where the two people stopped for a short time would always be as loud as thunder. Ling Xiao was truly going all out. Lotus Flower did not have Ling Xiao's determination. Ling Xiao could not compare to Lotus Flower in speed, strength, and even physical toughness. But in terms of inner firmness and soaring fighting spirit, Lotus Flower really could not compare to him. This kid really fought until he went crazy. Ah! At a certain moment, Emperor Lien Hua let out a blood-curdling scream. Although Ling Xiao had been beaten black and blue. But at this moment, Lotus Flower's head was pierced through by Ling Xiao's crimson blood demon sword. A violent, murderous aura bloomed from Lotus Flower's body. This guy's body was torn into pieces once again. Ling Xiao didn't stop there. He continued to release the Yushan's blazing fire array diagram. The terrifying flames engulfed every fragment in the air, wanting to completely incinerate the fragments of Lotus Flower's body. Unfortunately, this method only slowed down the speed of Lotus Flower's resurrection. A minute later, the Lotus Flower reappeared. However, Lotus Flower's expression had become extremely ferocious. His body had already been destroyed by Ling Xiao twice. If the first time was said to be underestimating the enemy, then this time, Ling Xiao had really taken care of him from the front. He didn't even have the time to protect himself. It could be seen how terrifying Ling Xiao's attack speed was. Damn it! What sword is that in your hand? How can it be so powerful? Lotus Flower looked at the crimson blood demon sword in Ling Xiao's hand in shock. This sword made him tremble even more than the reverse god sword. If you die, I'll tell you. Ling Xiao smiled and launched another attack. Facing Ling Xiao's attack, Lotus Flower didn't seem to be willing to take it head-on. In a close-range battle, Ling Xiao's performance was more exciting than his. So he chose to block. Hand of God, Hand of Darkness. The two books flickered at the same time, and two huge arms stretched out from the ground. It was as black as ink, like a ghost's claw, but it was as white as jade, as if it was carved out of white jade. The two hands blocked Ling Xiao's attack. It gave Lotus Flower the opportunity to accumulate power. Ling Xiao, since you are so stubborn, then I don't have to show mercy. I will kill you completely, so that you will never be able to revive. Feeling the pain just now, the feeling of living a life worse than death was still remembered by his soul. Although his body had been reformed, his anger didn't decrease at all. Book of Holiness, Book of Darkness, release the divine power in the book and punish my enemies. Light of Purification. The light of purification was a ray of light in the darkness. It descended into the world and purified everything. Kill all living beings and let everything start over. The moment the light was released, Ling Xiao only saw the light suddenly grow bigger. Finally, it enveloped the entire space. Even if Ling Xiao knew the golden light technique, he couldn't dodge it at all, because the range of the light of purification was too big. It was even bigger than his array diagram. Qin Huang, Bai Yi, hide in here. Ling Xiao hurriedly put Qin Huang and Bai Yi into his Dongshang Emperor ring. This Lotus Flower was also crazy. With such a large range of attack, he was prepared to destroy all his subordinates. This light of purification was very interesting. It would only destroy living beings and undead, but it wouldn't destroy inanimate objects. Therefore, the mausoleum of the Divine King wouldn't be attacked. Under the baptism of this light of purification, Ling Xiao's body was almost unscathed, and his body was very weak. He was like an old man who had been ill for a long time. He had no choice but to use time reversal on himself. Let his injuries heal completely. Anyway, it was only 10 minutes. He should be able to hold on. Of course, the injury this time also benefited him greatly. The energy in his cultivation originally only had 30%, but this time, it had soared to 60%. It was just one attack, but the power was so great. It was powerful enough. Oh, I didn't expect you to have such a powerful self-healing technique. But what's the point? You can withstand the baptism of the light of purification once. Then, how are you going to dodge the second time? Lotus Flower didn't know that Ling Xiao had used such a heaven-defying ability like time reversal. He thought that Ling Xiao's injuries had healed because Ling Xiao had learned some powerful self-healing technique. You can try and see if I can do it or not. Until the last moment of the battle, who can say for sure that they will win? Ling Xiao stared at Lotus Flower and didn't take the initiative to attack. He was thinking of a strategy. The previous 2 attacks had destroyed Lotus Flower's body, but Lotus Flower was resurrected. The second time, he even used fire to burn it. He didn't kill it. What should he do to completely kill this undead monster? This was a big problem. Otherwise, even if Ling Xiao was stronger, he would still be in trouble if he encountered Lotus Flower. If he couldn't kill the other party, it would be useless no matter how many times he destroyed the other party's body. When he killed the Great Devil Emperor, he used the Black Lotus Treasure Light to lock onto the other party's undead essence, and then successfully killed it. But against Lotus Flower, the Black Lotus Treasure Light was ineffective. The key point was that he had learned the Black Lotus Treasure Light from Lotus Flower. The other party could completely guard against it. In short, the secret soul technique is the key. Ling Xiao had an idea. But to use the secret soul technique to lock onto Lotus Flower's undead essence, he had to continue weakening the other party. Otherwise, it would still be impossible to succeed. The other party's soul power was not weaker than Ling Xiao's. Chapter 5008. Lotus Flower's light of purification condensed once again. The powerful energy deterred Ling Xiao. It made Ling Xiao feel an extremely terrifying pressure. I can't take it anymore. Body fusion? Ling Xiao had been fighting with Lotus Flower for half a day, but he still didn't choose to enter the body fusion state. It was because he felt that Lotus Flower also had trump cards that he hadn't used yet. He had to preserve some of his strength. But at this moment, if he still didn't choose the body fusion state, he would probably be destroyed by this light of purification. Although he could choose rising from the ashes, this was his only chance. He couldn't abuse it. No matter what, he had to prevent himself from being killed. Oh, you're finally willing to choose the body fusion state? Speaking of which, you're really a genius. I've never taught you how to fuse the body fusion state. You actually learned it yourself. But you also know, right? As your strength increases, the effect of the body fusion state will also become weaker and weaker. Unless you encounter some opportunity to increase the strength of the body fusion state to a level stronger than the body fusion state. Without such an opportunity, your current body fusion state will at most allow you to have the strength of the peak of the 7th level divine body realm. You're still not my match. Seeing that Ling Xiao was using the body fusion state, Lotus Flower wasn't nervous at all. It was as if everything was within his expectations. Ling Xiao didn't say anything. The outcome of a battle wasn't decided by words. He looked at Lotus Flower coldly. The corners of his mouth suddenly curled up into a mocking smile. This smile instantly shattered Great Emperor Lianhua's calmness. This was not the first time Ling Xiao had surprised him. Therefore, he must be careful. You brat, what are you up to? Lotus Flower asked. Yeah, what am I doing? Demonic Eye, Illusion Demon, Demonic Eye, Soul Demon. The Demonic Eye currently had 4 abilities. Ling Xiao had only awakened the first ability, which was Illusion Demon. In his previous battle with the Giant Devil Emperor, he had awakened the Soul Demon ability. The first type was called Illusion Demon. As the name implied, it was able to use illusions to bewitch, control, and even kill the enemy. The second type was known as the Soul Fiend. Not only did it possess the soul-sucking ability of the 4-leaf demonic eyes, but it also possessed the ability to control souls. He could even directly control the souls of martial artists or demonic beasts through his own soul. Leaving an imprint in his soul was like controlling a puppet. It was extremely terrifying. Ling Xiao activated the Phantom Demon Eye and the Soul Demon Eye. Emperor Lianhua, however, smiled. Foolish brat, do you think a mere illusion can control me? What wishful thinking. Lotus Flower made it sound easy, but it wasn't easy at all. In order to resist the Illusory Demon Eye and the Soul Demon Eye, the golden bell appeared once again. The bell rang, but the power of the Illusory Demon Eye still didn't dissipate. A part of it still entered Lotus Flower's head. However, the Soul Demon Eye seemed to be a failure. It didn't hit Lotus Flower, but instead passed by Lotus Flower's side. This guy actually has 4 souls. The power of the Illusory Demon Eye, in that instant, allowed Ling Xiao to discover Lotus Flower's secret. Lotus Flower had a main body and 3 avatars, so there were 4 souls. Although his emperor body was still under Ling Xiao's control, but there was no soul in the emperor body. Lotus Flower's 4 souls looked more like source spirits. Ling Xiao had cultivated the remnant of the source spirit in the past, so he understood that the source spirit was the form of the soul after cultivation. It was different from ordinary souls. The first soul looked like a baby with wings. The second soul looked like a little monster with a pair of bony wings. The third soul should be the main body, so it looked exactly the same as the main body, like a human baby. The fourth soul, the most special, turned out to be a young man with a crown on his head. It was more powerful than the other 3 souls. It should be the soul of the emperor body. This could explain why Lotus Flower's strength was not as strong as imagined. The sovereign physique was the most powerful of the 3 avatars of Great Emperor Lianhua. Emperor Lianhua naturally wasn't as powerful as he had imagined because he hadn't been able to obtain the sovereign physique and absorb enough energy. Hell Nightmare Beast Soul, Nightmare Moment. At this moment, Ling Xiao chose to attack, because he knew that the power of the illusory demon eye could not last long. So he had to attack. As long as he could destroy all 4 souls of the other party, he could completely kill Lotus Flower. The tyrannical sword chi erupted again. Ling Xiao's figure instantly appeared in front of Lotus Flower. At this time, Lotus Flower was busy dealing with the power of the illusory demon eye and condensing the light of purification at the same time. There was no time to dodge or block. Ling Xiao succeeded in 1 strike. 7-word style of the god-defying technique. Red blood sword chi. 2 swords, 8 sword lights, stabbed at Lotus Flower at the same time. Because the other party did not have time to block, these 8 sword lights almost tore through Lotus Flower's divine essence protection wall at the same time. They pierced into Lotus Flower's body. At the same time, they pounced on the 4 souls. Crack! The soul of the divine venerable was destroyed on the spot. Pucci! The soul of the demon venerable was also killed. Boom! The soul of the original body directly exploded. Ling Xiao had already seen the hope of winning. The nightmare moment could make the opponent fall into a deep sleep for 3 seconds, although the other party had already woken up the moment he attacked. But there was no time to prepare a defense. Under normal circumstances, he would definitely win. However, Ling Xiao did not dare to be negligent in the slightest, because the remaining soul was Lotus Flower's venerable soul. This soul was the most powerful one. In the next moment, as expected, something happened. The venerable soul was actually wrapped in a ball of golden light. The sword light that attacked it instantly collapsed, and the power of the illusory demon eye also disappeared at this time. The position of the venerable soul disappeared again. Ling Xiao had no choice but to retreat. This time, with the strength of the fused body and the sudden attack of the illusory demon eye, Ling Xiao successfully caught Lotus Flower's flaw and attacked successfully. However, it was a pity that he did not kill the other party. It could not be considered a complete success. And the most troublesome thing was that the illusory demon eye had already been used, so Lotus Flower would definitely be on guard next. It would be very difficult to achieve his goal again. You deserve to die. You deserve to die. You deserve to die. Lotus Flower burst into a hysterical roar. He was plotted against by Ling Xiao again, and this time, the losses were heavy. It was different from before. The previous 2 deaths were only a part of his divine essence, which was nothing to him. But this time, 3 of his souls were destroyed by Ling Xiao. In order to condense these 3 souls, he did not know how many years he had worked hard before he finally succeeded. Now, everything was in vain. That kind of grief and indignation could be imagined. Ling Xiao listened to Lotus Flower's crazy cries, and a hint of determination appeared in his eyes. Chapter 5009. Ling Xiao knew that everything he'd done would be meaningless if he didn't kill Lotus Flower today. Therefore, he prepared to attack again. But just as he was about to use the celestial demon eye, Emperor Lianhua was the first to attack. Ling Xiao was sucked into the gourd before he could react. He couldn't do anything for a moment. Ha 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 ha, look at your fate, Ling Xiao. Do you know what the yin-yang gourd does? Do you know what level of treasure it is? Let me tell you. It's a monarch weapon with 11 dragon runes. Do you know the difference between 10 and 11 dragon runes? 10 dragon runes are only the best common rank monarch weapons, but it's still a common rank monarch weapon. 11 dragon runes, on the other hand, are premium rank monarch weapons. Although they're the worst of premium rank monarch weapons, only Eternal Divine Nation has them. You won't be able to find any of them in the 4 regions and 9 worlds. Your Void God sword can grow, but as long as it's in the 4 regions and 9 worlds, it'll never become a premium rank monarch weapon. You've realized it already, haven't you? The Yin Yang Gourd will destroy your merged body. Without it, how will you fight me? The Yin Yang bone-melting water in the gourd will turn you into liquid. You'll never have a chance to escape. With my current cultivation, I'll suffer a backlash if I use a premium rank monarch weapon by force. But in order to kill you, I can't care about that anymore. Emperor Lianhua seemed to be trying to show off his strength. He actually said a lot of things. At this moment, he sounded very weak. He didn't even have the time to pay attention to Ling Xiao in the gourd. He sat down cross-legged to heal his wounds. The aura of death around him surged into his body. In fact, he didn't have to worry about the situation inside the gourd. The Yin Yang bone-melting water was a terrifying existence that could even refine a 10th level divine body realm cultivator. How could a mere Ling Xiao resist it? Ling Xiao was truly in a difficult situation inside the gourd. Even his tough body couldn't completely withstand the terrifying Yin Yang bone-melting water. Although the speed at which he was being refined was much slower than the others, at this rate, he estimated that he would be completely refined into water in 3 days. He didn't want to die in such a cowardly way. He had to think of something. What a blunder. I should have known this old monster would have a premium rank monarch weapon. He's from Eternal Divine Nation after all. Bai Ye's voice from within the Dongshang Emperor Ring. Thank goodness the Yin Yang bone-melting water can't enter the ring, or we'd be in trouble. This was the only thing Ling Xiao was thankful for. Otherwise, the people in the Dongshang Emperor Ring would be in trouble. Bone-melting water, bone-melting waters, Bai's of course. Bai S's Huang said Bai's. It's a pity that my great Emperor Palace is my martial spirit and not a true treasure. Otherwise, it would have been able to resist for a while. Bai Yi said helplessly. I do have a monarch armament with 10 dragon patterns, but it's an attack type. Qin Huang smiled bitterly. I can only use the primordial blood jade talisman. If he used the primordial blood jade talisman to block the Yin Yang bone-melting water, he would have time to think of a countermeasure. Otherwise, he'd lose his ability to fight, even if he didn't turn into liquid quickly. It'd be impossible for him to turn the tables. But there was a problem. Once he used the eternal blood jade talisman, Lotus Flower's sovereign physique would escape. At that time, Lotus Flower's 3 sovereigns would truly merge. He'd only become stronger. Gritting his teeth, Ling Xiao finally made his choice. He released the 108 eternal blood jade talismans and arranged them around him to stop the Yin Yang bone-melting water. At the same time, he stabbed the Void God sword into Lotus Flower's sovereign physique and absorbed its energy. Lotus Flower didn't have any hostages, so it didn't matter what he did. However, the moment Lotus Flower's sovereign physique was released, the guy outside sensed it. He began to fight for his sovereign physique. Ling Xiao absorbed nearly half of the sovereign physique's energy. His cultivation sea was full, and his depleted potential was replenished. Lotus Flower's sovereign physique was finally snatched back. Outside the Yin Yang gourd, Lotus Flower regained his sovereign physique. At that moment, he was extremely excited. Roars echoed throughout the God King's mausoleum. I'm back, haha. I'm finally back. What an unexpected gain. If I'd known it'd be so easy to take back my sovereign physique, I would have used it earlier. I should have known earlier. Lotus Flower was both excited and a little regretful. Unfortunately, there was no medicine for regret. Even if he'd used the gourd earlier, things wouldn't have turned out the way they did. Although he regretted it, it wasn't too late to get his sovereign physique back. Besides, Ling Xiao was trapped inside the gourd. He only needed to go out and absorb as much energy as he could to recover to his peak. When that happened, he could trample all over the 4 realms and 9 worlds. No, he could even do as he pleased in Eternal Divine Nation. Damn it, Ling Xiao, You bastard! Why is my sovereign physique only half of its power left? After his initial joy, Lotus Flower finally discovered the source of the problem. He was practically gnashing his teeth in hatred. Ling Xiao, this fellow, was still causing trouble for him even in death. The sovereign physique only had half of its power left, and it was obviously very weak. It would take at least 3 or 4 days to recover. During this time, he didn't dare rashly venture out of the necropolis of the gods. After all, other than Ling Xiao, there were experts like Little Gold, Cold Plum, and Long Chun in the 4 realms and 9 worlds. In his current state, he'd probably be killed if he went out. He wouldn't be satisfied if that happened. Forget it, there's no point in getting angry now. I can only assimilate the other half of my sovereign physique as soon as possible. Even if it's not perfect, it'll still be superior to all experts in the 4 realms and 9 worlds. As for that madman Ling Xiao, let him die in the yin-yang gourd. I can use the yin-yang bone-melting water to increase my strength in the future. Lotus Flower gradually calmed down when his thoughts reached this point. Where is the dragon priest? Lotus Flower's voice was incomparably majestic. Your Majesty, I'm here. The dragon priest walked out of the darkness. He was originally an upright expert, but now he'd become Lotus Flower's dog. What a pity. I need 3 days to recover. During this time, you're in charge of guarding the necropolis of the gods. Stall everyone who enters this place for me. I'm not asking you to kill them, but you mustn't affect my recovery. 3 days later, it'll be the end of this world. Lotus Flower said coldly. Yes, Your Majesty. The dragon shaman nodded and retreated. He brought the 8 giant dragons and prepared to set up an ambush in the necropolis of the gods to prevent experts from entering. Great Emperor Lianhua also began to cultivate. At this moment, he didn't notice that Ling Xiao in the yin-yang gourd hadn't accepted his fate yet. Chapter 50:10. The primordial blood jade talisman was also being eroded, but it protected Ling Xiao's body. This gave Ling Xiao 3 days of buffer time. During this time, Ling Xiao had a bold idea. Since he couldn't leave with his current strength, he would absorb all the energy in the yin-yang bone-dissolving water. The Void God's sword extended out of the primordial blood jade talisman. It pierced into the yin-yang bone-dissolving water. Energy flowed into Ling Xiao's body continuously. Ling Xiao sat down cross-legged and started cultivating. He was about to break through earlier. At that moment, the energy in his cultivation sea broke through the shackles. This allowed Ling Xiao's cultivation to reach the peak of the 4th level of the divine physique echelon. This was the effect of the yin-yang bone-dissolving water. It works. Seeing that this matter was feasible, Ling Xiao revealed a hint of joy. Although he didn't know what would happen in 3 days, he didn't intend to resign himself to fate. Are the 2 of you all right? Ling Xiao asked. Don't worry, we'll be fine for now. Even Emo Jiao and Yu Chen are fine. However, I don't know what will happen after the primordial blood jade talisman is completely corroded. Bai Yi replied, There are still 3 days. We won't die. Ling Xiao gritted his teeth and said, Lotus Flower isn't dead yet. How can I die? He's left with his last soul. As long as I catch him, he'll definitely die. But that guy obtained the body of 3 Supremes. He's probably going to wreak havoc in the 4 regions and 9 worlds. With his strength, who in the 4 regions and 9 worlds can stop him? Qin Huang said worriedly. His sister was still waiting outside the graveyard of the gods. You don't have to worry about that. I did something to the old guy's body of the sovereign. At the very least, he won't be able to move for 3 days. Now, it's a race of time. Should we escape first, or should he recover first? Don't be discouraged. Our people aren't that weak. Little Gold, Long Chun, Cold Plum, Fonghua, and the others are still outside. Ling Xiao replied. At the same time, the experts of the 9 realms of the 4 regions were rushing towards the necropolis of the gods. Even the experts of the lizard race that Ling Xiao had saved before had rushed over. Everyone seemed to have sensed it. This battle in the necropolis of the gods would become the final battle. However, they had to set off a day later than Xiao Jin and the others. Little Gold, Long Chun, and the others were still 2 days away from the graveyard of the gods. They, on the other hand, needed at least 3 days. Although no one knew what had happened in the necropolis of the gods, they knew that Ling Xiao was fighting a fierce battle with the lotus flower, attempting to rescue the 9 realms of the 4 domains from the evil hands of the lotus flower. 2 days later, Little Gold, Long Chun, Cold Plum, and Yu Fanghua were the first to arrive at the necropolis of the gods. At the entrance, they saw Qin Qin and the recovered alliance leader of the Beast Deity Alliance. What? Boss has been in there for 3 days and still hasn't come out? Xiao Jin's expression changed instantly. After such a long time, the odds were against him. But he didn't want to admit that Ling Xiao would die. What are you thinking about? Big brother isn't someone who dies so easily. Since we're here, let's go in and take a look. We have to get a clear picture of the situation. Long Chun said. I think so too. Yu Fanghua could sense Ling Xiao's aura. Although it was very weak, it hadn't disappeared. She was sure that Ling Xiao's current situation wasn't very good, but he definitely wasn't dead. Then let's go in. Cold Plum nodded as well. The 4 of them reached an agreement and entered the necropolis of the gods together. However, not long after they entered, they were surrounded and attacked by 8 giant dragons led by the dragon shaman. Although the 4 of them were very strong, they were unable to defeat the dragon shaman and the 8 giant dragons in the necropolis of the gods. This was because, including the dragon shaman, their strength had been strengthened in the necropolis of the gods. Fighting in there was extremely uncomfortable for Yu Fanghua and the others. They had no choice but to leave the necropolis of the gods. The dragon shaman didn't chase after them. It seemed that the dragon shaman also understood what his mission was. It was to prevent anyone from going in and disturbing Lotus Flower's recovery. He didn't dare to come out easily. The battle with Yu Fanghua and the others just now made him deeply understand. Although the 4 of them were young, their combat strength was very strong. This battle lasted for almost a day. The next morning, the forces of the 9 realms of the 4 regions arrived at the necropolis of the gods one after another. The Beast Gods Alliance, the Golden Sky region, the Heaven Sacred Land, the Savage Beast region, the Lizardmen, and so on. There was also a group of people on the way. Seeing these people, Yu Fanghua saw hope again. The 4 of them were already able to fight against the dragon shaman and the 8 giant dragons. Although they couldn't win, with the help of these experts, they should be able to win. However, at this moment, a terrifying black smoke surged out of the necropolis of the gods. This smoke rose into the sky and formed a human figure. A giant human figure. It let out a cold laugh. All the warriors in the chaotic sand sea could hear it. Everyone looked at the strange phenomenon in the sky with their mouths agape. Although almost no one had seen Lotus Flower in person before, the black smoke surging out of the necropolis of the gods was definitely related to Lotus Flower. If it wasn't him, it was definitely his subordinate. Yu Fanghua and the others didn't look too good. Because Little Gold and Cold Plum had seen the dead spirit emperor before, which was Lotus Flower's demon lord body. That guy's appearance was the same as Lotus Flower's. Therefore, they recognized him. They also told Yu Fanghua and Long Chun. Lotus Flower didn't die, and Ling Xiao was nowhere to be seen. It was easy for them to think of one thing. Something had happened to Ling Xiao, Bai Yi, and Qin Huang. There are quite a lot of guests here. Haha, everyone here is a divine body realm expert, right? There are more than 100,000 of you, right? Not bad, not bad. Although it's a little small, the quality is very high. With you guys here, my recovery plan can be completed in advance. Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Lotus Flower, also the Dead Spirit Emperor. I'm the nightmare in your hearts. I'm also the future ruler of the 4 regions and 9 worlds. This guy seemed to be afraid that others wouldn't recognize him, so he even introduced himself. The crowd was in an uproar. Everyone knew that their hero Ling Xiao had come to the necropolis of the gods to kill Lotus Flower. But now, Lotus Flower was still alive. Therefore, it was very likely that the hero was dead. Ling Xiao had become the spiritual pillar of the 4 regions and 9 worlds. The moment people realized that he was dead, many of them became extremely frightened. Some even trembled, cried, were at a loss. There were even some who knelt on the ground, feeling as if heaven and earth would not respond to their cries. You're lying, Yu Fanghua shouted. Haha, little girl, You're Ling Zhao's woman, right? You said that I'm lying, then what about him? Don't deceive yourself. I have to admit that Ling Xiao, this little guy, is very powerful. He seriously injured me with his own strength, so I can't delay the time to suppress you guys for a few days. But today is the last day. I've already fused that kid into my body. I've obtained my Dizun body. Lotus Flower looked at Yu Fenghua and smiled coldly. Chapter 50:11. Impossible. I don't believe it. Yu Fenghua was also a little panicked. Her eyes were filled with tears. Although she could still feel a trace of Ling Zhao's aura, it could also be from Lotus Flower's body. It's up to you to believe it or not. Anyway, I came out to tell you. The hero you had high hopes for is gone. So, don't struggle. Submit to me obediently. In this way, I can still keep you people alive. Then, go and absorb the life energy of the rest. This is your only way to survive. Now, I'll give you an hour to consider. Goodbye. The cloud of black smoke instantly disappeared. The outside of the graveyard of the gods became quiet again. However, the silence only lasted for a short while. Ling Zhao's death was like a heavy bomb that exploded in the crowd. It made everyone's heart sink to the bottom. The aura of despair was spreading. Everyone's fighting spirit was plummeting. Dead. Ling Xiao is dead. How can he die? He's the most powerful existence in the 4 regions and 9 realms. He's our last hope to defeat Lotus Flower. What should we do? What will happen to us? Now that Ling Xiao is gone, how are we going to defeat Emperor Lian Hua? With just the few of us? We can't stop him. Everything is over. Lotus Flower's words really dealt a heavy blow to many people. When Ling Xiao was around, they still had the heart to fight. However, after losing Ling Xiao, they had completely lost their backbone. Almost 90% of them had lost hope. They didn't know what to do. However, some people were so desperate that they even wanted to slit their own throats. They didn't want to become Lotus Flower's puppet. Some people were just wavering. They didn't completely give up. It had to be said that Lotus Flower was really good. With just a few words, he was able to make the army of 100,000 lose their fighting spirit. This move was really brilliant. King Bulsh T. How can boss die? Has that old dog Lotus Flower ever said anything true? To think that you guys still believe his words. What a joke. At this moment, Xiao Jin's voice rang out like thunder, deafening even the apathetic. That's right. Big Brother hasn't appeared. Perhaps he's just temporarily trapped. It was impossible for him to die. Since we believe in him, we should trust him to the end. If we lose our fighting spirit because of a few words from that old bastard, wouldn't that be exactly what that old bastard wants? Long Chen added, I believe in Master. Cold Plum's words were simple but firm. Yes, my man won't be defeated so easily. Yu Fenghua also woke up from her grief. In the past, Ling Xiao had encountered something more dangerous than this. Ling Xiao had survived that time. How could he die this time? But what if I really die? A warrior from the Thunder Astral Boundary asked, what if I really die? So what? Are we willing to be enslaved? To be turned into undead? I don't know what you guys have decided, but if it were me, I would rather die in battle than be enslaved. Fire Emperor roared, brothers and sisters of the Golden Sky region, listen up. I firmly believe that Dizun is not dead, but Dizun might be trapped by Lotus Flower's scheme. He can't help us for the time being. I'm prepared to fight Lotus Flower with my flesh and blood. Even if I lose my last drop of blood, I won't regret it. What about you guys? Fight to the death. The Golden Sky region was the closest force to Ling Xiao. Naturally, they fully supported Ling Xiao. Even if there were a few cowards, they wouldn't sing a different tune under such circumstances. Heaven Holy Land was saved by Ling Xiao. Without him, we would have perished long ago. In that battle, Ling Xiao had already destroyed 90% of Lotus Flower's subordinates. What we need to do is to continue fulfilling his unfulfilled wish. I, Sheng Yu, swear on behalf of Heaven Holy Land that we will fight to the end. Sheng Yu was now the Holy Lord of Heaven Holy Land. At this time, he naturally had to declare his stance. Fight to the death. The martial artists of Heaven Holy Land had all experienced that battle. so they understood how precious life was. They also understood Ling Xiao's greatness. Ling Xiao wasn't someone who would die so easily. They firmly believed in this. Eternal Emperor Regent swears to the death. Yu Qiushui also raised her weapon and swore to the heavens. We swear to destroy Lotus Flower and defend the peace of the 4 regions and 9 worlds. The martial artists of Eternal Emperor Region had also experienced the incident at Eternal Palace. Naturally, they wouldn't cower before Lotus Flower, because they understood what it meant to retreat. Savage Beast Region's Beast Imperial Palace, Divine Dragon Palace, and Saintess Palace are participating. Little Gold, Long Chun, and Cold Plum were the representatives of these 3 forces. Of course, their opinions wouldn't change. If Ling Xiao really died, they would kill Lotus Flower to avenge Ling Xiao. The lizard race is participating. To the lizard men, Ling Xiao was their god's messenger, their savior. They didn't have the chance to participate in the previous battles, but this time, they wouldn't cower. Beast Deities Alliance is participating. The Beast Deities Alliance leader naturally wouldn't miss this opportunity. To him, if Lotus Flower didn't perish, then the Beast Deities Alliance would perish. There was nothing to say. Heavenly Fiends Ghostly Beasts are participating. The Heavenly Fiends Ghostly Beasts led by Ling Jiaojiao naturally wouldn't avoid the battle. With so many experts participating in the battle, the originally despairing atmosphere instantly became lively and lively. Everyone's fighting spirit was rising. They'd rather die than surrender. Those who dared to come here weren't afraid of death. Those who were afraid of death wouldn't come at all. Therefore, the martial artists of the other forces gradually expressed their determination to fight to the death. They didn't want to die, but they had to gamble with their lives. These 100,000 martial artists were the hope of the 4 regions and 9 worlds. They were also the final gamble. If they were all killed, it would really be over. Everything would be irreparable. Although we wish to entrust our fates to Ling Xiao, we can't do anything about it. We don't know whether Ling Xiao is dead or alive. We can only control our own fate, but we definitely can't surrender. This was the voice of the 100,000 martial artists. Of course, if possible, they really hoped that Ling Xiao would appear. After all, if there was anyone who could compete with Lotus Flower, it would be Ling Xiao. Actually, they didn't have a choice. Because there was nowhere to run. To leave the 4 regions and 9 worlds, they could either head to the land of exile in the West region. But that path wasn't easy. Moreover, if the 4 regions and 9 worlds were destroyed, would the West region still exist? The second path was to head to Heaven's Wall City. But the problem was, with their abilities, if they didn't head to Heaven's Wall City correctly, they would probably die. Moreover, once Lotus Flower obtained energy from the 4 regions and 9 worlds, his next step would definitely be to head to Heaven's Wall City and Giant Dragon Valley. Where else could they escape to? Sometimes, when there was no way out, it was easier for people to choose. They could only fight to the death. The fastest mobile version of the website. Chapter 50:12. Perhaps even Lotus Flower didn't expect this. Even a rabbit would bite when cornered. Moreover, these were all martial artists. If they were cornered, they would use their lives to defend their dignity. Alright, since everyone has made their decision, I have a few things to announce. With Ling Xiao's life and death unknown, Yu Fanghua had become the leader to replace him. This was not only because she was Ling Xiao's woman, but also because of her powerful strength. Everyone quieted down. Since they had already made their decision, they weren't as panicked anymore. The first thing is that we have to fight, but we can't just throw our lives away. We have to have hope in our hearts and believe that Ling Xiao isn't dead. During the battle, listen to orders as much as possible and use effective tactics to stall for time. Although Ling Xiao isn't here, he left behind a precious battle formation. Set up the battle formation. Even if we face Lotus Flower, we still have hope of winning. If Ling Xiao isn't dead, I believe that he will come to save us. After hearing Yu Fanghua's words, everyone suddenly felt that perhaps things weren't as bad as they had imagined. Although many people were in high spirits, they just wanted to die in battle as soon as possible so that they wouldn't have to suffer pain and torture. However, Yu Fanghua's words gave them hope. What if Ling Xiao really wasn't dead? What they had to do was to stall for time. There was absolutely no problem. The second thing is, don't listen to Lotus Flower's words. This monster loves to use words to confuse us. If we let down our guard or become confused because of his words, we will definitely die. That's really going to kill you. The third thing is, listen to orders and don't act recklessly. Next, I will hand over the battle formation left behind by Ling Xiao to everyone. Familiarize yourself with it and prepare for the fierce battle in an hour. After Yu Fanghua announced the three things, they began to prepare for the battle. When Lotus Flower found out about this, he flew into a rage. He didn't expect that his performance didn't have any effect at all. This bunch of ignorant humans are actually invincible against the gods. Just you wait. I will tear them all to shreds one by one. The reason why Lotus Flower had to wait for an hour was because he could only come out after an hour. This was not for the other party to prepare, but for himself. An hour later, the time for the final battle finally arrived. Logically speaking, people should be very nervous. But they didn't feel that way. Right now, all they wanted to do was kill Lotus Flower. He forgot his fear, forgot his nervousness, and even forgot how powerful Lotus Flower was. Therefore, in the depths of his heart, he felt very relaxed. At this moment, they didn't consider what would happen if they lost this battle. What would happen if he won? Because they didn't have the luxury to waste time thinking about that kind of thing. All they could do was fight with all their might. It didn't involve the 4 regions or 9 worlds. It had nothing to do with the billions of living beings. This was a battle for his own glory. It was that simple. There were some things that didn't need to be too complicated. If it was too complicated, people would be at a loss. Roar. The furious roar of a monster suddenly rang out from within the necropolis of the gods. 8 giant dragons flew out from within. Lotus Flower and the dragon shaman stood on the head of the Pishio giant dragon, looking down at everyone coldly. 100,000 warriors were unafraid of death. They looked at the two of them coldly. Their faces were gloomy and murderous. You came as expected. Yu Fanghua stood at the front of the 100,000 warriors, side by side with Xiao Jin, Long Chun, and Cold Plum. Although they were young, they were the 4 most powerful people in the 4 regions and 9 realms apart from Ling Xiao. Of course I came. You didn't listen to my advice and insisted on becoming enemies with me. I could only give up on comforting you and kill all of you. Lotus Flower sneered. At this moment, he showed the appearance of a middle-aged man, exuding an evil aura and a bit of a holy aura. He also had the aura of an emperor. In short, there was a feeling that people didn't dare to look directly at him. Have you finally come to this step? You really disappoint me. Long Chun looked at the dragon shaman and shook his head gently. You were the one who told me before. Dragons are the most arrogant beings in this world. We will never become the slaves of others. You also have the bloodline of the divine dragon in your body, but you chose to become Lotus Flower's dog. Have you forgotten what you said? Reality is cruel. What's the use of saying beautiful words? Ling Xiao is stronger than you, but he was still killed by Lotus Flower. I advise you to submit as well. The Emperor will give you more power and even let you become a god. The dragon shaman said plainly, You are really hopeless. Sister-in-law, leave the dragon shaman to me. Consider it a clean house. I don't want the divine dragon palace to have such a scourge. Long Chun looked at Yu Fanghua and said. Yu Fanghua nodded and announced the mission. Long Chun will deal with the dragon shaman, Golden Sky region, Lizard race, Eternal Emperor region, Heaven Sacred Ground, Savage Beast region, Heavenly Fiend Ghost region, Beast Deities Alliance. Each of you will deal with 1 giant dragon. The remaining 2 giant dragons will be dealt with by the remaining 8 forces. Remember, the division of labor must be clear. Use the battle formation to minimize the casualties. The first 6 forces had the least casualties. Therefore, it shouldn't be a problem for them to deal with 1 giant dragon. The remaining 8 forces had also improved their strength with the help of Ling Xiao's expert advancement pills and battle formation. However, they were still not as strong as the first 5 forces. Therefore, it was just right for them to work together to deal with the remaining 2 giant dragons. Yu Fanghua's allocation was very reasonable. Therefore, no one raised any objections. Little Gold, Cold Plum, the 3 of us will work together to deal with Lotus Flower. Lotus Flower was the most troublesome. The only ones who had the strength to contend with Lotus Flower were the few of them. They couldn't let the others die. Understood. I will help you after I destroy the dragon shaman, Long Chen said. Don't underestimate the enemy. The dragon shaman isn't that weak. Focus on the enemy, Yu Fenghua reminded. All right. Long Chen understood what Yu Fenghua meant. The dragon shaman was indeed not easy to deal with. In a sense, the dragon shaman was half a master to Long Chen. Long Chen wanted to deal with him because he didn't want him to be killed by others. He should be the one to send his master to his death. At this moment, Ling Zhao's eyes were tightly shut inside the yin-yang gourd. He seemed to have forgotten everything around him. Bai Yi, Qin Huang, and Mo Jiao, and Yu Chun could already feel the strong killing intent outside the Dongshang Emperor ring. It seems like an army is coming, Yu Chen said. Yes. It's a pity that we are trapped here and can't get out. We don't know when Ling Xiao will be able to finish his cultivation. The primordial blood jade talismans are almost completely corroded, Qin Huang said worriedly. Soon. Have you noticed that the corrosiveness of the yin-yang bone-melting water is getting weaker and weaker? Otherwise, the primordial blood jade talismans should have been completely corroded by now. There is only one reason for this, and that is that Ling Xiao has absorbed the energy of the yin-yang bone-melting water. Bai Yi was a senior after all. He was more accurate. Chapter 50:13. Perhaps things won't be as easy as you think. Bai Yi could see that the yin-yang bone-dissolving water was weakening. However, monsters could still make a final move before death. Would the yin-yang bone-dissolving water willingly fall under Ling Zhao's control? He didn't know and didn't dare guess. He could only wait. Wait for Ling Xiao to break out of this cage. It looks like you're still waiting for Ling Zhao's return. Haha, this is really too laughable. Don't lie to yourselves. You should know that I come from eternal divine nation. I have an emperor weapon that you can't even imagine. It's an emperor weapon with 11 dragon runes. I'm sure all the top experts know what this means. Ling Xiao is very strong, but he still fell at my hands because of this treasure. Accept your fate. There's no future for you. There's no tomorrow. Outside the yin-yang gourd, Lotus Flower was still trying to dampen their fighting spirit. After all, the combined strength of 100,000 people was still rather intimidating. However, he failed again. For those who had already made up their minds, it didn't matter what Lotus Flower said. They didn't desire victory in this battle. They only wanted to do their best. The future of the 4 regions and 9 worlds was up to fate. Without the heavy burden on their shoulders, everyone relaxed. Their thoughts weren't as tense as before. They focused on the battle before them. Everyone stared fixedly at the enemy in front of them. According to Yu Fenghua's arrangements, they only needed to complete their respective missions. If he could drag someone down with him before he died, that would naturally be for the best. Surprised, isn't it? Yu Fenghua looked mockingly at Lotus Flower. Even if there's no hope and no future, we're still strong. But we still have a body full of tough bones. There are hundreds of millions of experts in the 4 regions and 9 worlds. Do you really think you can kill all of them? Perhaps that's what you thought when you were in eternal divine nation, but you were sealed away in the end. This time, you'll end up just as tragically. You think too highly of yourself if you think you can topple the 4 regions and 9 worlds. Lotus Flower's expression was ugly. Truthfully speaking, with his current strength, killing these 100,000 people was not a problem. However, it did consume a lot of his energy, and he might even be injured. It would be very difficult for him to destroy the 4 regions and 9 realms. There was no way Eternal Divine Nation wouldn't know if something major had happened in the 9 realms. After all, it was Eternal Divine Nation's experts who'd sealed him here. If an expert were to descend from that side, everything he had done would be for naught. Originally, he only wanted to use his power and influence to secretly control some people, then slowly nibble away at the 4 regions and 9 worlds. That way, he wouldn't be easily discovered. But now that things were getting out of hand, he was in a bad mood. He thought so in his heart, but he refused to admit defeat verbally. He looked coldly at Yu Fenghua and said, I really want to see how capable Ling Zhao's woman is. I heard that you can actually purify martial artists infected by the departed spirit fruit tree. That really made me very surprised. After I devour you and absorb your energy, I'm sure I'll know what's so special about you. But don't worry, because all 100,000 people will die today. You'll have many to accompany you to the grave." After saying this, Emperor Lianhua suddenly released a terrifying aura. A crown on his head, black and white wings on his back. The power of the three sovereigns finally merged into one. Although Ling Xiao had sucked away almost half of the sovereign physique's energy, Emperor Lianhua still looked pretty cool. However, he wasn't as strong as he'd been at his peak. This was why he needed to absorb the energy of the people of the 4 regions and 9 worlds. As he released his power, the dragon shaman also made his move. Long Chen was the first to charge out, fighting the dragon shaman 1,000 meters in the air. This was a personal battle, but also a battle to save the lives of the people of the 4 regions and 9 worlds. 8 giant dragons pounced on the crowd. According to Yu Fenghua's plan, everyone chose their own opponents. They fought the giant dragons. Ling Xiao might have gone missing, but the battle formation he left behind is really useful. It can allow us to combine our attack and defense. It gathers the power of tens of thousands of people to protect and rely on each other. Previously, people were still worried about the battle formation, but once they used it, they knew how good it was. The tens of thousands of experts of the Golden Sky region were like a rope. The Fire King, the Thunder King, and Yang Shuyi were the 3 attacking points. The rest were the support. The Flower King was in charge of defense. It was perfect. The situation of the other forces was similar. Although the number of experts was different, the battle formation could make their collective combat power as if they were one person. The 8 giant dragons were all in the middle stage of the 7th level divine body realm and were extremely powerful. But it wasn't that easy to defeat them. The battle had begun. Because the energy waves were so terrifying, the 4 regions and 9 worlds had strange phenomena in the sky. Everyone knew that the 4 regions and 9 worlds were facing the threat of a supervillain. Although they hadn't seen it, they knew that countless powerful martial artists were fighting for them. There was a limit to what they could do. At this moment, they could only pray that these experts could return victorious. After all, their sons were among them, their father, their older brother, their older sister. These experts were inextricably linked to the people of the 4 regions and 9 worlds. The Golden Sky region was facing the War Dragon. This giant dragon was probably the most powerful existence among the 8 giant dragons. It was good at all kinds of combat techniques and could even use combat skills. From the beginning, the Golden Sky region's martial artists were aware of this. This was also their choice. Because currently, the Golden Sky region's combat power was the strongest among the 4 regions and 9 worlds. The Heaven's Sacred Land was facing the super giant dragon. This giant dragon's body was the size of the other 7 giant dragons combined. It was simply too big. Its destructive power was also the most terrifying among the 8 giant dragons. However, its weakness was also more obvious. It was too big and easy to attack. The Heaven's Sacred Land's martial artists had experienced the Great Devil Emperor's War, so they knew how to deal with this guy. The Savage Beast region was facing the Raging Giant Dragon. The Raging Giant Dragon wasn't as well-rounded as the War Dragon and wasn't as destructive as the Super Giant Dragon. However, this guy's instantaneous combat power was the strongest, because it was the only giant dragon that could instantly increase its combat power. This was very similar to the Savage Beast region's Beast Tribe's Berserk transformation. The Lizard Tribe was facing the Flaming Giant Dragon. As the name suggested, the Flaming Giant Dragon was good at powerful fire mystic arts. The Lizard Tribe was also good at mystic arts. It should be easier to deal with them. The Eternal Emperor region was in charge of dealing with the Taodai Giant Dragon. This Taodai Giant Dragon had a huge mouth that could swallow everything. Its advantages were obvious, but so were its weaknesses. The Eternal Emperor region had a treasure that could restrain this guy. That was why Yu Qiushui chose it. Chapter 50:14. The Beast Deities Alliance dealt with the Great Earth Dragon. The Great Earth Dragon could control the power of the earth and was extremely strong. Most of the Beast Deities Alliance's martial artists were good at shape-shifting, so their accumulated strength was not weak. The remaining Armor Dragon and Pishio Dragon were left to the other factions to deal with. The armored dragon's biggest advantage was its defense. Its attack power was not strong, so it was relatively easy to deal with. It just depended on how to break its defense. The Pishio dragon was not a battle-type dragon to begin with. It was used to transport things. Therefore, its combat power was the weakest among the 8 dragons. The opponent's choice was not random. There was a reason behind it. These 8 dragons were undead creatures after all. They did not have brains. Without the dragon shaman's control, the only thing they could do was fight. Therefore, when enemies charged at them, they would naturally meet them head-on. This was in line with Yu Fenghua's strategy. Looks like I underestimated you. Emperor Lianhua frowned. Who would have thought that Brat Ling Xiao would leave behind something so good after his death? Fortunately, he's dead. Otherwise, I would be afraid. However, do you think you can turn defeat into victory like this? This world is very cruel. You can't win just because you want to. After I get rid of the 3 of you, those trash are not worth mentioning. Emperor Lianhua's words weren't meant to provoke anyone. He thought that Ling Xiao was really dead. No martial artist trapped by the Yin-Yang Gourd had ever escaped. Even if they wanted to escape, they would escape from the beginning. If they missed that opportunity, they would be completely finished. He knew how terrifying the power of the Yin-Yang bone-melting water was. Therefore, there would no longer be a Ling Xiao in this world. He could eliminate these stumbling blocks in front of him without any worries. Then, the 4 regions and 9 worlds would be at his mercy. No need to talk nonsense. Let's fight. His comrades had already started fighting. Long Chun and the dragon shaman fought in the sky. Terrifying explosions and dragon roars came from time to time. The battle was in full swing. The battle between the 4 regions and 9 worlds experts and the 8 dragons was also unusually intense. Naturally, they could not stay idle. What they needed to do now was to stop Lotus Flower. Even if they couldn't win, they couldn't back down. Moon Maiden True Body. At this moment, Yu Fenghua unleashed her full strength. The power that he hadn't used before was completely displayed at this moment. Because she knew that if she didn't do this, she wouldn't be able to win. Moonlight instantly filled the entire space. Yu Fenghua's appearance changed slightly. He seemed to have grown up a lot and matured a lot. Between their brows, they exuded the temperament that only immortals had. She held the immortal body in one hand and the sword in the other. She floated in the sky and looked down at the lotus flower. The bright moonlight made her look even more extraordinary. At that moment, many people vaguely thought that they had seen a fairy who had traveled 100,000 years to the present. Underestimating the determination of the 4 regions and 9 worlds is your biggest mistake. You can destroy our bodies, but you can't destroy our minds. Whether Ling Xiao is dead or not, I will seek justice for him today. I will eliminate you on behalf of the 4 regions and 9 worlds. Yu Fenghua's voice was cold and determined. Ling Xiao wasn't here, so she was the backbone of the 4 regions and 9 worlds. She had to perform perfectly. She couldn't disappoint Ling Xiao. The bright moon continued to absorb his power, causing Yu Fenghua's combat strength to soar. Shrine of Eternal Life, kill. At a certain moment, Yu Fenghua brought out the Eternal Temple. Bright moonlight enveloped this treasure. It was as dazzling as the Moon Palace. At the same time that Yu Fenghua attacked, Cold Plum and Xiaojin also attacked. Cold Plum directly released the ancient war tree. She disappeared into the darkness like a ghost, posing a great threat to Emperor Lianhua at all times. The ancient war tree enveloped the entire battlefield and continued to attack Lotus Flower. Countless vines kept attacking like long snakes. Although they couldn't hurt Lotus Flower for the time being, they could always restrain a part of his power. Meanwhile, Cold Plum was like a tiger hiding in the dark, ready to pounce at any time. Xiaojin's attack was much simpler. At this moment, he had transformed into a huge golden crow. He directly pounced on Lotus Flower. Emperor Lianhua furrowed his brows. Although he had obtained the body of the sovereign and was stronger than when he fought Ling Xiao. However, he still didn't dare to be careless when facing these 3 people. After all, Ling Xiao would probably be defeated by these 3 people. Divine Judgment Formation, Dark Destruction Formation, Fuse. Lotus Flower used the ultimate move that he used against Ling Xiao from the beginning. There was no other way. The three people in front of him had displayed too much combat strength. He had to do this. The power of darkness and divine merged. The two formations amplified each other. It produced an extremely domineering and terrifying power. It blocked the joint attack of Xiao Jin and Yu Fanghua. The violent power caused the entire chaotic sand sea to tremble. The other battlefields were also affected, and there were even situations where the battle was paused. I have to help as soon as possible. Long Chun could feel it. Although the collision this time seemed to be evenly matched, Long Chun could feel it. However, Yu Fanghua and Xiao Jin had already done their best. Lotus Flower was obviously still holding back. Therefore, he had to defeat the Dragon Shaman as soon as possible and help. You felt the divine might of the great emperor, right? So, I advise you not to do anything stupid. Listen to me and follow Lotus Flower. The people of the 4 regions and 9 realms have nothing to do with you. They're just a bunch of ants. They're only fit to be cultivation materials for the strong. The Dragon Shaman laughed wildly as he fought. What a lunatic! Long Chun felt that he almost didn't recognize the Dragon Shaman in front of him. Did he have any pride as a descendant of the dragon? The explosion below enveloped the 3 people on the battlefield. Only Cold Plum was nowhere to be seen. However, most of the branches of the ancient war tree were blown to pieces. It was almost completely bare now. However, in an instant, new branches grew out. Because the ancient war tree represented the will of the 4 regions and 9 realms, all the plants in the 4 regions and 9 realms would contribute their power to it. After all, Lotus Flower's actions didn't just harm living things. Even the plants would wither and die. Damn it! Before the smoke from the explosion dissipated, Lotus Flower suddenly touched his head and roared angrily. He was ambushed by Cold Plum. His head was pierced by Cold Plum's sharp blade. He didn't even have time to defend. If it wasn't for the fact that the sovereign soul had already moved to another location, this time, he would have died. Even if he had so many treasures, it was meaningless if he didn't have time to use them. After this incident, Lotus Flower hurriedly put on the helmet. This was an emperor armament with 9 dragon patterns. This treasure could prevent Cold Plum from ambushing him. After all, Cold Plum was an assassin. Her attacks were always hard to defend against. Chapter 50:15. I didn't expect that other than Ling Xiao, there would be such a powerful young person in the 9 realms. I underestimated him. Lotus Flower looked coldly at Yu Fanghua and Xiao Jin. He said this to Cold Plum, who was hiding in the dark. But this is more fun. Otherwise, it would be too boring if it ended so easily. Fun? You treat billions of lives as a game just to satisfy your boring thoughts. I swear that as long as I don't die, I will drag you into hell. You will never be able to escape. As long as you live, the battle will never end. Yu Fanghua was completely infuriated by Lotus Flower's words. He actually treated this as a game. This lunatic. The battle resumed. The intensity of the battle increased again. To be honest, Yu Fanghua and the other 2 were no match for Lotus Flower. Even when the 3 of them worked together, they still seemed to be at a disadvantage. If the 3 of them didn't cooperate well, they would have lost long ago. Lotus Flower's strength was beyond everyone's imagination. Even so, they didn't give in. They were still looking for opportunities to weaken Lotus Flower. Even if they couldn't kill him, they had to seal him. Perhaps in 10 or 20 years, another genius would emerge and completely kill Lotus Flower. Boom, boom. Terrifying roars continued to resound between heaven and earth. The scene of the battle was also extremely exciting. They were surrounded by danger a few times. This time, Xiao Jin was almost killed. Cold Plum saved her. The next time, Cold Plum was attacked, and Yu Fanghua blocked it. Of course, Lotus Flower didn't have it easy either. Although his strength was much stronger, whether it was Xiao Jin, Yu Fanghua, or Leng Mei, they were all people with their own ideas. The old antique Emperor Lianhua was completely oblivious to their whimsical ideas during the battle. Therefore, Lotus Flower was injured a few times. Even 4 of the 9 Emperor armaments were destroyed. The other battlefields were far away from them. Even with Cold Plum's ancient war tree shielding them, no one could guarantee that they would be able to block it. If he were to be implicated, he would be dead meat. The other battlefields were not peaceful either. Long Chun was anxious to win, but the dragon shaman was already extremely powerful, and with the strengthening of the heart of the strong, his strength had become even more terrifying. Moreover, many of Long Chun's fighting methods were taught by the dragon shaman. As a result, Long Chun was gradually suppressed by the dragon shaman. The battle between the 8 dragons was not looking good either. Although there had been no casualties due to the existence of the battle formation, everyone was still very nervous. This was because if there was even the slightest deviation in the operation, someone would definitely be killed or injured. The strength of these 8 dragons was just that strong. Put in more effort. We can't help much in killing the lotus flower, but it would be too embarrassing if we can't even defeat a dragon. Everyone, let's fight together. Don't get distracted. Shouts could be heard from time to time as the martial artists cheered for themselves. Rumble. A loud sound came from afar. The energy in the sky exploded again. Little Gold and Yu Fenghua's bodies were thrown out of the sky, and they spat out large mouthfuls of blood. Cold Plum took advantage of this opportunity to destroy the Emperor weapon with 9 dragon patterns of lotus flower. However, until now, she had not hurt the lotus flower's foundation. Although the lotus flower was only left with a soul, his body's recovery ability was still very strong. This guy was really too strong. Even so, everyone was glad that this was not the strength of the lotus flower at his peak. Why would the lotus flower at his peak care about these ants in the 4 regions and 9 worlds? He could probably kill Little Gold, Yu Fenghua, and Cold Plum with a light slap. His strength had not fully recovered. It was because Ling Xiao had ruined his recovery plan. Otherwise, after the lotus flower devoured the life energy of the 4 regions and 9 worlds, he could at least recover half of his strength. It was precisely because Ling Xiao had already done so much preliminary work. Yu Fenghua did not want to fail even more. With the lotus flower so weak, it was the best time to defeat him. If by the time this guy recovered his strength, everything would be too late. Damn guy, looks like we have no choice but to go all out. Sister-in-law, after boss returns, tell him that I, Little Gold, died in battle. I didn't embarrass him. After a long battle, Little Gold understood a principle. If this continued, it would only be a waste of their stamina and divine essence. In terms of a prolonged battle, they could not compare to the lotus flower. Therefore, they could only directly launch a mutual destruction attack when their combat strength was almost at their peak. Only then could they possibly win. To be honest, he did not know if this could kill his opponent, but he had to try. If not, it would be even more impossible. If he won, then he would have profited greatly. If he died, he could save everyone else. What was wrong with that? Devouring Light. This was a move that Little Gold developed himself. The power of this move was extremely terrifying. Fusing the power of the devouring devil fetus and the golden crow, swallowing the enemy into his stomach, then exploding his entire body. This move had never been used before. Even the power was simulated. How great was the actual power? Little Gold did not know. But what was certain was that it was at least 10 times more powerful than a simple self-destruction. Little Gold, what are you doing? Are you crazy? We agreed not to go all out. We just need to stall for time. If you die, how am I going to explain to your boss? Yu Fenghua shouted hysterically. But it was no use. The current Little Gold had already released all the energy in his body. In just an instant, a resplendent light enveloped the lotus flower. The others could not get close at all. Sister-in-law, it's no use. Even if the 3 of us can delay the lotus flower for a while. But no one knows when Master will return. If we become weak and Master does not return, even if we want to perish together, there will be no chance. Cold Plum shook his head and said, Next, it's my turn. If Little Gold can't succeed, I'll continue. If I can't succeed, sister-in-law, you'll continue. Today, we must destroy this lotus flower, no matter what. Crazy. Emperor Lianhua was frightened by Little Gold's actions. His originally calm face suddenly turned into one of extreme terror. It was because he was strong enough that he could feel the terror of Little Gold's move. He did not want to die. You lunatic, if you want to die, go die yourself. Why do you have to drag me down? Bastard. Unfortunately, Even someone as strong as him could not escape from the devouring light. Little Gold dared to use this move because he was strong enough. After all, this move was sacrificing his life. Yu Fanghua heard Cold Plum's words and gave up shouting. Instead, she made the same decision. Just as Cold Plum said, although they all believed that Ling Xiao would return alive, they were not sure when he would return. In that case, they might as well kill or seriously injure Lotus Flower here to create the conditions for Ling Xiao's return. The fastest mobile version of the website. Chapter 50:16. Cold Plum stood in front of Yu Fanghua and kept making hand seals. The cage formed by the ancient war trees became denser and denser. Just as she said, if Xiao Jin failed, she would take his place. She couldn't let Xiao Jin lose his life for nothing. Sister-in-law, if I die, please tell Master for me. I can't continue to accompany him in the future, but he has to continue on the path he wants to take. Lung Mei's voice was very indifferent, without the slightest fluctuation of emotion. She was not good at expressing her feelings. She could only act like a little sister in front of Ling Xiao. Longchun, did you hear that? Tell your big brother how he died. If Lotus Flower didn't die, let him take revenge for us. Yu Fanghua looked at Longchun in the distance. She had a plan for the worst. No one knew what would happen next. The worst-case scenario was that Xiao Jin couldn't kill Lotus Flower and Cold Plum couldn't kill Lotus Flower. Then, only she, Yu Fanghua, could continue. She knew that Ling Xiao would be very sad if she died. But at this moment, she had no other choice. She couldn't let Xiao Jin and Cold Plum die for nothing, right? F***ck, don't die. Long Chun began to risk his life. His dragon bloodline was burning, and the battle became even crazier. After all, the dragon shaman was only a human, even though he had the bloodline of the dragon clan. Although he had the dragon bloodline, his potential couldn't be compared to a real golden dragon. Under the urging of anger, the dragon power in Long Chen's body completely exploded. At that moment, he seemed to have become much stronger. The dragon shaman realized that not only had he lost the advantage, but he was also being beaten up by Long Chen. He had completely lost the ability to fight back. At this moment, the loud cry of the golden crow resounded. The devouring light completely disappeared. Lotus Flower was swallowed into Xiao Jin's stomach. At that moment, the world seemed to have become much quieter. Everyone looked over, and even the battle stopped. This seemed to be the reaction of both sides. Because Lotus Flower's sudden disappearance might affect the situation of this battle. There was only one giant golden crow in the sky. The Lotus Flower's black energy had completely disappeared. His whereabouts were unknown. In that instant, the dragon priest clearly panicked. In the sky, Xiao Jin continuously cried out. Even though he had swallowed the Lotus Flower, it did not mean that he had killed it. Everyone could see that its body was constantly expanding. It was an irregular form of gigantism. There were no changes to his head or tail. Only his stomach was constantly expanding. Your grandpa Xiao Jin will die with you. You should be proud. Xiao Jin closed his eyes. He could feel the energy in his body expanding. It could explode at any moment. Little Gold. Tears flowed out of Long Chen's huge dragon eyes. Cold Plum bit her lip. Yu Fanghua was trembling all over. Everyone was moved at this moment. These children originally had a bright future ahead of them. However, in order to save the 4 domains and 9 realms, in order to eliminate the Lotus Flower, they had to sacrifice themselves. They were even willing to give up their lives. Who said that the young warriors no longer had the spirit to face death with equanimity? It was really nonsense. It's my turn. Cold Plum quickly walked out of the pain. Whether the Lotus Flower died or not, she had to be prepared in advance. Otherwise, the Lotus Flower, who had already experienced such a crazy attack, would not be so easily fooled again. The children are all risking their lives, but we can't even defeat a mere false dragon. How hateful. The Flame Emperor shook his head gloomily. 8 giant dragons. Although they were called giant dragons, they were just puppets created using the dragon crystal. They had some of the giant dragon's abilities, but compared to a real giant dragon, they were far inferior. Little fellow, please don't die. If he dies, what's the point of us old fellows living? They are the hope of the 4 domains and 9 realms. How hateful. How can this world be so cruel? The Golden Prince is a genius, but he might die like this. Moreover, death might be meaningless. Everyone's eyes were red. They really did not want that to happen. If they had to risk their lives, these old fellows would be more than willing to go. Unfortunately, they did not have that kind of strength. They did not even have the qualifications to fight with their enemies. It was really cruel. Boom. Finally, a violent explosion sounded in the void. A crazy storm blew between heaven and earth. The white clouds in the sky were completely blown away. The nearby buildings had almost completely collapsed. Many people's ears were so shaken that they lost their sense of hearing. Did it work? Everyone was paying attention to the explosion in the sky. When the smoke and dust dissipated, they saw little gold falling from the sky. At this time, little gold had already returned to a palm-sized bird, and he was on his last breath. As for the lotus flower, his body was already beyond recognition from the explosion. Moreover, he could not reform for a long time. To a certain extent, this was an attack that hurt both sides. Little Gold was completely unable to continue fighting, and the lotus flower had temporarily lost his ability to fight. He had become extremely weak. Bastard, bastard. How dare you turn me into this? I'm going to kill you. Kill you. In Yang Gourd. The lotus flower would not give the other party a chance to save Little Gold. He directly used the Yin Yang Gourd to suck Little Gold in. Ha ha ha, one is dead. I finally killed one. Fortunately, I have the body of 3. Otherwise, that one would have been destroyed by you this time. Emperor Lianhua laughed maniacally. Little Gold was killed by him, but he did not die. Instead, he immediately transformed from his original body into the body of a demon lord. This way, his original body could slowly recover. Although the body of a demon lord was much weaker than the fusion of 3, he was still the strongest here. I'm going. The cold plum did not waste time. He only said 3 words and merged into the ancient war tree. Ancient tree demon slaying array. Activate. Without any hesitation, although he was sad about Little Gold's tragic death, he did not have time to carry it. Lung Mei knew what the right thing to do was. At that moment, the power of the entire ancient war tree surged toward the lotus flower. He, who had just been revived, was tightly entangled by countless tree vines. Damn it, it's another lunatic. You guys are all lunatics. The lotus flower did not want to go through that kind of pain again. However, the cold plum's reaction was too fast. Almost as soon as he saw that the lotus flower was not dead, he activated the array. Unfortunately, he still could not stop the Yin Yang Gourd from sucking Little Gold in. Die! You bastard! Crack! In the sky, a sudden change occurred. The furious Long Chun opened his terrifying dragon mouth and bit the dragon shaman into pieces. Then, he turned his body and flew toward the ancient war tree. A powerful force blasted toward the lotus flower through the ancient war tree. Sister-in-law, help. We can't let anyone die. This time, we'll settle it with one blow. Long Chen shouted. Actually, without him saying anything, Yu Fenghua had already started to take action. Chapter 50:17. The gigantic temple of eternal life floated in the sky. It firmly covered the top of his head. The 3 of them worked together to imprison Lotus Flower. Lotus Flower was already extremely weak from Little Gold's explosion. How could he fight against the 3 of them? People of the 4 regions and 9 worlds, please lend me all your power. Cold Plum could control plants through the ancient war tree. She spread her request to all the people in the 4 regions and 9 worlds. The hundreds of millions of people in the 4 regions and 9 worlds who could only pray heard Cold Plum's call. He realized that there was still a way for him to contribute. This kind of joy was like eating a mouthful of iced watermelon on a hot summer day. It was a double benefit. Everyone placed their hands on the nearby trees and flowers. They poured their divine essence in. They contributed their power. Everyone, let's work together to kill that demon. No matter how strong you are, whether your power is divine essence or quintessential essence, give it all. There are so many people in the 4 regions and 9 worlds. I don't believe that we can't deal with a mere lotus flower. Even though the boundless amount of energy wasn't all that strong, it was definitely enough to go against Emperor Lianhua if they were all gathered together. It was even stronger than Lotus Flower's power. Cold Plum originally planned to perish together with Lotus Flower like little gold. But at this moment, it didn't seem necessary. Borrowing the power of the plants in the 4 regions and 9 worlds was much more powerful than perishing together with her. At that moment, she even felt that she would definitely win. Hold on. Cold Plum, Long Chun, and Yu Fanghua poured their divine essence in. They waited for the power from the 4 regions and 9 worlds. After all, some of the distances were quite far. Even if the plants transported energy very quickly, it would still take some time. Lungmei wouldn't easily launch an attack before accumulating her strength to the maximum. Her current mission was to trap Lotus Flower so that he couldn't escape. At this moment, Lotus Flower wasn't fighting against the 3 cultivators in front of him. Instead, he was fighting against the people of the 4 regions and 9 worlds. Even those who were timid and didn't dare to fight on the spot could contribute their strength in this way. Everyone was trying their best to get Lotus Flower back to where he should be. Lotus Flower panicked again, and this time, he was obviously more nervous than before. This was because he could feel that the Ancient of War Tree's power was constantly increasing. It was definitely more terrifying than Xiao Jin's Devouring Light. The Devouring Light had already destroyed his body. However, the power this time was something that his demon sovereign body would not be able to withstand. It was even possible that all 9 of his monarch armaments wouldn't be able to block it. Damn it! A bunch of ants can actually force me to this extent. If I don't die, I'll make you wish you were dead. Lotus Flower was both panicked and furious. His mood was simply terrible to the extreme. He thought that after Ling Xiao was killed, the 4 regions and 9 worlds would be at his disposal. However, he never expected to encounter such a huge crisis. State of emergency. Pishio Dragon, come and protect me. Lotus Flower felt the threat of death. In the end, he wasn't an immortal existence. He was also afraid of death. Under normal circumstances, the Pishio Dragon would have come to his side in an instant and swallowed him. However, the Pishio Dragon didn't react at all. In fact, after the Dragon Shaman died, this guy actually began to attack the armored giant dragon beside him. When Lotus Flower saw this scene, he suddenly thought of the previous battle with Ling Xiao. At that time, Ling Xiao used the Heavenly Demon Eye. He used the Illusion Demon and the Soul Demon. With the help of the Illusion Demon Eye, Ling Xiao killed 3 of Lotus Flower's souls. However, the Soul Demon didn't have any effect. Before this, Lotus Flower had always thought so. It wasn't until now that he suddenly understood. Ling Xiao's Soul Demon Eye wasn't aimed at him at all, but at the Pishio Dragon. At this time, the Pishio Dragon was already controlled by Ling Xiao's Soul Demon Eye. It wouldn't come to protect Lotus Flower at all. Instead, it would help the experts of the 4 regions and 9 worlds deal with the enemy. Damn Ling Xiao, even after death, he still wants to scheme against me. Hateful. Until now, Lotus Flower still thought that Ling Xiao was dead for sure. It had already been 3 days. Under normal circumstances, a warrior with Ling Xiao's cultivation should have turned into water in a day. Go to hell, Lotus Flower. When the power accumulated to a certain extent, Cold Plum felt that it was about time. She completely released this power. The vines of the ancient war tree suddenly contracted. The terrifying power fiercely squeezed Lotus Flower. Dash! Great Emperor Lianhua unleashed all the monarch weapons with 9 dragon patterns on them. They were blocked outside. But even so, it was only for an instant. Close to 50 monarch armaments with 9 dragon markings all shattered, turning into dust. This power was too strong. One had to know that this was the power of all the people of the 4 regions and 9 worlds. It was so strong that even Lotus Flower at his peak could not withstand it, let alone the current Lotus Flower. The defensive magic treasures were all destroyed, and this power fiercely pressed Lotus Flower's body. At that moment, Lotus Flower burst out with an earth-shattering scream. Since the start of the battle, this was the first time. Even when Lotus Flower was blown up by Xiao Jin's Devouring Light, he did not scream like this. It was obvious that he was in extreme pain. Bastards, how dare you destroy my magic treasures and my body? You ants, lowly reptiles, remember this. None of you can escape. Those who provide energy to the ancient war tree, I will definitely turn you into dry corpses. In the struggle and resistance, Lotus Flower burst out with the most vicious roar. Ants? Reptiles? But you're being suppressed by ants like these. You're being humiliated by these reptiles. You want to dominate the 4 regions and 9 worlds? You want to go to eternal divine nation? Stop dreaming. You think the cultivators of the 4 regions and 9 worlds are easy to bully? Today, you'll be bitten to death by these ants. Yu Fenghua said coldly, Lotus Flower, I don't care if you're a monster or a god. If you want to destroy the 4 regions and 9 worlds, then we'll destroy you. Then we'll destroy you. It's that simple. You damn bitch, don't think you can kill me like this. Your manling Shao destroyed 3 of my souls. But so what? He's still lost. He died forever in the yin-yang bone-dissolving water. You've worked hard and are very strong. However, everything you've done has been for naught. I am Lotus Flower, and I have an undying soul. Lotus Flower suddenly gave up resisting. He stopped screaming. So what if he died? He didn't seem to care. He didn't think anyone could kill him. Don't listen to his words. We've reached a critical moment. Attack with all your might. As for the result, let the heavens decide. We only need to attack with all our might. Die. This is the wrath of all living beings in the 4 regions and 9 worlds. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.